Hilfe. Der Controller fällt runter. Ich muss mal kurz hier sortieren. Wartet. Machen wir mal das. Das kommt weg. Dann habe ich nämlich hier Platz für den. Und Platz für den. So. Hallo. Herzlich willkommen zu Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Wir haben es mal gespielt vor ein paar Jahren im Stream. Also vor ein paar Jahren. Es war zur Zeit, wo ich die Lungenentzündung hatte und wir den Big Boss Run in Metal Gear Solid 4 gemacht haben. Und seitdem nicht mehr. Deswegen dachte ich, komm, dieser Monat ist Metal Gear Monat wegen der Master Collection. Es wird Zeit, mal das Spiel auch mal wieder zu würdigen. Ich finde es nämlich nicht schlecht. Und habe mir in den Kopf gesetzt, jetzt vielleicht nicht unbedingt heute und nächste Woche, irgendwann mal mit euch die Platin zu holen. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das hinkriege, ich weiß nicht, ob ich mental dafür vorbereitet bin, aber wir werden es machen. Bin ich mir ziemlich sicher. So. Ich muss ein kleines Geständnis machen. Ich habe den Spielstand von vor 11 Jahren nicht mehr, wo wir das Let's Play dazu gemacht haben. Ups. Ich habe ihn gelöscht, ich gebe es zu. Deswegen, eigentlich wollte ich heute auf sehr schwer mit euch spielen, aber geht nicht. Weil sehr schwer erst freigeschaltet wird, wenn du einmal gespielt hast. So, ich habe aber alle DLCs heruntergeladen. Die gucken wir uns auch irgendwann mal an. Es gibt, nur mal so vorab, konntest du ein paar von Maxos Videos anschauen. Ich frage nur, da ich ein paar seiner Shitposts zum Metal Gear Rising Revengeance entweder hier im Chat da lassen werde. Ich habe ein paar Videos gesehen, ja. Was er genau zu Rising gesagt hat, weiß ich nicht. Warum Shitposts? Warum willst du Shitposts da lassen? So, lass mich erstmal ganz kurz nach den Controls gucken. Ich spiele übrigens nicht mit einem also, ganz kurze Erklärung, das ist die PS3-Version, nicht die Enhanced Steam-Version. Ich spiele nicht mit PS3-Controller, ich spiele mit PS5-Controller, weil mein PS3-Controller, der Blade-Mode, überhaupt nicht mehr funktioniert. Mein PS3-Controller hat keinen Bock auf das Spiel. Ich habe es ausprobiert. So. Ich hoffe, das passt mit der Lautstärke. Sag mir bitte, falls das zu laut ist. Ich es ein bisschen leiser stellen soll. Shitpost Memes meinte ich. Ach so. Blade Mode, Ninja Run. Ja, Sekundärwaffenerfassung. Ja, okay, das passt so für mich. Das passt so, ja. Okay. Kurz zu den DLCs. Es gibt DLC VR-Missions. Es gibt normale VR-Missions. Die normalen VR-Missions zählen zur Platin-Trophäe dazu. Und es gibt 2 DLC-Chapters, die wir uns nach der Main-Story wahrscheinlich nächste Woche angucken werden. Einmal zum Charakter Jetstream also Jetstream Sam und dann nochmal zu Blade Wolf, die in der Geschichte vorkommen werden. Sehr coole DLCs. Nicht unbedingt lang, aber schöne Vorgeschichte. Genau. Was machen wir heute? Nochmal ganz kurz, es geht gleich los. Keine Sorge, es geht gleich los. Also zum Beispiel das Sundowner wie ein muskulöser Jeff Bezos aussieht. Also diese ganzen Memes. Ich hasse es, dass Metal Gear Rising für die ganzen Memes bekannt ist. Und nicht für das Spiel selber. Das hasse ich. Kurze Erklärung. Wir spielen heute auf schwer. Sehr schwer und Revengeance können wir noch nicht machen, weil neuer Spielstand. Wir versuchen, so gut wie möglich in diesem Spiel abzuschneiden. Es gibt Ränge. S-Rang hauptsächlich, wenn du Kämpfe bestehst, ohne Schaden zu nehmen. Geht auch so, aber da musst du unglaublich gut sein, weil du so einen riesigen Punktebonus durch keinen Schaden bekommst bei den Bewertungen. Deswegen ist kein Schaden nehmen eigentlich fast immer S-Rang. Mal gucken, ob wir es hinbekommen. Wahrscheinlich eher nicht. Wir werden gucken, dass wir alle Collectibles mitnehmen. Steht ja auch in der Videobeschreibung. Collectibles, die es im Spiel gibt. Es gibt Speicherchips. Davon gibt es, glaube ich, 20 Stück oder so. Wenn man die einsammelt, wenn man alle hat, kriegt man eine Trophäe. Du kannst dir da Konzeptgrafiken im Hauptmenü angucken. Wenn du genug sammelst, kriegst du auch neue Anpassungsgegenstände. Es gibt 5 Man-in-Boxes, die man finden kann. Wenn wir einen finden, erkläre ich's. Es gibt Datenterminals, um 20 VR-Missions freizuschalten. Die müssen wir finden. Und dann gibt es noch spezielle Gegner, deren linke Hand wir abtrennen müssen, um die einzusammeln. Für die, wo das Spiel noch nie gespielt haben, denken jetzt sicher, what the fuck, was ist das? Wird alles erklärt. Hörst dich an wie Seth. Das weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß nicht, wer Seth ist, aber... Okay. Hallo, Julian. Schön, dass du dabei bist. Genau. Machen wir sonst noch was? Wir gucken mal, ob wir die Bosse schaffen, auf schwer ohne Schaden zu nehmen. Ich habe jetzt schon Sam und Armstrong tatsächlich mal auf S-Rang geschafft. Auf Revengeance. Ob ich es nochmal hinkriegen werde jetzt im Stream, weiß ich nicht. Mal gucken. Und was wir auch machen werden, um in Richtung Platin-Trophäe zu gehen, es gibt eine Trophäe, die voraussetzt, dass du fast alle Codec-Calls dir anhörst in diesem Spiel. Kurze Erklärung, es gibt angeblich laut einem Guide, laut Piggyback, 450 Codec-Gespräche in diesem Spiel. 450. Für die Trophäe musst du 400 davon mindestens anhören. Ich habe einen Guide gefunden, wann man welche Codec-Calls quasi triggern kann. Wir werden, bevor wir den ersten Kampf gemacht haben, schon knapp 40 anhören müssen. Na, 30. 30 waren es, glaube ich. Wir werden das durchziehen, weil es gehört halt irgendwie zum Spiel dazu. Mal gucken. Wenn es zu viel wird, werde ich vielleicht mir eine Liste machen, welche wir schon mal angehört haben, welche nicht und das dann irgendwann anders machen. Aber wir gucken mal. Ich glaube, die sind manchmal ganz interessant. Metal Gear Rising zählt offiziell nicht zur Metal Gear Timeline, ist ein Spin-off. Es spielt im Jahr 2018, also 4 Jahre nach Guns of the Patriots. Meiner Meinung nach, meiner persönlichen Meinung nach, kann man aber sehr gerne sagen, dass Rising, hallo Kami, aktuell zur Timeline dazu zählt, weil es gibt keinen anderen Titel, der nach Metal Gear Solid 4 spielt, außer Rising. Also ist es doch egal, ob da jetzt irgendwelche Sachen dazu erfunden werden oder nicht. Glaubst du, lohnt sich PS3 für Revengeance, MGS3 und 4 zu holen? 400 Codecs. 400 von 450. 450 gibt's in dem Spiel. Glaubst du, es lohnt sich für eine PS3 für Revengeance, MGS3 und 4 zu holen? Ich würde tatsächlich warten. Die Master Collection Volume 2, also Volume 1, wo jetzt übernächste Woche rauskommt, wird Metal Gear Solid 3 haben und Metal Gear Solid 2 und Metal Gear Solid 1. Von daher, das würde schon mal wegfallen. Metal Gear Solid 4 wird höchstwahrscheinlich in der nächsten Volume drin sein, in Master Collection 2. Und Rising gibt es als verbesserte Version auf dem PC auf Steam. Wenn, dann würde ich dir die empfehlen. Also ich würde tatsächlich warten. Und die Master Collection ist verfügbar bei PS4, PS5, Xbox Series und Steam. Also und für Switch. Von daher wird es vielleicht bis auf die Switch auch Metal Gear Solid 4 dann in Volume 2 für die modernen Konsolen geben. Ich würde eher sagen nein. Rising. Ey, Prof, sei nicht so böse. Was wurde verbessert? In der PC-Version von Metal Gear Rising wurde verbessert einmal natürlich die Grafik. Es können viel mehr Gegenstände auf dem Bildschirm angezeigt werden wie auf der PS3-Version. Und du hast die Möglichkeit, die Bosse separat auszuwählen, dass du nur die Bosse bekämpfst. Du hast einen Codec-Mode, den du hier zum Beispiel nicht drin hast. Und auch diesen Boss-Mode. Und du hast schon alle DLCs inklusive. Die musst du nicht nochmal separat kaufen. Was du jetzt auf der PS3 nicht mehr machen kannst, weil der Shop down ist. Wie viel kostet Rising auf Steam? Das ist eine gute Frage. Das kann ich dir gleich sagen. Metal Gear Rising, Steam. Genau, ich bin am 1. Januar 23 geboren. Alles klar, danke für nichts, Steam. Dass er sich das einfach nicht merken kann. Metal Gear Rising auf Steam, 20 €. Jetzt passt aber auf. Wenn du auf Instant Gaming gehst. Ich glaube, es müsste in der Videobeschreibung sein, der Link. Hat einen Affiliate-Link, habe ich noch. Dann gibt es da normalerweise Rising, aber es ist gerade ausverkauft. Das ist natürlich schlecht. Dann gucken wir mal hier. Dann würde ich euch empfehlen, auf MMOGA zu gehen. Da kann man einen Steam-Key für 8 € kaufen. Statt für 20. Kleiner Tipp von mir. Und läuft relativ gut auf auch etwas älteren Geräten. Also auf dem Steam Deck läuft es ohne Probleme. Vielleicht kann ja mal Prof die Requirements reinschreiben. Oder ich guck mal selber. Warte. Wo sind sie denn? Ah, hier. Empfohlenes Betriebssystem XP, Vista oder Windows 7. Sagt schon alles. Intel Core i7 3770, 4 GB RAM. Es reicht euch eine GeForce GTX 650 und eine DirectX Version 9 und 25 GB Speicher. Läuft. Ich spiele die 360-Version auf der Series X und bin sehr zufrieden mit der Performance. Ja, stimmt, das geht auch. Die ist ja abwärtskompatibel. Nochmal schön Werbung mit Instant Gaming, ihr seid doch Partner, oder? Ich habe mir halt so einen Affiliate-Link mal erstellen lassen. Ich bin jetzt kein offizieller Partner, aber wenn jemand meinen Affiliate-Link benutzt, dann kriege ich anscheinend da was in dem Instant Gaming-Konto noch gut geschrieben. Ein paar Cent oder sowas. Das ist jetzt nicht wirklich viel. Er existiert, sagen wir es so. Okay. Fangen wir an, oder? So. Genau, neues Spiel. Das sind die 2 DLCs. Jetzt gucke ich mal. Schwierig, genau. Wir spielen auf schwierig. Und ich werde mich muten. Gibt es eigentlich Metal Gear Spiele für VR? Nur Fangames. Es gibt anscheinend Metal Gear Solid 1 als VR-Experience. Irgendwie. Aber nicht das Original, sondern halt von irgendeinem anderen Spiel die Location reinkopiert. Aber richtig VR gibt es nicht, ne. Das, was am ehesten an VR rankommt, ist vielleicht Snake Eater 3D. Wenn du in 3D guckst. Nein, keine Ahnung. So, ich werde mich muten, ich werde meine Kamera wegmachen während den Cutscenes. Wir gucken uns die ganze Story an, das ist klar. Und dann würde ich sagen, legen wir los. Setang fragt noch, was mein Lieblings-Soundtrack aus den Bossfights ist. Schwierig. Kamsin aus dem Blade Wolf DLC ist gerade sehr beliebt bei mir. Und dann, wenn man gegen Excelsis und Armstrong kämpft, die 2. Das sind meine Favoriten. Früher war es Monsoon. Aber inzwischen sind es die anderen beiden. Okay, dann legen wir los. Möchten wir ein Tutorial spielen? Nö. Bin doch nicht blöd.
Years. We've come so far in just 3 short years.
The sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people. And one very able advisor.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Just doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private military companies.
We prefer private security providers, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Yes, well, security can mean many things.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle. Hold on.
Clear the road! This is official state business! I said clear the road! We're authorized to use force if you do!
Leopard 1, U-turn. Turning back.
Open fire! Who was that?
A cyborg.
One of our competitors? Courtney, what is happening?
We got hit, sir. A cyborg.
Who's?
Exif comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
We are going to die.
Stay calm.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden,
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister. Let's get this over with.
Und los geht's. Ja, der hat keinen Spaß mehr. Oh Gott, das ist mega einfach auf schwer. Ich hab die letzten Male, wo ich Ryzen gespielt habe, auf Revengeance und sehr schwer gespielt. Die machen ja gar nichts. Süß. Okay. Darf ich? Danke. Ein LP-Mann auf der falschen Seite. Ja, ich muss ja irgendwo hinpassen. Alles andere war so ein bisschen blockiert vom Overlay hier. So. Soll ich kurz erklären, was ich machen kann? Mit R1 kann ich rennen. Wenn ich renne, können die mich nicht abschießen. Das blocke ich dann. So wie ich es gerade zeige. Wunderbar. Danke, dass du es so wunderbar gerade demonstriert hast. Dafür darfst du vielleicht überleben. Mit Viereck mache ich leichte Angriffe, mit Dreieck starke und je nachdem, was ich halt drücke, mache ich auch ein paar schöne Kombos. So. Ach, guck mal, das ist nochmal. So. Und weg mit dir. Oh, schade. Dann halt so. Zack. Und der ist Matsch. Das ist jetzt alles vollkommen Tutorial, ne? Das wird noch alles viel besser. Ah! Schwupp, schwupp und weg. Mist, da habe ich nicht richtig geblockt. Komm, probier's. So. Das machen wir jetzt auch. Und durch da. Ich liebe dieses Spiel.
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. A clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't. Not while he's still useful. So long.
Na, dann kämpfen wir mal gegen Ray. Ich hoffe, das ist nicht zu laut. Perfekt. Achso, lauf einfach an mir vorbei, okay. Ich glaube, ich muss ein bisschen die Lautstärke anpassen. Ist schon sehr laut bei den Bosskämpfen. So. So. Ich finde es einfach toll, wie die Untertitel der Sie-Perspektive ersetzt wurden, statt in der Du-Perspektive. Es sind halt sehr, sehr höfliche Cyborgs, ne? So, Ray. Mach mal... Nein, nicht den Angriff, aber okay. Dann mache ich halt das hier weg. So. Ich meine, es macht ihm Schaden. Aber ich will eigentlich was anderes zerstören. Nein, das auch nicht. Ich will den Schwanz zerstören. Gib eine Trophäe. Das ist nicht dein Schweif. Hi. Na, was geht? Ah, nee, das ist auch nicht dein Schweif. Aber gut. Ich blocke und dann passiert nichts. Ja, ich mach das Bein kaputt. Blocken. Und bei dem Fuck You Asshole-Typen, ja. Das ist toll. Die Übersetzung ist einfach lustig. Jetzt komm. Jawohl. Zack, 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 zack. Das gibt eine Trophäe. So. Jetzt kann er von mir aus sterben. Ich glaube, die Trophäe... Nee, doch, da haben wir sie. Da ist sie. Guck mal. Das habe ich nämlich im Let's Play damals nicht gemacht. Ich liebe die Bossmusik. So. Hoch mit dir. Und es müsste sogar... Ich weiß nicht, hat Ray uns verletzt? Ich glaube nicht. Es müsste ein S-Rang sein. Jo. Let's go. Oh, armer Ray. Wenn man bedenkt, dass Ray die ultimative Waffe sein soll und die dann von einem einzelnen Typen zerlegt wird. Ja, Ray ist halt auch nicht mal das, was er mal war. Und außerdem sollte Ray ja nicht die ultimative Waffe sein. Ray sollte die ultimative Waffe gegen andere Metal Gear sein, nicht gegen Cyborgs. Ray ist zu dem Zeitpunkt outdated. Ray ist also Rentner, ja. So. Ah, schön. Das war gerade Loading-Ding, weswegen es gerade ein bisschen geleckt hat. Jetzt muss ich gerade überlegen. Nee, das ist weiter vorne. Genau hier. Da runter. Ganz wichtig. Kann man übersehen. Da unten ist nämlich ein Speicherchip. Der erste. Datenspeicher 1 von 20, genau. Ray hat trotzdem gegen einen beschädigten Rex verloren. Das Spiel hat dich... Was? Das Spiel hat dich abgeschleckt? Hä? Ray hat trotzdem gegen einen beschädigten Rex verloren. Ja, das lag ja daran, weil Ordecon ja uns geholfen hat. So, ganz kurz. Da ist nichts drin. Einfach voll... Wenn es geleckt hat. Ach so. Er hat mich wieder verwirrt. So, wo ist er denn hin? Ach, guck mal, wer da wieder ist. Perfekt. Und nochmal. Wunderbar. Und weg mit dem Gesicht. Also zumindest mit der Rüstung. Bam. So. Jetzt kommt das. Ich brauche keinen Blade Mode dafür. Geht auch so. So. Perfekt. Weg mit dem Geschütz. Wenn Ray die ultimative Waffe ist, was ist dann Rex? Ja, Rex war ursprünglich gedacht als ultimative nukleare Abschussplattform. Oh, willst du mich verarschen? Der Papa von Ray. Na, man muss es ja so sehen. Nach Metal Gear Solid 1, nachdem Ocelot ja die ganzen Daten mitgenommen hat, gab es ja gefühlt zig Millionen verschiedene Metal Gears. Und dann kam halt Ray als Anti-Metal Gear Counter. Da sagt nochmal einer, Twin Snakes ist übertrieben. Rex hat gegen Ray gewonnen. Ja, weil Ordicon uns geholfen hat. Ordicon hat uns geholfen und hat auch noch einen CQC-Modus eingestellt in Rex. Ich glaube, sonst hätte Rex richtig Probleme gehabt. Rising ist halt das DMC aus dem Franchise. Ja, aber ich mag es auch, dieses Übertriebene. Ich mag es irgendwie. Aufpassen, aufpassen, da kommt gleich nochmal so ein Laserstrahl. Beziehungsweise so ein Plasmastrahl. Ups. Perfekt. Das ist Twin Snakes auf Steroide. Jawohl. Aber es macht mega Spaß. Es macht mega Bock. Wenn man sich mit der Steuerung auskennt. Ich glaube, der steht nicht mehr auf. Und nochmal ein S-Rang. So kann es bitte weitergehen. Das Street Fighter Programm, welcher Rex erlaubt, mit dem Cockpit zuzubeißen, mal fickt doch den Piloten. Ja, es war ja nicht nur das, was eigentlich, also, er konnte noch mehr. Aber ja, das war schon ein bisschen dumm, muss man sagen. Es kann natürlich auch sein, das ist auch so meine Überlegung, Rex war ja quasi zerstört. Ja, es ging ja um die anderen Metal Gears da draußen. Vielleicht haben sie einfach vielleicht haben sie Rex einfach unterschätzt, weil er ja schon quasi tot war. Der erste Metal Gear war doch der Shagor, wenn ich mich nicht irre. Er hieß offiziell nicht Shagor, also der Shagor hieß offiziell nicht, hier ist übrigens nochmal ein Datenspeicher, Metal Gear, aber quasi ja. Die anderen Metal Gears, wie zum Beispiel jetzt Russia oder Sieg, sind ja auf Basis von Granins Konstruktionsideen Metal Gear genannt worden, weil er ja die Ursprungsidee damals hatte, dann verkauft hat quasi an Yui, ne? So ist der Peace Walker entstanden. Und um Granin halt auch zu würdigen, hat man den damals Metal Gear genannt. Aber der Shagor war quasi so der Ursprungsvater, ja.
Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer. Stop! What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening. Mind if I got in? All we're saying, give war a chance! No!
Wie überraschend, dass der Kerl stirbt. Für Ryan anscheinend schon. Können wir eigentlich ganz kurz drüber reden, dass wir oben links die Health Bar von Metal Gear Solid 4 haben und dass auch der Körper von Ryan aus Metal Gear Solid 4 ist, ohne das Kinn und alles. Bisschen abgegradet. Na, was geht? Ach, jetzt greifst du an. Guck mal, obwohl wir blocken, kriegen wir Schaden. Finde ich schön. Also eigentlich nicht, aber gut. Au. Au. Ich habe vergessen, dass ich den Move noch gar nicht habe.
Self-taught. And not half bad. Still. Your technique lacks something.
Ich vermisse meine ganzen Moves, Mann. Keine Bossleistung, es ist eine Selbstmordmission. Quasi, ja. Oh nein. Ich kann dem Move nicht ausweichen. Wie scheiße ist das denn? Weil ich noch nicht den Skill gelernt habe. Hab ganz vergessen, wie schwach man ist ohne seine ganzen Upgrades. Aber hey, endlich ist mein HDMI-Switch eingetroffen. Nice. Heute kriege ich auch ein Paket. Ich weiß noch nicht wann, aber ich habe mir eine neue Webcam gekauft. Vielleicht ein bisschen mehr Qualität dann in einer Webcam in Zukunft. Mal gucken, ob sie nachher ankommt. Dann können wir uns mal angucken. Für Schlafzimmer, genau. Ich lass nicht zu, dass du mich triffst. Aber ich glaube, ich muss es, ja? Jetzt geht's nicht weiter. Na komm, dann schlag zu. Komm. Danke.
You deny your weapon its purpose. It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
Das ist ungünstig.
You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
Komm her. Ich schaff das noch. Ich schaff das noch. Ich schaff das noch. Ich schaff das nicht.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over. Lucky devil.
Get you waiting, huh?
Down you go! Flash!
Na, es lief ja nie so gut. Ich überlege auch gerade. Also, Raiden hat auf jeden Fall das erste Mal seine Arme verloren, als er von den Patriots in Area 51 zum Cyborg umfunktioniert worden ist. Dann das zweite Mal in Akt 4 von Metal Gear Solid 4. Da hat er ja seinen Arm geopfert, damit er Snake vor Outer Haven retten kann. Genau, und das wäre jetzt quasi das dritte Mal, ja. Flairs werde dann mit dieser Gegenmaßnahme rechnen können, die es schon im Kalten Krieg gab. Ja, ich habe irgendwas aber gelesen, vielleicht erfahrt man das in einem Codec-Core, dass es anscheinend ungewöhnlich ist, dass Flairs in dieser Zeit noch eingesetzt werden und auch effektiv gegen die Rocket Launcher sind. Irgendwie so. Irgendwas habe ich letztens im Metal Gear Wiki gelesen. Aber egal. So, 5000 KP, das ist nicht viel. Damit können wir eigentlich nicht wirklich was machen. Okay, das war Datei 0, also quasi das Intro. Jetzt geht's richtig los. Let's go. Wiki, nicht Video.
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic now. Yes, I should hope so, huh?
I mean, how does it feel? To fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Right.
Can you hear me, Raiden?
Doctor.
Remember the two procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes. And 2.
Absorbing their electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
They're terrorists. I was planning on that anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
the combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
How generous.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the world come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
3 mics out and closing. No activity at the airbase. Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
That's what you said before Montenegro. Look, just humor me, buddy. Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists, and restore the rightful government, or what's left of it anyway. The president and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established. The terrorists brain-jacked all the high-ranking officers, and their cyborgs scattered the rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new regime. That's why they called us.
Andrei Dolzaev, leader of the occupation forces, an extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement, LLC.
Imani's killers.
If we don't stop them here, they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam. I believe you've met.
The only problem I see is that nickname.
I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Ready for insertion.
Ryder, you landed safely, da? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
So, der hatte schon damals schon die VR 2. Ja. Anscheinend. Okay, dann fangen wir mal an. Ich habe jetzt 20 Codec-Calls für euch, oder? Ne, 16, glaube ich, sind es erstmal nur. Aber ich möchte erstmal ganz kurz uns anpassen. Ich glaube, wir können noch nicht viel mit 5000 Punkten kaufen. Aber ich möchte gucken, ob ich theoretisch den für mich erstmal wichtigsten Skill kaufen kann. Luftabwehr, den hier, Defensivangriff. Den brauche ich. Der hat mir jetzt gerade eben bei Sam gefehlt. Der Rest ist erstmal egal. Luftabwehr vielleicht als nächstes dann. Aber den brauche ich auf jeden Fall. Wir können mir auch theoretisch neue Körper für Raiden kaufen. Weil ich den schon irgendwie cool finde. Das ist natürlich der Originalkörper aus Metal Gear Solid 4 als DLC. Defensivangriff ist Gott hier. Noch 1 bis 2 Wochen, dann fange ich mit Luigi 3 an. Oh, nice. Wenn du Tipps oder sowas brauchst, dann melde dich. Luftabwehr hätte Boris gebrauchen können. Ja. Genau, es sind auch alles DLC-Skins. Die bringen sogar was, ne? Muss gerade noch mal gucken, was bringt. Das gibt mir, glaube ich, mehr Munition für Raketenwerfer. Das ist mehr für Granaten und das hier für Health-Items. Ja. Wenn ich Tipps brauche, frage ich wen anders. Wow. Einfach wow. Weißt du, da gibt man Leuten den Mod-Status und dann werden sie so. Geil, Raiden, dein Auge ist Schrott, jetzt müssen wir dein anderes Auge umbauen. Theoretisch kann er durch die Augenklappe sehen. Diese Binde ist eigentlich sein Auge. Es gab irgendeinen Grund, warum er gesagt hat, er möchte es so machen. Nimm Grey Fox, ich habe kein Geld, sonst ja. Wer ist jetzt Gary Fox? Ach, oh Gott, Gary Fox. Prof hat sich verschrieben. Ich finde es cool, dass man Gray Fox hier einfach als DLC-Kostüm haben kann. Finde ich schon cool. Sein Schwert natürlich auch. Hab ich schon? Ja, hier. Die Fox-Klinge. Die von Ex-Foxern Agent Frank Jäger alias Gray Fox nach seinem von Dr. Clark durchgeführten Wechsel zu einem Cyborg-Ninja-Körper verwendete Hochfrequenzklinge. Die Seele von Gray Fox knallt halt immer noch in der Klinge wieder und ermöglicht gelegentlich saubere Schnitte durch Feindepanzerung oder andere Objekte. Oder ein Holzschwert. Das Holzschwert habe ich noch nicht. Wer hat was? Ich schreibe mit 80 Gary. Ach so. Kann ja sein, dass es in dem Spiel einen Gary gibt. Kann schon sein. Vielleicht heißt einer so. Ach ja, stimmt. Man kann auch hier Verbesserungen für die Waffe kaufen. 6000. Ja, wir haben kein Geld für irgendwas. So, hier haben wir dann noch Ausdauerverbesserungen, Brennstoffzellenverbesserungen. Brennstoffzellenverbesserungen gibt es ausschließlich hier im Anpassungsmenü. Es gibt 6 Ausdauerverbesserungskits, die man hier im Spiel finden kann. Zusätzlich zu denen hier. Okay. Gary wird der Hauptcharakter in Metal Gear Solid 6. Mal wieder Pleite, kennt man ja. Ja, wenn man halt sich eigentlich aufs Spiel konzentriert, dann versteht man manchmal Dinge nicht. So, ganz kurz zum Zeigen. Wenn ich Viereck drücke und den Stick in eine Richtung und es kommt ein gegnerischer Angriff, dann mache ich Blocken. So. Gary ist der Sohn von Johnny und Meryl. LP-Mann, Prof spoilert mich wieder. Wach was. Prof, mach weiter. Wenn ich jetzt Viereck und X gleichzeitig drücke, dann mache ich diesen defensiven... Das hier. Damit kann ich Angriffen ausweichen. Auch nicht blockbaren Angriffen ausweichen. Ich habe so ein 1-2 Sekunden bin ich dann unverwundbar, wenn ich das mache. Und ich gebe denen ein bisschen Schaden mit. Das ist für S-Rang und alles sehr essentiell wichtig. Deswegen gut, dass wir den Skill schon wieder haben. Okay. Steuerung komplizierter als Mortal Kombat. Oh, es geht. Okay, wir haben 4 Codec-Calls mit Boris. Let's go.
It's Raiden. I'm on the ground.
Copy, Raiden. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move. That craft isn't equipped with stealth camo. Or octo camo, obviously, since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your pricey new jet damaged, now would we?
Duh. The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, you could find significant cyborg deployment here. If you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might get difficult, even for you.
Understood. Some fighting will be necessary, though. I've got electrolytes to replenish.
This is not an infiltration mission. There is no need to hide or avoid combat outright, huh? Just do not get reckless. Stay safe and stay focused on your mission.
Ganz kurz, Okami, zu deiner Frage, welche Klinge besser ist, die High Frequency oder die Gray Fox Klinge. Von den beiden prinzipiell die Fox Klinge. Ich erkläre es mal ganz kurz. Es gibt für Revengeance S-Rang, was du machen musst, um die Platin-Trophäe zu bekommen, wird empfohlen, entweder die Fox Klinge zu nehmen oder die, wie heißt sie, Murasmata? Das rote Schwert von Sam. Das bekommt man irgendwann, kann man das freischalten. Die Fox-Klinge, wenn du sie zu 100% abgegradet hast, wie Raidens normale Klinge, die Hochfrequenz-Klinge, dann sind die eigentlich von der Stärke her gleich. Der Bonus, den die Fox-Klinge hat, ist, dass du eine prozentuelle Wahrscheinlichkeit hast, mit einem normalen Angriff so zu schneiden, die Gegner so zu schneiden, als wärst du im Blade-Mode. Also instant tot. Die Murasmata von Sam ist ein bisschen stärker als die Fox-Klinge. Kommt halt drauf an, was du machen möchtest. Bei Bosskämpfen ist natürlich dann Sams Schwert besser. Die Fox-Klinge bei normalen Kämpfen. Weil du dann halt durch einen ganz normalen Angriff die Möglichkeit hast, einen Gegner sofort auszuschalten. Das ist halt der Bonus von der Fox-Klinge. Aber von der Stärke her sind die beiden identisch. Es gibt auch noch später einen Körper, den man für Raiden freischalten kann. Der erhöht deinen Angriff um 20%. aber gibt dir auch 20% mehr Damage, den du erleidest. Wenn du aber einen Run machen möchtest, wo du eh keinen Schaden kriegst, ist es dir prinzipiell egal. Vorausgesetzt, du kannst den Angriffen gut ausweichen. Ich finde schön, wie wir gerade hier über potenzielles Metal Gear Solid 7 diskutieren. Oder ihr diskutiert, ich lese.
There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborgs were already en route to your position.
A little welcoming party wouldn't be so bad. I could use a warm-up.
Enough with the attitude, Raiden. It's time to be serious. This is no game. I need you to focus. Many people are counting on you, and I don't just mean here at Maverick.
You don't need to remind me of that.
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On Codec is fine. Just be sure you are serious on the battlefield. Your enemies will be.
Yes, sir.
Raiden, we are clear on the rules of engagement, yes?
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike first.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants, especially officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations. No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender. And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
And that includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here. In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs, anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds pretty standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy.
Die No-Nos.
ROEs that only specify who you can engage require too much judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
Duh. This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives. The few that take the other approach, I pity their soldiers the questions they face. Oh, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as hostile cyborgs.
Copy that.
We have no rules about property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad. Anything standing in your way, trees, streetlights, this is fine. But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying.
Ganz wichtig, Beleidigungen rechtfertigen nicht die Selbstverteidigungsklausel. No-Nos ist doch verwandt mit dem Yes-Nos, oder wie war das? Stimmt. Aber ich fand's halt witzig, wie der Synchronsprecher von Raiden das gesagt hat. No-Nos. Okay, einmal noch mit Boris, dann sind wir erstmal mit ihm durch.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the warm-up. Slash at something. A palm tree, perhaps.
Gerade hat er noch gesagt, wir sollten keine Zivilisten, also keine zivilen Sachen kaputt machen. Naja. Ich kenne nur Do's und Don'ts. So, Kevin haben wir 3 Stück.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzaev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town, and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Okay. Ich mag Kevin, also ich mag Kev hier als Support-Unit. Die haben halt nicht so viel zu tun, tatsächlich. Wenn du auf die ganzen Codex scheißt in Rising, dann hast du mit Courtney, Boris und Kevin nicht viel zu tun. Aber ich hab's ja vorhin gesagt, 450 Codec-Calls gibt's in Rising. Das ist verdammt viel. Ich weiß nicht, wie viel die anderen Metal Gear-Teile haben, aber ich finde, bei den Codec-Calls hat man sich auch sehr viel Mühe gemacht. Mehr, als man teilweise zu wertschätzen weiß. Meiner Meinung nach. Ich habe in den letzten Tagen nämlich in ein paar reingehört und dachte so, das ist eigentlich echt gut gemacht. Man hat sich Mühe gegeben.
Kev,
Let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here.
Mehr als
Desperado
bei 5.
Enforcement LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. Says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts, and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction. They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
Bei der Thunderdome Pen waren das ja Codec-Monologe statt Dialoge. Ja, die Kassetten würde ich tatsächlich irgendwie... Sie ersetzen quasi schon so die Codec-Calls, die du optional machen konntest, ja. Aber die gehen ja teilweise, je nachdem, was für ein Thema angesprochen wird, ja 5 bis 6 Minuten. Das ist ja... Ich finde die Kassetten, so wie sie in Peace Walker und 5 aufgetaucht sind, ich weiß nicht, ob man das geupgradete Codec-Konversation nennen kann. Es ist auf jeden Fall was anderes. Aber ja, es sind auf jeden Fall deutlich weniger als in der Thunderdome Pen, das stimmt schon. Werde nicht überrascht sein, wenn sie historischen Aufnahmen durch animierte Szenen wie bei Peace Walker ersetzen werden. Könnte ich mir schon vorstellen. Wir werden es sehen. Es sind nur noch 13 Tage. 13 Tage. Aber, ihr habt den Streamplan gesehen, ich fange chronologisch nach Release-Datum an. Wir werden Metal Gear Solid 2 und 3 erst am Ende der Woche angucken. 3 sogar auch erst am Ende des Monats, also am 30. Nein, haben sie eben nicht. Was haben sie nochmal gesagt, wie sie es machen, Prof? Also wiederhergestellt durch sehr ähnlich ersetzt. Ja, stimmt. Hab die Kassetten immer angehört, während Venom von der Landeplattform hing. Ja, das habe ich auch gemacht. Oder wenn ich halt irgendwo Free-Roam unterwegs war, zur nächsten Side-Op, als ich die 100% im Let's Play gemacht habe.
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. Their code names are all wind-themed. The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got custom-made bodies. Collectively, they're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures, too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
Ja, die Master Collection darf nicht scheitern. Master Collection und Delta dürfen nicht scheitern. Sonst war's das. Sonst wird Konami sagen, okay, wir haben uns Mühe gegeben, keiner hat Bock drauf, dann lassen wir's. Das ist jetzt quasi die letzte Chance. Zu zeigen, dass wir die Serie weiter bestehen sehen möchten. Okay, da haben wir alles bei Kevin. Perfekt. Courtney hat 3.
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine. Energy consumption? Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood pressure, brain waves, blood sugar? Check, check, check. All this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field. But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Copy that. Good to hear that hasn't changed with this new body.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Ja. Courtney speichert für uns.
And save complete. Simple, huh?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty for that job. And it would have been against any typical guerrilla force.
I keep asking myself, Where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to hire cyborgs?
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster or coordinated better. I don't know.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
You're right. Thanks.
So, ich muss noch zweimal mit Courtney reden, aber ich möchte kurz auf das eingehen, was gerade noch im Chat geschrieben wurde. Wenn die Master scheitern, war es das für Volume 2. Das könnte sein. Delta wird aber dennoch erscheinen, das auf jeden Fall. Ist nur die Frage, ob man nach Delta dann noch Alpha und so weiter bekommt, also 1, 2 und 4 Remakes. Sage ich gleich was dazu. GameTube hat geschrieben, für mich ist Metal Gear Solid ohne Kojima wie Kuchen ohne Geschmack. Das würde ich tatsächlich so nicht sehen. Ich denke, wenn die richtigen Leute daran arbeiten, dann kann man auch ohne Kojima ein gutes Metal Gear Spiel machen. Kojima ist nicht allein dafür zuständig gewesen, dass die Serie so geworden ist. Er war sehr dahinterher, das stimmt schon. Aber er ist einfach froh, dass er das Ganze hinter sich hat. Er will damit nichts mehr zu tun haben. Er freut sich auf Twitter, X, ich nenne es immer noch Twitter, ab und an mal ein bisschen darüber zu reden, aber er ist, glaube ich, froh, dass er sich einfach mal auch wirklich anderen Dingen widmen kann. Sowas wie Death Stranding 2 zum Beispiel. Und da hat er seine Hände voll zu tun. Deswegen, lasst den Kerl in Ruhe. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ist auch von Konami, das stimmt. So. Zu der Remake-Serie. Wir hoffen ja, wir denken ja, dass die Remake-Serie also dass nach Snake Eater, Delta Snake Eater, dass es da weitergeht. Ich persönlich hoffe, dass es nicht mit Metal Gear Solid 1 weitergeht, sondern tatsächlich, entweder man geht tatsächlich chronologisch die Timeline durch, mit Portable Ops und Peace Walker. Vive können sie von mir aus verrecken lassen, das ist mir egal. Oder zumindest Metal Gear und Metal Gear 2 mal ein bisschen Aufmerksamkeit kriegen. Das wäre, bevor Metal Gear Solid 1 und 2 dran sind. Das wäre so mein persönliches. Weiß nicht, wie ihr das seht, aber ich bin aber optimistisch, was die Collection angeht, weil von dem, was ich gesehen habe, ist da gut Content und Extras drin. Das stimmt. Einzige Enttäuschung sind Auflösungen und Maus- und Tastatursteuerung am PC, weil ich bezweifle, dass es eine gute, einstellbare Steuerung wird. Ja, gut, das mit Maus- und Tastatursteuerung, ganz ehrlich, habe ich keinen Bock drauf. Ich bin froh, dass ich Controller benutze, auch auf Steam dann. Ja. Die Auflösung, ganz ehrlich, Auflösung, ob ich 4K habe oder Full HD, ist mir auch vollkommen scheißegal. Das ist mir sowas von Schnuppe. Ich persönlich, vielleicht liegt's daran, weil ich alt bin, ich weiß es nicht. Ich persönlich sehe aktuell keinen Unterschied zwischen 4K und 1080p. Zumindest nicht bei solchen alten Spielen. Bei neuen Spielen, da ja. Aber ich brauche das nicht. Brauche ich nicht. Mir reicht 1080p. Ich verstehe auch nicht die Leute, die sich aufregen, dass Metal Gear Solid 1, ein PS1-Spiel, auf 30 FPS gelockt ist. Was wollt ihr denn noch? Hä? Warum 60 FPS bei einem PS1-Spiel? Nein. Ich brauche auch kein Octopath oder Blasphemous in 4K. Bei Metal Gear Solid 3 und 2, ich kann die Kritiker so ein bisschen verstehen, ich kann es nachvollziehen, aber ich persönlich brauche das nicht. Vollkommen egal. Und auch diese Kontroverse mit, die Switch kann es nur auf 30 FPS schaffen, 2 und 3. Auf der PS2 lief Metal Gear Solid 2 auch auf 60 FPS. Ja, aber wir reden von der HD Edition. Die lief auch auf der PS3 nicht konstant bei 60 FPS. Ich habe sehr viele Slowdowns letztens gehabt, als ich mal wieder Metal Gear Solid 3 auf der PS3 gespielt habe. Da sind die FPS-Mark schon auf 20 runter, als ich in Crossing Quest nur rumgelaufen bin. Just saying. Ne? Also, wenn ihr die 30 FPS auf der Switch nicht haben wollt, dann kauft euch eine andere Version. Ganz einfach. Ich hasse sowas. Die PS2-Version war trotz FPS-Log teilweise laggy. Ja. Ich nutze auch Controller, aber es ist immer die Option zu haben, auch eine ordentliche Erfahrung auf PC ohne Controller zu haben. Und 1080p reicht dir vielleicht, aber viele Leute, die das auf Konsolen spielen, werden das auf 4K-Fernsehern spielen. Deshalb verstehe ich die Forderung, das dann auch auf 4K zu haben. Ich habe 4K-Fernseher. Ich sehe aber immer noch keinen Unterschied zwischen 4K und 1080p. Vielleicht bin ich auch einfach dumm, das kann auch sein, aber ich sehe da nichts. Ja. Müssen wir speichern? Eigentlich nicht, aber wir müssen, ja. Sonst redet sie nicht mit uns.
I wanted to follow up on our talk earlier about the stress that comes with the job. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants. If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just...
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need civilian voices like mine here too.
You're right. Just take care of yourself.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one lifetime. It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner. I might have saved your ass.
How? By spilling coffee all over the enemy?
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
Please tell me that was a joke.
Sie hat gerade ihren Kaffee verschüttet. Oh, schön. Deswegen mag ich Code Calls. Es ist ja nicht das Problem anderer Leute, wenn du nichts siehst. Ich sehe da keinen Unterschied. Ja, es ist ein bisschen klarer, aber guckt euch jetzt zum Beispiel mal den Stream an, ja? Offiziell streame ich die Webcam mit 1080p. Offiziell streame ich allgemein den Stream auf 1080p. Das Spiel ist 720p. Klar, die PC-Version ist klarer, aber ich glaube nicht, dass es jetzt noch besser wäre, wenn es 4K wäre. Also mir reichen diese 720p. Ich kann Courtney lesen, ich kann Maverick lesen. Was ich nicht lesen kann, aber das kann ich nur in der PC-Version tatsächlich, das sind die Daten von Courtney und Co. Also das da unten. Das ist schon ein bisschen wischiwaschi, aber in der PC-Version ist das tatsächlich besser.
Okay,
das stimmt.
Save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
So, ich glaube, das war's. Wir können auch mal Nein sagen.
No?
Dann
Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
Ja, save it for your wife. Finde ich süß. Okay. Doktor redet. Alter Doktor, wie viel hast du? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Code Calls. 7 sogar. Alter.
Raiden, shall we review the capabilities of your new body?
Der Deutsche.
Go ahead, Doc.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with 2 revolutionary new abilities.
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. A bit more messy, you might say. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent inside. Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
Basically, harvest their organs before their body can even hit the ground.
Rather gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I may be a citizen, but I've never really thought of myself as American.
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that given your history. But what then? Surely you don't identify as a Liberian.
I don't identify with anyone. No nation, no ethnic group. I'm my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty popular in Germany, too.
Indeed, indeed. These splatter films are big in Germany, Russia, Japan, everywhere. Well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc. I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh?
Der Doktor ist tatsächlich ein ehemaliger DDRler. Finde ich witzig. Hat der Schlaganfall, zittert so dezent. Meinst du jetzt Raiden oder den Doktor? Ich glaube, der bewegt sich halt so ein bisschen, ja. Aber das hat ja nichts mit dem Schlaganfall zu tun. Wenn, dann meinst du einen Krampfanfall.
So these self-repair units in the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a slow process. Not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you will be fine.
Yeah, simple.
Ah, easy. Was stellt er sich so an?
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right. Quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Jetzt wissen wir, warum er diese Augenklappe hat. Weil der Doktor nicht schnell genug war, ein neues Auge für ihn zu entwickeln. Ja, ist okay. Verstehe ich.
Stay vigilant, Raiden.
Okay, das war jetzt nicht so viel.
You must continue along, Raiden.
Okay. Das sind jetzt nur noch kleine.
Your destination on the Soliton radar.
Okay, das war's. Perfekt. Wir sind mal durch den ersten Teil durch. Jetzt können wir noch mal eine freischalten, indem wir hier unsere Brennstoffzellen aufbrauchen. So, dann können wir nämlich auch zum Beispiel keinen Blade Mode mehr machen. Und darüber möchte nämlich der Doktor auch noch mit uns reden.
Doc, my fuel cells are sapped out, but I'm still able to function?
Function, yes, but no longer able to perform any action that would require a sizable amount of energy. But even when your gauge reads 0, you retain basic movement. You can walk around and swing your sword. Use this time to absorb more electrolytes from your enemies. Recharge your cells as soon as possible.
Roger that.
Okay. So, die nächsten kommen während dem ersten Kampf. So, ist die Katze eigentlich noch hier? Ach, da hinten, ja. Ich muss gerade überlegen, ich glaube 3 Katzen gibt es in dem Spiel. Das ist die erste. Und man kann ihr nicht wehtun, weil sie immer einen Backflip macht. Weiß doch nicht warum, aber sie kann es halt. Cool, ne? So, das können wir auch noch kaputt machen, wenn wir Bock haben. So. Einfach mal zeigen, was geht. Oh, ups. Wurde gerade erschlagen. Ja, die PC-Version könnte jetzt länger die abgetrennten Teile hier noch rumliegen lassen. Die PS3-Version schafft es nicht. Okay, fangen wir mal an. Lang genug geredet. Es geht gleich weiter. Das ist ja das Witzige. Wir gehen von den ersten Code-Calls in die nächsten rein. 7 Stück mit Boris. Ich lass mal die anderen kurz am Leben. So. Was sonst hätte ich nämlich die jetzt alle verpasst. Katzen haben, glaube ich, eine Reaktionszeit von 50 bis 60 Millisekunden. Ja.
These cyborgs can cycle between machetes, rifles, whatever the situation demands. You can deflect bullets in a ninja run, but do not let your guard down just because the enemy is far away.
Okay.
It looks like grenades are standard equipment for these cyborgs. Of course, you will want to avoid taking any blast directly. In combat, positioning is everything.
Ja, das stimmt.
These cyborgs are seasoned professionals. Do not be surprised if they block an attack or two. Just keep striking, and perhaps their guard will break down.
Ich habe selber geblockt und habe sie damit gerade ziemlich vulnerable gemacht. Also.
Self-repair units are housed in cyborgs' lower torsos. Strike at the lower abdomen in blade mode to seize the unit.
Ja, das habe ich mit dem einen gerade gemacht. Das passt.
Stick to quick slashes when you are surrounded. They leave you less exposed, so you can change tactics as you move.
Ja, ist okay.
You can also string attacks together to keep your enemies off balance, yes? These cyborgs can cycle between machetes, rifles, whatever the situation demands. You can deflect bullets in a ninja run, but do not let your guard down just because the enemy is far away.
Irgendwas, warte mal, ich muss gerade gucken. Irgendwas ist hier gerade gesternt worden. Aber ich sehe nicht was. Eigentlich hat er noch mal eine wegen Solitaire Raider, aber warum kann ich die jetzt nicht triggern? Keine Ahnung. Dann halt Kevin.
Sorry, man, but I have to ask. Where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Ugh, seriously? All right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right? World War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies named it Jack.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriot.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name, and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right, right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah. He actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
Mm-hmm. I won't let it happen again. Desperado ends here. Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Oh.
So Raiden, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake. Hero of Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses. The list goes on.
Right, right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah, he saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done, period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a fanboy. I thought you were gonna start crying there for a sec.
Very funny, Kev.
Seriously, though, did Snake know he had a stalker? Hey, relax. I'm only ribbing you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
I know.
You're no fun.
Ach, schön. Vor allem das Witzige ist, jede einzelne von Solid Snakes Taten, die gerade aufgelistet worden sind, sind alle in der Master Collection drin. Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses, Big Shell. Alle 4. Schon irgendwie cool. Wo sind wir denn?
Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right now. Maybe try asking Doctor or Boris.
Okay.
Take care of that enemy first, Raiden.
Ja.
Don't panic, Raiden. Keep cool, stay focused.
Perfekt, damit haben wir den. Courtney.
You okay, Raiden?
Gut, speichern. Speichern geht auch schneller auf dem PC als auf der PS3.
Be careful, Raiden.
Wobei ich sagen muss, so lange geht es gar nicht. So.
That armor is made from standard-grade composite carbon nanotube material. It should offer little resistance. You can likely slice them up in blade mode before they can even touch you. Of course, blade mode cannot be activated unless some charge remains in your fuel cells. The last blow in a combination attack or a particularly strong hit will sometimes leave your enemy exposed. If you enter blade mode right at that moment, it will be even more effective than normal.
Okay.
And a flurry of strikes against the cyborg and his brain-machine interface may malfunction. This will take him momentarily offline. The same applies to UGs as well. Strike often enough and their AIs become unable to keep up with the required real-time processing. Make that happen, and you can enjoy a decisive advantage. Assuming you have sufficient power, you could even enter blade mode and finish the fight right there. No matter how strong their armor, getting knocked offline leaves them completely vulnerable.
Ja, das sind die da. Ups. Zack. Krieg ich den da hinten noch? Jawohl. Perfekt. So, wer will noch mal? Wer hat noch nicht? Machen wir mal endlich weiter hier.
Had your fill?
With this body, I could take these guys with no eyes. Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb.
What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are still human. Real
thinking people. Way less risk of collateral damage than your typical UAV strike.
And don't forget the PR angle. Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are off the ethical radar.
Yeah, they still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls. With SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. We got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by another name. Only all muscled up and less predictable.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
I'm not complaining. They're like walking vending machines.
Right. Vending machines full of blood.
Easy there, Dracula. Like I said, they're still people.
People who terrorize and take innocent lives for money. They sowed their fate when they took this job. I'm just the Reaper.
Damn. It's a bit cold, Raiden.
Even for you. Anyway, his school. Let's get to work. Time to increase the peace.
Right.
Und da haben wir nochmal einen S-Rang. Perfekt. Sandatsu-Tutorial ist jetzt spielbar in VR-Missionen. Das ist toll. Das wollte ich schon immer haben, dieses Feature.
Hey Boris, about the Soliton radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed anymore, even if I get spotted by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date on the latest tech?
But I wonder, how exactly is the equation different? I mean, I'm no expert on how the KDV equation was implemented in the first place, but I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Raiden, on battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is #1 priority. So do not worry your head about equations and such things. Just concentrate on using the equipment to your advantage, da?
In other words, you have absolutely no idea, do you?
Ah, the mission, Raiden. Focus on the mission.
Okay, das war die Codec-Sequenz, wo hier mit Stern markiert war. Okay.
Raiden, you'll need to head inland. But first, make your way through this building.
Okay, perfekt. Damit haben wir das. Fürs Erste. Es kommen gleich wieder welche, keine Sorge. Die Trophäe ist asozial.
Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolzaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
Okay. Dann nehmen wir hier das mit. Reparatur Nanopaste. Die könnten wir jetzt theoretisch hier ausrüsten und dann heilen wir uns automatisch, wenn unsere Leben auf 0 sind. Brauchen wir aber nicht. Wir sind gut. So, jetzt haben wir wieder 4-mal Boris, 4-mal Kevin, 3-mal Courtney, 5-mal Doc. Geil.
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC, specializing in airborne warfare.
An Air Force for hire? That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Mercs started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not. Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
And we can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine. Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean.
Ah, guck mal, da wurde es angesprochen.
I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had. That Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. And at close range, chort was me.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that. You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job. No one blames you.
Perhaps. In any case, now we know what we are dealing with. This is still a business, but this time I am stretching the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
I'm glad you feel this way, since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Right, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean. No exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the ex-PLA have moved on now, in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble. So, stay in control and stay on mission.
Got it.
PLA, Paradise Lost Army. Erinnert man sich vielleicht ein bisschen dran aus Metal Gear Solid 4. Das war die Armee, also die Gruppe, die Big Mama, also Eva, geleitet hat in Akt 3. Gegen die Patriots, also der Aufstand gegen die Patriots quasi. Und Raiden war ja Teil von Paradise Lost Army. Eine gewisse Zeit lang, um Sunny zu retten. Dabei hat Big Mama geholfen, Sunny zu retten. Im Austausch dafür hat Raiden Big Boss Körper gerettet. Bei der Mission, er hat es zwar geschafft, Big Boss zu retten, aber ist dann selber gefangen genommen worden von den Patriots und deswegen ist er zum Cyborg geworden. Und die ehemaligen Soldaten von Paradise Lost Army sind anscheinend jetzt bei Maverick. Oder wurden zumindest ganz am Anfang von Boris bei Maverick aufgenommen. Finde ich schön. Und deswegen, das was ich vorhin gesagt habe, solange kein neues Metal Gear rauskommt, sag ich persönlich, sehe ich Rising als Fortsetzung an. Als Kanon. Wenn irgendwann ein neues kommt und sagt, ich scheiß komplett auf das, was Rising alles erzählt hat, dann okay. Aber so lange, nö. Ich finde es schön, dass es so ein bisschen abschließend ist. Weitererzählung einfach von, was ist in den 4 Jahren nach Guns of the Patriots passiert.
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use Augment Mode to check your next objective. By using Augment Mode, you can see enemy positions and the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the Soliton radar.
Okay, das war's mit Boris fürs erste wieder. Jetzt haben wir 4-mal Kevin.
Sounds like Inmani was a pretty great leader. Such a goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs, but men like him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Inmani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift for sure. But he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. Inmani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. things would have been different, that's for sure. And it was my job to protect him.
Raiden, come on.
And Monty wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Raiden, that saying you like about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... you didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping, there was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
I don't know.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery.
Okay, das war's. Perfekt. Speichern. Das sind jetzt nur 3 Stück.
Roger that. Save complete.
You saved me again, Courtney.
Right. Anything else? Otherwise I should get back.
Actually, yeah. You mentioned SOP earlier. How much do you know about it?
The Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for controlling contractors. Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon and they had clearance. From their commanding officers. And the rules of engagement, I mean. It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war. An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of people felt better about employing privatized military. The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms of PMC ops, mostly American interventions. SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market. What it really did was shift market share over to the PMCs. Civilian deaths went down, but total casualties just kept on climbing.
More than ever, war was big business.
And business was booming. Until SOP got hacked. Suddenly, everyone realized how dangerous it was to have a single system controlling entire PMCs. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just to stay in business. And that about does it for SOP 101. Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
Das ist also quasi die offizielle Variante, warum SOP verschwunden ist. Okay.
Need something else?
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
And they were right.
Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys, or even human. They were massive AI networks.
All the better to gather information on a global scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides. The PMCs made billions too, of course. SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active, but still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic, assuming anyone believed them, which they wouldn't. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test. All right, then. Hey, Raiden, let me ask you something. The Patriots. Why would AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs? What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time, change in unpredictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America, no less. It's terrifying. Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change that much?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters. Just thugs in uniform.
Yeah, not a pretty picture.
What's up?
Noch irgendwas?
No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to
Das
hear
kennen
the
wir.
sound of...
Oh.
Okay, dann speichere ich nochmal ganz kurz. Aber ich glaube, dann haben wir alles.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Ja, dann sind wir mit ihm durch. Mit ihr. Jetzt noch Doktor.
Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed.
Okay.
Hey Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
Aber ich finde es immer so ein bisschen interessant. Man hat sich schon ein bisschen Gedanken gemacht. Ne? So ein bisschen in die Hintergründe zu gehen.
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a my or electric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick's cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood.
Ja, Cyborgs sind quasi, ja, der SOP-Ersatz, ne?
Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, then. There are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational.
Schön. Ich habe gerade nochmal nachgeguckt. Wir sind relativ gut jetzt gerade mit den ganzen Sachen durch. Wir können mal ein bisschen weiterspielen. Gott sei Dank. Hier oben gibt es noch einen Datenkern, so einen Datenspeicher, das weiß ich. Nicht da. Aber das nehmen wir auch mal mit. Und zwar da auf dem Kronleuchter. So. Perfekt. Und dann geht's hier oben weiter.
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them or approach from behind.
Okay. Da werden die Stealth Kills erklärt. Dann machen wir das. So. Perfekt.
Excellent, Raiden.
Danke. Und da vorne sehe ich noch was. Nochmal so eine Nanopaste. Wenn wir 5 Stück haben, haben wir das Maximum erreicht, was wir tragen können. Und ich glaube, dann verkauft ihr die für KPs, also für Ich weiß gar nicht, was KP eigentlich die Abkürzung ist. Einfach für die KP vielleicht Kaufpunkte? Kampfpunkte, glaube ich, heißen die. Okay, mach halt die Tür zu.
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Ja, die werden verkauft als Kampfpunkte. Perfekt. So, jetzt haben wir noch kurz 3 Stück.
You must aid civilians, Raiden. It is not part of mission, but Maverick is still one of the good guys, yeah?
Okay.
That city needs your help. Hurry, Raiden.
Ja, machen wir. Ja, speichern wir halt kurz.
Come on, save him. He's gonna get killed.
So wie in MGS4 als Battle Points. Da waren es DP, Dragon Points. Okay. Jetzt weiß ich nicht. Es gibt eine Trophäe, wenn man alle Zivilisten rettet. Aber es gibt insgesamt 5 Code Calls, die wir verpassen, wenn wir ihn jetzt nicht retten würden. Was sollen wir machen? Ich meine, prinzipiell schaffen wir es trotzdem, wenn wir Chapter 7 alles mitnehmen. Komm, wir retten ihn. Scheiß drauf. Zack! Weg mit dem. Auch wenn wir voll sind, mitnehmen. Die Reparatureinheiten, weil... Gibt Punkte. So, warten. Und zack! Für jeden, wo wir so töten, kriegen wir 100 Punkte. Auch wenn wir die Reparatursachen nicht brauchen. So, ich möchte da runter. Da haben wir eine Granate gefunden. Oh oh. Oh Mist, er ist tot. Ja gut. Damit haben wir es gerade auch geklärt. Und du bist tot. Ja gut, dann ist er halt leider tot. Tut mir leid. Ach je.
So you could not stop them. Well, so be it. Perhaps you've got enough to worry about.
Right. These rifles Desperado's using. Mac 200s, right? Same as Maverick's standard issue. Nice weapon. Not that any gun is much use against a cyborg.
The 200 is a thing of beauty. We were one of the first to adopt them 3 years ago. It has minimal muzzle flash and report when firing, and little recoil. Plus, the ejection port near the muzzle makes it good in both left and right hand. Rare for bullpup rifle. Easy maintenance, tough enough to take some dirt without jamming every shot, and it takes standard NATO magazine, so you can find ammo on almost any mission, anywhere in the world.
Sounds like somebody's in love.
Well, it reminds me of the good old days. Most Soviet gear was trash, yes, but the rifles... the rifles. The best in the world. And it seems I'm not the only one to appreciate them.
Apparently not. I see Macs everywhere these days.
They've spread all over the world, and so quickly. Still, I am sad to see Desperado using them against us.
Well, not much we can do about it now.
Such an elegant weapon. Waved around, Stado Pridurkov. Что вы столи?
Okay, Boris, okay. Just calm down.
Wenn ich es richtig gelesen habe im Metal Gear Wiki, ist Boris ein ehemaliger Kriegskamerad von Sergei Golukovich gewesen. Als kleiner Fun Fact.
I see you found a grenade.
Yeah, a new type. Intended for use against vehicles, UGs, and cyborgs.
Shell design is first class. The charge, even carbon nanotube compound armor cannot fully block.
Sounds like we should keep a few on hand.
Yes, well...
What? They don't work as promised?
No, the specs are just fine. It is only... Well, if you want quality, you have to pay for it.
That much, huh?
Triple the cost of standard grenade.
And Desperado's got a bunch of them. I'd love to look at their annual budgets.
Most likely they have good relationship with manufacturer. I think they got insider price.
This would be easier if we had a few more friends like that. These rifles, Desperados, nice
Ah,
weapon.
nee, das
It has block.
haben wir schon.
And,
Well,
Ja. So, Kevin?
That sucks. I know it's not part of our mission, but I don't like seeing innocent civilians die for no reason.
yeah. Think there's any more of them here, Kev?
Doubt it. It was all-out war over at the palace. Once the evacuation order was issued, everyone should have fled to neighboring towns. Some of the cabinet were caught leaving Sukumi, though, and a lot of citizens got caught up in the crossfire. Some folks probably stayed put. Figured it's too dangerous to do anything else right now.
Bad situation.
Let's not let it get worse. Keep an eye out for more of them. If they're in a pinch, try and help out. Just make sure you don't hurt them.
Got it.
Jo. Aber dem können wir leider nicht mehr helfen. Müssen wir in einem anderen Run machen. Alle retten.
Did they...
Life signs are nil. Guess I was too late.
Copy that. Back to the mission, I guess.
Oh. Okay. Ja, es tut mir leid. Ich war stets bemüht, ich gebe es ja zu. Und die nächsten Code Calls. Hallo Gecko.
So, Raiden, what's your game plan?
You sound excited.
Oh, I am. Front row seats to rematch. Raiden versus Giant Gecko. I've heard the stories.
I'm trying to work here, you know?
Don't be modest. It was you who taught anti-Irving tactics to my men. This I think you could handle with no legs and both eyes closed.
Boris.
Okay, I know. Never let your guard down in battle. So, let us recap what we know about your foe. An AT Corp representative gave me brochure last time he stopped by. The most recent model is the Block 30. Probably this is what they're facing here. Muscle contraction rate is increased by 6%, and the chassis is made from honeycomb boron fiber reinforced plastic. It's lighter, more durable. The engine still puts out 650 horses, but I say it is much more agile now. Can you tell the difference?
Dunno. It's been a while since I've had the pleasure.
Equipable sensors have not changed much. Of course, we have the standard camera eye. Also, milliwave radar, low-light camera, infrared camera, acoustic positioning gear, chemical sniffer. It looks like it's been mounted with 50 cal. Pretty light gear for one of those guys.
Light isn't the word that comes to mind, Boris.
Well, extra agility or not, a lizard is a lizard. For you, this should be easy peasy.
We'll see about that.
Well, off you go. Time for the fun, yeah? Oh, this video will be perfect for sales presentations.
Ugh, copy.
650 PS, Respekt. Hätte ich nicht gedacht.
Got yourself a gecko problem, huh? It's strong and speedy. Against a regular soldier, it'd be overkill.
Yeah, I've seen him tear through more than a few troops, but I'm no regular soldier.
No doubt. Against state-of-the-art like you, I almost feel sorry for it. Probably not a lot I can tell you here that you don't already know.
Yeah, I've got this one covered. Well, time for a little pest control, I guess.
Be careful out there, Raiden. I know you're used to these things, but nothing's more dangerous than letting your guard down.
Don't have to tell me twice. Underestimating your enemy's the best way to get yourself killed.
I can't give you much advice here, but just take it slow and do it right, okay? You want me
Na
to
klar.
save just in case?
Ja, komm von mir aus, weil sie so lieb gefragt hat.
All right, you're all backed up. But be careful anyway, huh?
Wenn ich überlege, wir sind jetzt schon seit 2 Stunden im Stream und sind immer noch hier. Das ist immer noch quasi von der Demo, das Gebiet. Wir waren noch nicht mal bei Blade Wolf. Irgendwie, ja, die Code Calls ziehen verdammt viel Zeit. Ich glaube, ich hab ein Video gesehen, wo jemand alle aufgenommen hat. Ich glaube, es waren so 7 Stunden.
Ah, an Irving, yes? Rather old school, as they say.
Not your cup of tea, Doc?
Oh, no. One could argue they dominated during the SOP days, but they certainly are not much use now. They have been improved upon over the years, no doubt. But there's only so much one can do with such outdated technology. You have a fair amount of experience with them already, yes? I doubt you need any battle advice from me.
No, probably not. It's been a while, but I still remember how they move. They're ticks and tells. They telegraph most of their moves in advance. So long as I can parry its attacks, I can strike back often.
I do believe, however, that the armor on its legs has been improved. I imagine that a simple slash or two will be insufficient to topple it this time.
We'll see.
Okay, letzte.
I imagine you already know this, but the defenses on an Irving unit cannot be broken in a single strike. The leg armor has also been reinforced. You must weaken it first, before you can break through.
Okay, dann gehen wir mal los. So. Das war Nummer 1. Jetzt haben wir Zeit, uns um ihn zu kümmern. Genau, perfekt. Ah, schade. Treffe ich ihn noch? Jawohl. Oh. Da war die Zeit vorbei. Schade. Den habe ich auch. Und den auch. Aber keinen Sand dazu. Das ist doof. Egal, S-Rang. Mehr Sand dazu wäre gut gewesen. Okay, jetzt habe ich ein kleines Problem. Ich brauche volle Brennstoffzellen, um eine Kiste zu öffnen, wo ein Datenspeicher drin ist. Das heißt, ich muss mich jetzt gleich mal um einen kümmern. Was ist eine RPG? Oder eine Panzerbüchse? So, dankeschön. Sehr nett. Jetzt muss ich gerade gucken, wo ist die Kiste gewesen? Ich glaube, da hinten. Ich mach nur kurz die hier auf. Reparaturpasta, perfekt. Da war sie. Die muss man mit Blade Mode aufmachen. So. Wunderbar. 4 von 20. In solchen Kisten gibt es dann auch die Lebensupgrades. Die paar, die es in-game gibt. Also nicht im Kaufmodus. So. Weg mit dir. Okay, ich muss ein bisschen besser zielen können mit dem Blade Mode. Ich muss das wieder ein bisschen üben. So, er hat mich gesehen. Okay. Nicht schlimm. Zack. Der wollte gerade mit der RPG angreifen. Ich hab's gesehen. So nicht, mein Freund. Ah, hi. Wenn man im richtigen Zeitpunkt blockt, machen wir einen Konter. Sonst blocken die nur. Oder man blockt gar nicht. Das geht natürlich auch. So. Machen wir den. Bam. Sehr schön. Das fand er nicht schön, ha? Aber der hält viel aus. Ah, guck mal, jetzt haben wir sein Bein. Und damit haben wir den Körper und damit ist fast vorbei. Warte. Ah, nee. Oh, ich bin's nicht mehr gewohnt, dass ich so schwach bin. Ja, jetzt hab ich dich. Und weg mit dir. Ich habe keine Kraft, ich habe keine Leben, ich habe keine erhöhten Brennstoffzellen. Alles sehr ungewohnt gerade. Okay. Und ich habe halt auch lange nicht mehr richtig aktiv Rising gespielt. Das auch. Tja, hat trotzdem nicht funktioniert. Nee, das kennen wir schon. Ah, Mist. Ich glaube, wir haben 2 verpasst. Ja, wir haben 2 Codec Calls verpasst, weil ich die nicht genommen habe, während wir hier in der Sektion waren. Egal, 2 sind nicht schlimm. Dann gehen wir mal weiter.
Roger, wait. We're picking up a wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Genau, das sind die Datenterminals für die VR-Missions, die wir finden müssen, um die VR-Mission freizuschalten. Sie können diese Mission spielen, indem Sie Select drücken und im Codec-Bildschirm VR-Mission auswählen. Das machen wir vielleicht, wenn wir alle zusammen haben. Wie gesagt, man muss für die Platin-Trophäe und auch für ein paar Gegenstände zum Freischalten alle VR-Missions spielen. Für Platin muss man sogar alle VR-Missions auf dem ersten Platz abschließen. Geht aber hauptsächlich nicht um, wie gut du im Kampf da umgehst, also mit Punkten, so wie jetzt hier der S-Rang ist, sondern da geht es wirklich nur um die Zeit, wie du sie absolviert hast. Okay. Jetzt geht's endlich mal weiter hier mit Bosskampf und sowas.
Greetings, Cyborg.
Show yourself.
Interface prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
You don't say. Okay then, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
That's it? Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate!
Ich mag Blade Wolf. Der erste Test vom Spiel, ob du Blocken geübt hast. Oh ja. Also, als ich die Demo intensiv immer gespielt habe, konnte ich Blade Wolf ohne Probleme first tryen, ohne Damage zu kriegen. Also ich musste nicht nochmal neu laden oder sowas. Aber, oh Gott, jetzt macht er natürlich gerade einen Angriff. Ich muss noch 4-mal mit Leuten reden kurz.
Yes, faster than you, I suspect. In terms of pure speed, at least. But it cannot run circles around you forever. It needs to attack if it wishes to win.
Yeah, and that's probably my best shot.
Done. Don't bother chasing. Let it come to you. If you can parry its blows, you'll have a chance to counterattack. Watch its movement, and wait for the right moment to parry.
Textbook battle tactics. Got it.
Remember, you can parry even while taking damage. Do not give up just because you are hit.
I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but this takes the cake.
Well, I'm glad you're entertained. Too bad you're missing all the fun. It's a real party down here.
Sorry, buddy. My specialty's cultural studies, not combat scenarios. If you're looking for my help in a brawl, you must be getting pretty desperate.
Good point.
Besides, if you've got time to screw around on the codec, can't be all that bad, right?
We'll see. Okay, back to the party.
Okay. Ich tue übrigens gerade zählen, wie oft wir Codec-Interaktionen hatten. Wir sind jetzt aktuell bei 64.
Everything okay, Raiden?
Yeah, it's a fascinating foe, but I'm not gonna cut it any slack. We're dealing with terrorists here. And AI or not, it's still aiding and abetting them.
Yeah. Be careful, though. You might want to save your data first.
Ja. Möpfe. Ah, so groß sieht man die nicht.
Good luck.
Aber klar, sie hätte sich das Hemd ein bisschen zumachen können.
Most fascinating foe. And such natural speech. I've never heard of a UG capable of conversing of its own free will.
Yeah. Maybe we can just talk this through. Any weaknesses come to mind? Something I can exploit?
No particular weak points come immediately to mind.
It's fast as hell, and it's flinging knives at me from a distance.
Indeed. I'm not sure your body can match its speed. And if you can't dodge the knives, then your best bet is to deflect them. Try entering blade mode.
I'll give it a try.
Ach ja, jetzt komm. Jetzt hab ich dich. Und... Ah, schade. Perfekt. Nichts da. Okay, weg von der Tonne. Ich glaube, die explodiert nämlich. Und ich will nicht mit explodieren und dadurch Schaden kriegen. Ja, das war perfekt geblockt. Zack. Okay. Da kommt Backup, aber das ist kein Problem. Okay, 2 von 3 habe ich. Also alle 3 sind tot, aber ich kriege auf jeden Fall noch eine zweite Paste. Sehr gut. Backup oder auch Meals on Wheels. Ja. Essen auf Rädern gibt es auch bei Rising. Offenbar, ja. Jetzt habe ich dich in die Ecke gedrängt, ja? Okay, jetzt kommt die zweite Unterstützung. Ein Gecko. Mumu. Da ist er wieder. Oh, perfekt, er charged. Wunderbar.
Crafty little mutt.
This could be trouble.
Nö.
Not really. They're packing self-repair units, right? Unless they're stronger than I think. This could actually be a good thing.
Well, hopefully yes, but be careful.
Und perfektes Blocken. Und der Gecko ist down. Ich liebe es, wenn sie chargen. Instant down. Zack, zack, zack. Und yam yam. Dankeschön. Nichts da. Du wirst mich jetzt nicht am Ende noch verletzen. Das war's für dich. Holen wir noch eine schöne Combo ab. Sorry, Blade Wolf. S-Rang.
What would an AI know about freedom?
Easy. Und hier war damals die Demo vorbei. Sekundärwaffen-Tutorial. Ach, das ist aber lieb. So. Hier gibt es nochmal einen Datenspeicherkern. Dankeschön. Noch eine Truhe. Holochip. Das gibt mir einfach nur ein paar Kampfpunkte. Aber auch nicht schlecht. Okay, jetzt haben wir wieder... Oh, Alter. Wir sind jetzt... ja, es tut mir leid, aber wir haben wieder sehr viele Code-Calls jetzt nach dem Kampf.
This dog UG. Most unusual, yes?
You buy all that? About it being sentient but having no choice?
Well, there is not evidence to prove it. It could be programmed to say this, to weaken your will to fight.
It'll take more than a talking robo-pup to phase me.
Then again, there is not evidence it is not true. Considering the pace AI is advancing, it is not impossible.
So, what then? Should I have spared it?
I did not say this. In any case, the mission takes priority above all else. This dog UG tried to stop you and it failed. This can only be a good thing, yes?
Ja, jetzt haben wir halt einen Haufen Schrott da rumliegen.
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was a very popular resort spot for the USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets liked to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SOP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Eine gute Nachricht. Akt 1 ist zur Hälfte fertig mit den Code Accounts. Ich habe gerade nachgeguckt.
Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev? Any more on his background?
Very little confirmed intel, but it seems he is a former Chechen insurgent. He claims he was part of the Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91. This was just after the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August. Things were not stable. Gorbachev lost his political power. It was Yeltsin who signed the Belavezha Accords.
Right. It created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR became independent.
The problem is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
Duh. The same kind of sad story. Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population.
Cool.
The Chechens were forced to give in, and the war officially ended.
But the rebels kept on fighting.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla war on Russia ever since. We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, this could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Say he is, though. What would he be after here in Abkhazia?
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Duh. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on independence. Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder. Now that he is allied with Desperado, he is too dangerous to ignore.
Jetzt stell mal vor, hier in Deutschland wäre sowas, ja, und ein Viertel der Bevölkerung wird einfach ausgemerzt. Ein Viertel klingt halt schon übel. Ne? Egal wie groß das Land ist. Autsch.
What was up with that wolf dog, UG? Some pretty freaky shit.
Hadn't thought too much about it.
Really?
20 Mille.
I keep wondering, why give it intelligence if you're not gonna let it think for itself?
Good question.
I mean, I guess it makes sense if it improved combat performance.
Now that you mention it, it didn't fight like your typical UG. It felt more like I was facing off against a cyborg.
Oh. I guess the added smarts make for a tougher opponent after all.
That's not what I mean. It wasn't really tougher than your average UG. More like it was, I don't know, hesitant. It didn't follow through on its attacks either.
Guess that's why it was still just a prototype. But then why put it out on the front lines?
Who knows? Maybe it was the field test. In any case, probably not the result they were hoping for. One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already, but you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation.
But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry. After all, that's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
Ich finde es schön, wie man so ein bisschen die Parallelen sieht, auch dann später zu Ground Zeroes und The Phantom Pain. Die MSF sind ja nach dem Vorfall mit Peace Walker sehr oft von offiziellen Regierungen ja direkt kontaktiert worden, um irgendwelche Aufgaben zu erledigen, wo sie halt offiziell sich nicht einmischen können. Ne? Ist halt das, was PMCs dann später nach Ground Zeroes so begehrt gemacht haben. Plötzlich war die MSF weg. Und dann haben sehr viele das nachgemacht, das Konzept. In The Phantom Pain. Und früher oder später sind wir dann hier in den ganzen Geschehnissen mit Guns of the Patriots und hier so gekommen, ne? Da hat Miller eine Marktnische gefunden, auf jeden Fall. Miller war seiner Zeit voraus. Man könnte quasi sagen, Cars ist der Ursprung aller PMCs. Selbst der Big Five aus Guns of the Patriots, die Liquid hatte.
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked.
Doch, ich habe richtig gezählt. Ich habe gerade nochmal gezählt, ob ich meinen Counter hier richtig hatte. Courtney möchte jetzt auch nochmal dreimal reden. Wir sind bei 76.
You know, I almost felt sorry for the little guy.
What? That UG? Why? Because it couldn't disobey its orders?
Yeah, that, and I don't know, it didn't seem especially interested in fighting you somehow.
But was it really thinking on its own? Maybe it was all just an act. Get me to second guess myself.
You could be right. It's just, it didn't seem like just another UG to me. Maybe it's because I'm such a dog lover.
That was no cuddly puppy, Courtney. It was a wolf, and a nasty one at that.
No, I know. You're right. I didn't mean to sound critical. Whatever it was, it attacked you. You had no other choice.
Didn't have much freedom myself, did I?
Mehr oder weniger nein, ne?
Affirmative. Save complete.
You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh? To what? I know you like private security provider, but that'd be PSP. Private military security? PMS?
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more comprehensive. And a bit more awkward too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts, or when we're specifically excluding older-style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it. Old habits are hard to break.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much for the industry's image.
I get your point. Though it did work once before, we don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
Jetzt nennt man sie Cyborgs.
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, hey, enemy here, kill me, would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air, but it's gotten tricky on the ground too. Especially in the war on terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later, like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
Das war jetzt der erste Code-Call, wo ich mich erinnern kann, außer, also hier in dem Bildschirm, wo noch ein zweiter dazu gekommen ist. Das finde ich irgendwie lustig. Game-Typ, das, was du gerade geschrieben hast. Interessant ist, Snake hat im Peace Walker erwähnt, dass man sie verfolgen und jagen will. Es gibt sogar eine Theorie, dass die Regierung MSF absichtlich vernichtet hat, um sie aus dem Weg zu räumen, weil sie den Patriot schaden könnten. Ich weiß nicht, ob zu dem Zeitpunkt von Peace Walker und The Phantom Pain die Regierung überhaupt wusste, dass das Netzwerk von Cypher existiert. Das ist das Erste. Und das Zweite ist, es ist ja schon confirmed gewesen, dass Skullface mit XOF den Anschlag selber geleitet hat. Wenn Skullface Anschlag oder Skullface selber gar nicht gekommen wäre, also, oder wenn der Anschlag gescheitert wäre, dann bin ich mir ziemlich sicher, dass früher oder später andere versucht hätten, die MSF zu zerstören. Das auf jeden Fall. Spätestens, wenn rausgekommen wäre, dass Sieg eine Atomwaffe besitzt. Aber Skullface hat ja auf eigene Faust gehandelt. Selbst Zero wollte ja nicht, dass das passiert. Zero hat ja mitgeholfen, Big Boss zu verschleiern, zu verstecken in Zypern und alles. Und hat ja sogar Venom Snake kreiert, um Big Boss zu schützen. Ja. Kisses and a big FU. Aber ich glaube selbst die XOF-Leute, die Skullface unterstellt waren, wussten nicht, dass Skullface selbstständig gehandelt hat. Die Frage ist, hätten die XOF-Soldaten dann mitgemacht oder wäre das denen egal gewesen? Wenn sie gewusst hätten, dass die Anweisung nicht von Zero direkt kam, sondern Skullface halt selber gehandelt hat. Ich weiß es nicht, wie loyal die XOF-Soldaten sind. Gruppenkill! Bam! Jawohl! Es war nicht so geplant, ich gebe es zu. Aber ich habe es natürlich sofort ausgenutzt. Nice. Ich muss noch mit Doktor reden, fällt mir ein.
A most fascinating opponent, wouldn't you say?
What did you make of it, Doc?
Well, everything it said seems feasible enough. It's true all UGs feature high-level AI these days. Given enough time to adapt and learn, a neuro AI could certainly become able to comprehend speech. Then, with the right interface, speech and conversation will be possible.
But what about it having actual intelligence? John Searle disproved the viability of the Turing test back in 1980. In other words, just because something talks like a person doesn't mean it's really thinking. It could just be following some program designed to make it seem as intelligent as possible.
I'm impressed. You seem quite knowledgeable in this field.
I had a pretty memorable chat with an AI once, about 10 years ago. After that, I did a little reading.
Ah, yes, of course. The Patriot AI. I heard of this.
Was it actually intelligent, or just programmed to pretend? I'm still not sure.
I suppose it depends on how one defines intelligence. For example, many term chess-playing AIs and such as having sectional intelligence. Some in the field believe that sentience or self-consciousness is a necessary part of the definition. When you ask if this UG had intelligence, I suspect this is more your criteria?
Yeah, of course. Then you could ask, how do you define sentience exactly? And on and on and on.
Indeed. These terms can indicate a wide variety of meanings depending on one's understanding. Perhaps it is less important to ask if the AI was intelligent or not than to ask how did the AI operate. After all, labels are useful only when they further pursuit of the truth. And that, as you well know, is the goal of all science.
Sure, Doc. Thanks. I guess.
Ich habe gerade geguckt, ob mein Paket schon da ist, weil ich irgendwas draußen gerade gehört habe, aber anscheinend kommt es erst in 3 Stunden. Ja, vor 10 Jahren, also Big Shell Incident war 2009. Ja, wir haben 2018, also knapp 9 Jahre ist es jetzt her. Ich glaube, er referiert da mehr auf die Konversation am Ende von Sons of Liberty, wo man gedacht hat, dass die KI eigentlich zerstört ist und dann haben die trotzdem noch geredet. War schon ein bisschen creepy. Ich freue mich drauf, wenn wir das mal wieder hören und sehen in der Master Collection.
Doc, that wolf UG, you think it's possible to repair it?
Why do you ask?
Just curious.
Well, normal brain tissue degrades starting approximately 3 minutes after the heart stops. With neural AI, however, the spin of the internal electrons is retained even after electric power is cut. Assuming there is no damage to the actual AI hardware itself, yes, repairs should be possible.
Okay.
Whatever state it is in, I would certainly appreciate it if you could bring it back with you.
I'll see what I can do, but the mission takes priority.
Of course. I would never suggest otherwise.
But let's just say this thing is what it claimed to be. You think there are other intelligent UGs out there? Because if that's the case, I've got a feeling future missions are only gonna get rougher.
Indeed. Dozens of UGs chatting away on the field would be enough to drive anyone to distraction. Neural AIs are not von Neumann computers, keep in mind. Structurally, they are closer to human brains. Hardware and software are indivisible. The learning data can't simply be transplanted to other AIs.
So it can't be copied or backed up either.
Normal UGs must be taught individually. This entails streaming provisional, audiovisual, and body sensor data until it's ready to be shipped out. This process can be sped up by increasing and improving processing speed. But I have no data on how long it would take to train such an AI how to converse. I couldn't even tell you if there's a training program established for such a thing in the first place. If it is indeed a prototype, it likely learned and honed its skills via the process of trial and error.
So it's unique.
I cannot say with certainty, but I have not heard of any UG like this before. I would imagine that it was telling the truth when it called itself an experimental prototype. There may be others. Or perhaps it's the only one in existence.
Glad we narrowed that down, then.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion on carbon nanotube muscle fibers.
Oh,
Didn't
no.
we?
CNT drove major innovations in the field of cybernetics, not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that.
Ja, die ursprüngliche Idee von Metal Gear hat sich ja auch komplett von denen, die wir dann später haben, also nach Rex, komplett ja verändert. Früher war es ja ursprünglich gedacht, dass es eine ballistische Abschussrampe für Atomwaffen ist. Jetzt guckt ihr mal an, was wir alles haben. Sahelanthropus hat, glaube ich, nie einen Nuke besessen. Rex, gut, hat die Stealth Nuke über die Railgun gehabt, aber dann kamen halt die Aberdutzenden durch den Leak von Ocelot und dann Ray. Ray hatte nie irgendwas noch mit einer Nuke zu tun. Ne? Hat sich auch alles weiterentwickelt. Man ist quasi, allgemein ist man von der Atomwaffe hier im Lauf der Metal Gear Geschichte auch eher weggegangen. Ne? Eher weg. Weil man gemerkt hat, es gibt andere Dinge, die vernichtender sein können. In 5, das Beispiel vom Vocal Cord Parasites. Gut, in 4, ja, haben wir das KI-Netzwerk gehabt, was genug Schaden angerichtet hat. Muss man auch dazu sagen.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, hm? I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear A, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers.
Geckos.
So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design. An all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage over a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all quite possible, I assure you. Just consider the possibilities. A humanoid friend for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
Quasi Robin aus der Fallout-Welt. Ja, aber man merkt's, ne? Die Metal Gears sind kleiner geworden, kompakter. Ray und Gecko sind ein großes Beispiel dafür. Und als dann die Cyborg-Technologie nach dem Fall der Patriots plötzlich aufgeblüht ist, ja, hier, auf einmal möchte man wieder die Sachen größer machen, dass sie halt gegen die kleinen Cyborgs irgendwie bestehen können. Ne? Ich merke da schon, wie der Trend geht.
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor. It's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you mean?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears. Robots. Not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim, much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado's cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Nmane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Oh ja. Oh ja. Oh ja, das stimmt. Da kann ich nur Ja sagen. Wie bei Smartphones, sobald man Pornos drauf schauen konnte, sind die Dinger wieder größer geworden. Ja, also, als ich in das Alter gekommen bin, wo es hieß, du kriegst jetzt ein Handy, ja, damit man dich erreichen kann, wenn du von der Schule kommst oder irgendwas ist. Und da war noch der Trend, dass die immer kleiner werden mussten. Ja, und irgendwann, als es dann Richtung Smartphones ging mit den ersten Touchscreens, ja, dann sind es auf einmal immer größer geworden. Ich meine, guckt euch das hier an. Das ist riesig. Ja, und das ist jetzt, ja gut, das ist jetzt das Modell aus dem Jahr 22 von Samsung. Aber trotzdem. Ich finde es auch cool, dass die größer werden, weil ich meistens hier über YouTube und alles gucke. Oder Amazon oder Netflix. Gucke ich alles inzwischen darüber, aber früher war der Trend halt auch wieder ein ganz anderer. Ne? Ich glaube, 1 oder 2 haben wir noch. Ein.
Something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes, to be precise. But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet.
We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Ach ja. Ich könnte so viel jetzt gerade dazu sagen. Will ich aber gerade nicht. Ich hatte damals auch, ich hatte Motorola noch als Klapphandy, aber mein erstes war tatsächlich noch ein richtig, richtig altes. Nokia. Das war mein allererstes. Das weiß ich noch. Warum sterbe ich? Warum bin ich gestorben? Muss ich doch rennen? Ich dachte, er rennt automatisch. Das tut mir leid. Nokia, der unzerstörbare Ziegelstein. Oh ja. Ja, ich muss tatsächlich rennen. Okay. Hopp. So, dann kämpfen wir mal gegen den Hammerhead. Der andere haut ab.
The Hammerhead missiles have an inertia fuse. Cut them before they stop and they will not detonate. And if it's too late to run, try blade mode.
Ja, ja.
The Hammerhead will try to keep its distance from you as much as possible. To damage it, you could ninja run to close the range after it launches missiles. Or your own anti-air missiles will be effective too. Are there any nearby?
I kinda doubt they just leave them lying around for us.
Well, you never know with these types, Raiden. They can be careless. And you won't know if you don't look, huh?
Hammerheads have a nasty habit of firing all their missiles at once when they are about to go down.
UGs have habits?
Of course. They run on optical neural AIs. They can learn behavior the same as you or me.
And since all units in a UG line are trained in the same way with the same capabilities...
They develop similar fighting habits, yes.
Alright, so what do I do once it starts unloading all those missiles?
Ninja run. Use the projectiles as stepping stones to close the distance between you and the Hammerhead.
Ja, wäre cool. Probieren wir es mal. Und da, wer noch? Och, komm. Das war jetzt ein gemeiner Trick. Okay, da kriegen wir auf jeden Fall keinen S-Rang für. Wo ist er denn jetzt hin? Da. Achso, das kann ich ja noch gar nicht. So, kann ich jetzt mal hier hoch? Geht doch. Ich kann den Charger noch gar nicht machen. Ich dachte, es ist eine Standardfähigkeit von Raiden. You never know. Okay. Der Kampf ist so deutlich unangenehmer. Jetzt hör doch auf wegzufliegen. Toll. Ach, weißt du was? Du gehst mir jetzt ein bisschen auf den Sack hier. Kann auch schießen. Oh. Warte. Warte. Moment. Ach ja. So. In der Luft ist Raiden einfach kacke. Weil man noch nicht alle Skills lernt. Gott, ich hab Ewigkeiten nicht mehr so lange gegen diesen Hammer halt gebraucht. Meistens war der einfach gefühlt First Try. Vor allem, wann habe ich das letzte Mal eine Rakete benutzt? Guck mal, jetzt ist er down. So. Immer noch eine schöne Combo mit. Wird aber trotzdem kein S-Rang. Nö. B. Cool. Das heißt, das Höchste, was wir jetzt abschließen können, ist ein B-Rang. Geil. Und wieder Codec Calls.
Most impressive, Raiden.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a lot more than float around like that to beat me.
Indeed, indeed. So, now you are in Sukumi Old Town. Pretty much still the same as after war in 1990s.
Looks like it.
Make your way through town. You'll need to pass through an abandoned hotel to reach the hill. The hotel is serving as headquarters for cyborg forces patrolling the new city.
Sounds like a blast. And why exactly am I walking right into enemy HQ?
Well, it's not a stealth mission, eh? Striking them will weaken their entire forces. Besides, we don't want them stabbing you in the back.
All right. At least I'll get to top off my electrolytes.
This is the spirit. Trust me, it is easier than knocking on refinery front gate. Raiden, let's recap your route.
Shoot.
First, continue down the road you are on. An abandoned hotel is up ahead. This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. Boris, any idea where they're getting the money to fund this operation? Assembling this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are two questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
Duh. We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb. Some rebel groups are very well funded. In Arab oil nations, for instance.
Right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor. Perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind him.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Duh. Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi pipeline is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, many groups stand to gain a lot of money from this mess.
Kurzes Update. Ich habe gerade nochmal die ganze Liste durchgeguckt. Wenn wir mit Akt 1 durch sind, und das ist bald der Fall, hier mit den Codex, dann sind es nicht mehr so viele hintereinander. Dann können wir mal ein bisschen mehr Gameplay machen. Ich habe gerade noch mal ein bisschen geguckt.
Raiden, I've been thinking. What Sundowner said. How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Inmani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that position would. But he listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around. So the rival factions never got that popular or that well funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
But it does not make sense for Desperado to be acting alone here either. Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war. Yet.
We need to figure out who's at the root of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that will get you killed.
Well, no matter what, this mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them too.
Our focus is to help the Abkhaz people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it.
So be it. Cool.
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Inmani. Is he one of those almighty wins?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, cyborg tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah. Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Kenjutsu? That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian
Instead of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. And after that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time. And my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah. No. I know you will be.
So, ein bisschen speichern. 3-mal Courtney, 4-mal Doktor. Dann haben wir es wieder ein bisschen.
Have you ever tried Abkhazian cuisine?
Georgian, yes, but I mean, I don't really know much about Abkhazia, so it'd be nice to try it though, since we're this close and all.
Geh mal kurz ans Telefon.
Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on. Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all, though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
They say most Abkhazian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
Bin wieder da. Musste kurz telefonieren.
How are things back at Control, Courtney?
Things? Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess. Russia is, you know, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess. Now, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, right, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right. If you're done, I'm going to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime.
Schön. Okay. Have you seen this body in action?
By the way, I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor back in Africa.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why they bothered with the tilt rotor in the first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile, they have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident-prone, though?
They were. Used to call them Widowmakers. The rotor tech is really complex. There've been a lot of mishaps over the years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
No wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait, by yourself?
Well, I did have a rocket launcher. Wasn't so tough while it was in hover mode.
I bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
Ja.
You don't know the half of it.
Schön. Referenz wieder an Metal Gear Solid 2. Ich mag sowas.
That was a hammerhead, right? I know it's the first canard rotor wingcraft to go into general use.
Mm-hmm. Capable of taking off vertically like a helicopter with a fixed wing mode for speedy flight. A jet nozzle on the rotor provides the propulsion that spins the rotor and keeps the craft hovering. During flights, the rotor is fixed, becoming the craft's main wing. The tail wings and canards, the wings on the far front, provide lift while the craft is changing modes.
Pretty wild. And the hammerhead's the only one out there.
The design began as DARPA-funded research. The craft they designed could take off and hover well enough, but they could never figure out how to handle going over to fixed wing. The project was cancelled in 2006, but AT Corps apparently picked up where they left off.
Sounds like a troubled development.
But worth the effort. Unlike a helicopter or tilt rotor, the machinery spinning the rotor is exceedingly simple. Not only does it cut down on weight, but maintenance is made easier. In fixed-wing mode, it is no different from any other jet aircraft, giving it a decisive speed advantage. I must say it's well suited as an escort to a tilt rotor, too.
I can see you're a fan.
Oh, I'm a fan of anything imaginatively designed. As a scientist, it pushes all my buttons, one would say. In terms of innovation, it shares a great deal with the Triebflügel, a World War II-era German concept craft. It, too, utilized the tipjet concept.
Doesn't look like it has any business being in the air, though. I'd be kind of nervous riding in one.
Oh, but that's just what would make the ride such fun, no? I'm a firm believer in the case for more pie-in-the-sky experimentation like this. We live in an age of UGs, after all. We don't even need test pilots.
No one's gonna get on if it crashes, Doc.
Ja.
Hey, Doc. Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah,
Schön.
I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mm-hmm. Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know.
Arschgeige. Schön, wie er das gesagt hat. Ich mag den Doktor. Ist mein Lieblingscharakter hier drin.
So, Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but it is not so simple, you know. The connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that, for example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you are both Reiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Psycho Mantis.
Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replayed double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect, and it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure.
Natürlich. Das Geld macht man alles.
It's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions, effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater, does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional. Cyborg technology seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know? Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
Ich sag mal nichts dazu. Wegen dem Fortschritt. Wir wissen es. Danke. So, jetzt müsste ich, glaube ich, nochmal 3 Stück kriegen hier.
Looks like Desperado brought some sliders.
It does indeed. As you know, sliders are more than a simple unmanned combat aerial vehicle. They are especially effective when used in tandem with cyborgs.
So I hear. Just strap it to your back and you've got yourself a jetpack.
In terms of specs, it is equipped with 2 small engines, turbojets modified from anti-ship missiles. These are capable of putting out 3 kilonewtons of propelling force. Its high aspect ratio wings are built with artificial muscles. Their bending functionality enables both helicopter caliber hovering and a lengthy flight duration when fully deployed.
But what about offense? They can't pack much heat.
Not alone, no. The sliders were built from the ground up in a network-centric system. As a result, each individual craft has limited combat ability. Toughness was sacrificed for its compact size, which limits its ability to move at high speeds or perform high-G maneuvers. Flight range and time are strictly limited. Not being a fixed-shape craft, it has little stealth functionality. As for weaponry, it is restrained to one of 2 options: semi-active laser-guided rockets, or a combination of 30-kilogram class unguided bombs and 5.56mm mounted gun pods.
But I thought it played a major role in SOP, in regional conflicts and asymmetrical warfare.
It did. When all connected in a networked mesh, they enjoy extraordinary situational awareness. Such a group can search a wide range without missing a single millimeter. Not to mention, saturate a hot spot with gunfire from multiple angles.
Snake had trouble with them in Eastern Europe.
But their most attractive feature? How inexpensive they are to manufacture. Unthinkably so, in fact, back in the age of manned fighter jets. It's no surprise PMCs use them so often.
Yeah? Well, they're gonna have to spend a lot more than that to stop me.
Ja, die Slider. Wir erinnern uns, das waren Raging Ravens Konsorten, ne?
With your legs, you can probably reach a slider even when it's up in the air. They have nearly no armor at all. Get close enough, and chopping them down should be simple.
Okay, eine fehlt noch. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass Doktor das sagt. Ich glaube Boris.
Yes, Raiden. Хорошо. That's one less death today. Now, on with the mission.
Ooh, nice work, buddy. In the nick of time, huh?
Ich finde es witzig, dass sie denken, dass ich den Zivilisten gerettet habe, obwohl ich noch gar nichts getan habe.
Raiden, did you...
Yeah. Good thing I got here when I did.
I'm, impressed, Raiden.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Huh? Oh, right. The mission.
Interessant. Okay. Ich habe ihn noch nicht mal gerettet. Ich weiß auch ehrlich gesagt nicht, wie ich das anstellen soll. Warte. Mit der Elektro. Warte mal. Mist. Damit habe ich nicht gerechnet. Und schaffen wir es? Nö, er ist tot. Cool. Hätte ich jetzt genug Energie gehabt, um in den Blade Mode zu gehen, dann hätte ich ihn retten können. Aber so halt natürlich nicht. Schade. Ah, es ist so scheiße, wenn man nicht ausgerüstet ist. Ich freue mich, wenn ich wieder hier voll Power habe. Ups. Hab dich. So, ich kümmere mich jetzt mal um den da. Zack, zack. Beide down. Dann um dich. Schwupp, schwupp. Gib es her. Dankeschön. Und jetzt noch der da oben. Der kleine Flügelmann. Schwupp und down. Ja, sorry. Bin halt nicht gut genug. So. Hier oben gibt es jetzt noch eine VR-Mission zum Abholen. Und zwar... Nicht da, aber das nehme ich auch noch mit. Elektrolytpack. Ups. Hilfe. Damit haben wir den. Nummer 2. Yes. So. Dann gehen wir nach da vorne. Und dann möchte ich was machen. Da ist das Tor.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
Okay. Aber jetzt haben wir einen Kontrollpunkt gehabt. Das bedeutet, die ganzen Code-Calls sind gespeichert. Möchte gucken, ob ich vielleicht noch ein paar Skills kaufen kann. Weil mir fehlen tatsächlich noch ein paar, die ich bräuchte. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob die schon verfügbar sind, um ehrlich zu sein. Zeig mal. Der ist es nicht. Die Luftabwehr nehmen wir auf jeden Fall mal mit. So. Der Nee, den gibt es noch gar nicht. Es gibt einen Move, wenn ich in der Luft die Dreiecktaste drücke und ein Gegner da ist, dann kann ich mich dahin schießen lassen quasi. Das hätte mir jetzt bei dem Hammerhead und auch bei den Slidern geholfen. Aber den gibt es hier noch nicht. Dann warte ich lieber mal. Aber was ich vielleicht mir tatsächlich hole, sind die Brennstoffzellen. So. Eigentlich möchte ich nicht noch mehr machen. Das können wir uns eh nicht leisten. Obwohl, Absorption vielleicht. Komm. Zack, zack, zack. Dann ist unser Schwert mal ein bisschen besser. Kommt erst nach Monsoon, denke ich, mit seiner sekundären Waffe. Echt? Oh. Das ist für mich persönlich so eine wichtige Fähigkeit. Oh Gott. Die hat mir so oft den Arsch gerettet. Vor allem bei fliegenden Gegnern, weil gefühlt ist Raiden einfach aufgeschmissen. Okay. Jetzt haben wir auf jeden Fall mal ein bisschen mehr Blade Mode. Gott sei Dank. Ich krieg jetzt noch 3.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then what?
This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. That hotel was used by the Nomenklatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course, but in Soviet days, full of luxury. Anyway, You should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it.
Okay. Kevin?
You'll need to score an ID if you want to get through that gate. Head back to the old town entrance.
Ich erzähl gleich was.
Enemy cyborg's ID information is embedded into the memories in their left hands. Most likely that's what the gate is scanning for. Depending on your ID, you would only have clearance for certain gates.
Convenient.
No more fumbling around with a pocket full of card keys. But you must cut off a left hand before it explodes, or else the ID will be erased.
And then it's back to square one.
Okay. Man hat jetzt die Möglichkeit, dem Konflikt aus dem Weg zu gehen und einfach das Tor hier aufzuschneiden. Würde aber darin enden, dass wir Alarm schlagen und ja. Aber ich finde es schön, dass man quasi die Möglichkeit hat, entweder oder zu machen. So. Und hier fangen wir jetzt auch an, das erste Mal da hinten einen zu haben, wo wir die linke Hand abtrennen müssen. Weil nämlich die Hände auch wichtig sind, um... Oh, was schaltet man denn da frei? Irgendein Schwert schaltet man da frei, wenn man alle gesammelt hat. War es die Machete? So. Wenn man alle Hände gesammelt hat und es sind ein paar, dann schaltet man auf jeden Fall irgendein Schwert frei. Oh, kann ich da nicht hoch? Doch. Oh, hi. Du hast mich gesehen. Das ist nicht gut. Das wollte ich eigentlich vermeiden. Genau, weil jetzt guckt er nämlich auch. Das ist doof. Oh, hi. Ich muss treffen. Yes! Perfekt.
Bravo! Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
Ja. Deswegen hat er spezielle Daten in sich. Ich finde es schön, dass die Kiste wieder zu war. Cool. Dann gehen wir zum nächsten Ranked Battle. Das ist hinter dem Tor. Ah, guck mal, die RPG ist auch wieder da. Wunderbar. So. Da kommt der erste stark Bewaffnete und er hat mich schon gesehen. Mist. Ach. Ich hatte Angst, dass die anderen mich treffen. Deswegen bin ich ausgewichen. Also, bin ich weggegangen. Wo ist der andere? Ich möchte zuerst den Kleinen hier wegkriegen. So. So, ganz kurz. Moment, ich muss dreimal coding.
It looks like they've deployed upgraded cyborgs. And equipped with blades, no less. I'm sure they've been trained well with them. Be careful, Raiden. Parrying a single strike means nothing if they land a combo attack on you after.
Ja, das habe ich gemerkt.
It looks like they...
Ah, nee. Dann fehlt mir wieder einer. Komisch.
It is a high-frequency blade, Raiden, not a plasma sword. There are limits to what it can cut. The HF waves strengthen the metallic bonds in the blade, improving its cutting ability. But in terms of pure physics, no blade can cut it in every situation. Theoretically speaking, an HF blade can damage anything, no matter how tough. But thick ceramic or carbon nanotube armor does not simply split open like butter with a hot knife. You need to chip away at it first, before you can destroy such material.
Okay.
It appears they have sent in specially enhanced cyborgs. That armor is quite a bit tougher. It will take more than a single strike in blade mode to dismember them. Start with a barrage of attacks. if you can weaken them sufficiently. Eventually you can cut them open.
Alles klar. Ah, Mist. Oh, Drecksack. Aber den habe ich. Ich habe beide. Zack. Oh, schade. Naja, dann halt einer. Schwupp. Und wir sind wieder voll. Der ist immer noch da. Bam. Haha. So, das waren seine Arme. Wie er einfach immer noch kämpfen möchte. So. Das wird ein B-Rang. Ne, ein A-Rang. Ist okay. Okay. Jetzt haben wir mal ein bisschen kurze Pause. Von Code Calls, Gott sei Dank. Da hinten gibt es auf jeden Fall noch eine VR-Mission, das weiß ich noch. So. Sonst gibt es hier, glaube ich, nicht mehr. Doch, hier gibt es noch das digitale Porno. Hier. Ein 3D-Bilderrahmen. Ist wohl auch geupgradet. Okay. Hier noch irgendwas? Nee. Genau, ich habe jetzt die Möglichkeit, entweder mit der ganz normalen Treppe hier hochzugehen oder zu sagen, komm, Cyborg-Stil. Scheiß auf Treppe. Ich gehe einfach so hoch. Einfach, weil ich es kann. Da liegt noch eine Granate. Da ist noch irgendwas drin. Bisschen KP, wunderbar. Und wir haben jetzt eine Cutscene. Dann gucken wir uns die Cutscene an.
That woman.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet. All right, I'm heading for the refinery.
Okay. Ich war gerade, während der Cutscene, muss ich gestehen, vor der Tür, weil mein Paket gekommen ist. Ich mach's gerade auf. Ich zeig euch gleich was. Ich muss aber erstmal die Verpackung aufkriegen. Ich habe mein Cuttermesser nicht hier. Warum habe ich das nicht? Ach, da ist es doch. Da liegt's und sagt nichts. So. Erstmal das eher unwichtigere. Kleiner Adapter. USB zu USB-C. Und die werde ich wahrscheinlich bis Freitag, bis wir Metal Gear Solid 2 streamen, installieren. Haha! Dann habe ich auch offiziell 1080p 60 FPS. Ich glaube, ich habe aktuell nur 30. Gucken wir uns die gleich mal an. Die habe ich mir jetzt zum Prime Day tatsächlich gegönnt, weil sie reduziert war. Gucken wir mal. Noch irgendwo? Da ist noch. Na? Oh, ich hasse Verpackungen. Verpackungen sind... Bis man die einfach mal offen hat hier. So. Zeig mal her. Die habe ich schon ein bisschen länger tatsächlich im Blick gehabt. War mir aber tatsächlich immer ein bisschen zu teuer. So. Ups. Was bist du? Okay. Ah, sieht schon cool aus. Guck mal. Logitech. Ist das ein Knopf oder ist es nur Design? Ich glaube, das ist nur ein Design. Was ist das hier? Ah, das ist cool. Also man hat entweder die Möglichkeit quasi mit dem hier das zu befestigen am Laptop oder tatsächlich das hier dran zu montieren. Das ist cool. Die Verpackungen packen einen richtig an. Absolut. Naja, das machen wir nicht jetzt. Wichtig ist auf jeden Fall Adapter gewesen, weil das ist ein USB-C-Anschluss. Und ich habe zwar theoretisch einen USB-C-Anschluss, ja, aber nur vorne. Und ich muss die hinten einstecken. Sonst reicht das Kabel nicht. Okay, cool. Weiß ich ja, was ich morgen zu tun habe. Hilfe? Was ist hier passiert? Warum sind meine Kabel durcheinander? Okay. Wir haben leider wieder ein paar... So langsam bereue ich, dass ich die Platin-Trophäe angehen möchte mit euch.
Boris, I got a visual on Dozaev and Mistral. Looked like they were arguing over something. Mistral's heading up the force at the refinery, correct? We're sure on that?
Yes, but I'm not sure how good a commander she is. As a fighter, talented, yes, I know, but...
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
Oh, I doubt that. She may not like him, but she will follow her orders. She is just the leader on the ground here, I think. Someone else is calling the shots behind cover.
All right. But what's the end game here? Say I die and we can't stop them. Then what? Are they even capable of forming a real government? Do they think the people here would support Dozaev?
Good questions, Tovarich. History shows it is a much easier thing to take a government than to keep it. An unpopular regime can only ignore the will of the people for so long before they rise up. And trying to do all this with PMC soldiers? Difficult. And very, very expensive.
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets. Who stands to benefit the most from all this?
Most likely someone with an interest in that refinery. The plant has pipelines connecting with Sochi in Russia and Supsa in Georgia. Crude oil from the Caspian Sea is refined in Sukhumi and then sent on to Russia.
Oil. I wonder if Dozaev knows he's being used. Then again, I wonder if he'd even care.
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman were discussing? Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound vibrations to travel.
A pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were inside, near window.
Yeah, maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
Duh, true enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now. Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Mistral, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so.
Okay.
Hey, Boris, I know this probably isn't the best time for this, but...
No problem. Ask me anything. My goal is to have open company, huh? Hiding nothing from its employees.
Uh-oh.
Right. Well, there were a few big proposals we had in the works, right?
What do you mean?
You know, my doing tactical drills with the Brazilian Special Ops Force in Rio. Playing the bad guys in that South African anti-terror police training program. On-site security consulting for the Swiss.
Yes, we were working on a few things, weren't we?
Well, I thought so. but they're not in Maverick's task management database.
Well, right then. We've had to freeze those proposals. Temporarily, you see?
You're putting them on ice?
They would be too much distracting for you. We need to focus on current op.
That doesn't seem necessary. You're gonna disappoint a lot of prospective clients.
Well, yes, but...
This is about money, isn't it?
I should not have tried to hide it.
Right. Open company, remember?
Well, yes, but we can't afford for you to be too shaken to complete your mission.
Boris, I'm fine. I know it's not all my fault, but my client was killed. Kinda expect to lose some work after that.
Yeah, not your fault, but my responsibility in the end. We were far too lightly equipped. No one on the field made mistakes.
It's a third world country. We were working with a shoestring budget. If we went in heavier, burning Maverick cash, we'd have been in the red.
And that is the tricky part about this business, yes? But what is past, and too early to worry about the future. Just focus on the matter at hand.
Okay. You get all that, Kev? The woman with Dozayev. That's Mistral?
Yep. The only female member of the Winds of Destruction. The name is from... a cold, dry regional wind in France that blows from the Alps down to the Mediterranean.
She French?
Yep. Born in Algeria, though. It was a French colony until they declared independence in the early 60s. Haha, but you already knew that.
Yeah. They were the last French colony in Africa.
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Billets noirs, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger, was one.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France, although they put a stop to that a while ago.
Yeah. A lot of European countries seem to be clamping down on immigration lately.
Mistral joined the Foreign Legion to get her citizenship.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first. There was one that served in the North Africa campaign during World War II. Anyway, Mistral's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went cyborg. She's officially leading the force at the refinery, but she is also a combatant. I don't have anything on her combat style, but do not underestimate her. The Winds of Destruction are trained killers, all of them. They didn't let her in because of her looks.
I don't need a reminder. I won't let my guard down.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of, huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Sounds like you should take your own advice there, Kev.
Fun Fact, wir haben ein Viertel haben wir geschafft. Wir sind bei knapp 115 Codec Calls von 400 nötigen für die Trophäe. Wir haben's irgendwie fast geschafft. Immer positiv denken.
So, Kev, what exactly goes on here anyway? I mean, obviously refining oil, but what else involved with that? How careful do I need to be?
Skip that week in science class, huh? All right. How much do you know already?
Just the basics. They take crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah. And stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Naphtha?
The raw material for ethylene, which is then the raw material for polyethylene and other plastics. Crude oil's used for a lot more than just fuel, you know. These days, it's the core component of just about every chemical product.
Okay.
Crude contains a lot of molecular hydrocarbons and impurities. The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling points. Once the impurities are removed, what's left can be used to make gasoline and so on.
Right. So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on.
All right, cool then. Kevin out.
Tja, bitte.
Hey, Kev. You have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make, handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is. So a sword's gotta be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking. Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words, so the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale. In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
You lost me around the EMF part.
And that's the dumbed-down explanation. To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there. So Sam's badass blade might give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Murasama. Sounds familiar.
One of the top 10 best-known sword makers worldwide, easy. In Japan, he is legendary. They say his swords thirst for blood, that they choose who will wield them, you know, that sort of thing.
Ooh, now I really am scared.
I know, right?
Schön. Konnten die 4? Nee, dreimal.
Right. You need to save?
Na klar.
Did you catch all that with Dosaev and Mistral?
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. Dolzaev's not really what I expected. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess I expected someone more, I don't know, threatening?
Didn't seem too friendly to me.
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold, calculating professional. Dolzaev looks more like some guy off the street.
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism. It's too risky. Most terrorists are ordinary people, radicalized one way or another.
Yeah, I guess so.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier to forgive. What about Mistral? What'd you think?
Well, she's certainly attractive. Probably an artificial face, though. I'm guessing most of her is artificial.
Roger that.
So Mistral's from Algeria. Have you ever been?
No. You?
Once, for a consulting job. Pretty short trip, though.
I hear it's pretty safe there now, compared to how things were at the start of this decade.
Yeah, I was able to slip a little sightseeing in. Pretty nice spot for a vacation. Kind of hot, though. 80% of it's the Saharan desert, and wow, it was just like you'd imagine. So much sand. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath the early evening moon. It was like something from another world.
Yeah? I thought only 1/6 of the Sahara was sandy like that. The French carried out a bunch of nuclear tests there too, I remember.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, it's a totally different place. All these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue sea. It's a really stark contrast.
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looks a lot like that.
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch near my hotel. A baguette sandwich and a café au lait. Simple and simply unforgettable. Oh, there were a bunch of sweet shops in town, too. High-quality European candy, but so cheap.
Sounds like you ate your way across the country.
Well, food's an important part of local culture, you know. Oh, and speaking of which, the seafood. I didn't expect to see Mediterranean fish in African cuisine, but it was also fresh and flavorful. They'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon juice. I could have eaten that all day.
Sounds like a lot of calories.
I tried to stay active, you know.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me how much someone weighs?
Yeah, I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that one.
Hä, warum? Verstehe ich nicht.
Raiden, what you said before about your sword being a tool of justice, I just want to say I agree 100%. I wish all PMCs thought that way.
Glad to hear you say that.
You mentioned it was part of some samurai code?
Yeah. I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it by chance, during a mission. After that, I decided to train with the HF blade. I studied a lot of samurai techniques. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai code. I tore through stacks of books, movies, anything I could get my hands on.
Somehow hard to imagine you settling in with a big bucket of popcorn.
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you know I'm actually a huge movie buff.
Okay, okay. So that's where you picked up this Sword of Justice creed?
Yeah. Most of it from a single master named Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of swordsmanship on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. He called it Katsujinken, the life-giving sword. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. It's how it's applied that matters. As time went on, Katsujinken incorporated deterrence. It took on the meaning of winning without fighting. Or as I like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from George Herbert. He was an English priest, 17th century, almost the same era as Yagyu.
Huh. It's a universal idea, I guess.
You could frame the same message as use of a necessary evil, but I think it's a good mindset for any PMC.
At least as long as there's fighting that requires us in the first place.
Which doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon.
Ich finde es witzig, dass er, nachdem er da das quasi, dass er sich so für die Kultur auch allgemein interessiert hat. Das finde ich schön. Ich habe gerade nochmal die Webcam angeguckt. Sieht schon edel aus. Und wenn ich überlege, meine alte ist halt jetzt auch 6, 7 Jahre alt, wurde es einfach mal Zeit für was Neues. So, 3-mal Doktor noch und dann haben wir es größtenteils für Kapitel 1.
Raiden,
Gott sei Dank.
The Mistral woman. Is she truly a full-body cyborg?
That's what the intel says, at least. Why? You noticed something?
Indeed. 2 somethings, in fact. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear to be artificial.
You can tell that just from what I saw?
Indeed. After some detailed image analysis, I am 80% certain that is her own natural torso. If it is indeed a cyborg chassis, it is the most advanced I've ever seen. Such technology would not come cheap. It would mean whoever is backing Desperado is likely quite wealthy.
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man, woman, an enemy is an enemy.
Ah, are you not even the least bit curious?
Raiden hat eine Frau, um Gottes Willen.
Doc, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
For security purposes, I would imagine. Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they die even though their brains could be transferred to a new body?
I understand your concern, Raiden, but I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated by the law. PMCs must inform their workers of such things. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated for the additional risk.
Right.
You should be more concerned with the potential for data loss in these explosions. They could damage or even erase the holographic memory in their left hands. Though to think on it, the data is most likely automatically wiped before detonation, just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave, you know.
Yeah. Sure, Doc.
You must remove the hands before their critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left with a left hand.
Habt ihr gerade den Übersetzungsfehler gesehen? Da wurde einfach gerade von einer Konversation, die in Kapitel 7 also im letzten stattfindet, einfach die Übersetzung reingehauen. Die Line. Das war gerade ein bisschen seltsam. Ha! Ich habe einen Bug gefunden.
Raiden, have I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Several times.
It was the Cold War. East Germany. Ah, the DDR. My field was infantry weapon research. It was a magical time. Secret research. Top secret, you know. All for the Soviets, but so exciting. I was free to explore wherever my findings took me. I never had a budget request refused. Not once. I was young then. Working, always working. Most nights I would sleep under my desk, you know. Call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But my colleagues, the discoveries. Ah, well. In any case, after unification, they suddenly shut down our entire facility. Everything I'd worked for, my job, my research, poof, gone just like that.
Sounds rough.
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prosthesis hadn't lent me a hand. Artificial limbs were crude props then, you know, designed only for appearances. They were hardly functional. If you lost an arm or leg, you were disabled, and that was that. The key was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface, of course. This enabled a great range of movement, even more so than a natural limb. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics and engineering could come in handy. So, I contacted a prosthesis laboratory in Dortmund, and I was hired immediately. Patents filed in my name made quite a bit of money, you know. Soon I was made the head of my own lab.
And that's when you started filling orders from PMCs.
Indeed. From contractors who'd been referred by their employers, to be exact. Workers from your industry quickly became our best customers. We were flooded with orders. But my field was never full body conversions. You can imagine my surprise when Boris contacted me.
Yeah. Our previous cybernetics maintenance guy went into hiding.
But I built on my knowledge and now consider myself an expert on all cyborgs, both partial and full body.
Glad I could help with your on-the-job training. Seriously, though, we're lucky to have you on board.
Yes, I should think we have both benefited from our arrangement. Which reminds me, do not forget our other arrangement. The cyborg's left hands, if you would.
Got
it. Ich bin mir gerade nicht sicher. Ich habe es leider nicht sehen können. Ist er 54 Jahre alt oder 64? 54 kommt mir doch ein bisschen jung vor. Obwohl, gut, doch, die DDR hat noch existiert dann, aber trotzdem. Kommt mir trotzdem relativ jung vor. Oh nein. Das wollte ich jetzt eigentlich nicht. Eher 64. Ja, hätte ich jetzt auch spontan gesagt. Finde schön, dass er einfach nichts mitbekommen hat. So. Linke Hand ist wichtiger als die Elektrolyte, aber ich krieg beide. Wunderbar.
More classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
Ja gut, ne? Aber hier gibt es noch mehr, glaube ich. Ich glaube, insgesamt 3 sind hier. Der auf jeden Fall nicht. Und jetzt dreht er sich um. Moment. Den schnapp ich mir. Schwupp. Bibo. So, Kiste, Kiste. Aber nur normale. Einmal. Zweimal. IM-Granaten. Das ist gut, wenn ich die ein bisschen aufstücken kann. Ich glaube, während dem Gecko-Fight kommt noch einer. Kann das sein? Ich guck mal. Auf jeden Fall speichert er jetzt. Der Gecko-Fight ist auf jeden Fall ein Ranked Battle, das weiß ich noch. Jetzt möchte ich nochmal ganz kurz gucken. Wie komme ich da... Ach, hier ist die Kiste. Moment. Ah. Oh, das gibt 5000 KP, genau. Perfekt. Ach komm. Schwupp. Dankeschön. Ich habe ich auch. Ach, das war's schon. War es doch kein... Doch, es war ein Ranked Battle. Guck mal. Süß. Hab aber nur einen B-Rang bekommen. Weil der andere Kill nicht dazu gezählt hat. Upsi. Muss ich mir für Revengeance merken. Oh ja, ich erinnere mich. Jetzt kommen hier 3 Stück Plop. Und einer davon hat eine Hand, die ich brauche. Warte, jetzt kann ich ihn mir schnappen. Zack. Jawohl. Wenn die anderen beiden mich jetzt sehen, dann ist es halt so. Ich habe das, was ich wollte. So, dankeschön. Oh, der wollte mich treten. Oh, verdammt. Oh, der will's wissen. Jetzt habe ich dich. Aha. Und tschüss. Oh. Da ist er tot. Ach, hier. Solange ich hier nicht meine ganzen Sachen voll habe, nehme ich alles mit, was ich finden kann hier. Da ist noch eine Kiste, genau. So. Jawohl. Noch mal ein paar Kampfpunkte.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Das ist der Hammerhead-Zusatzkampf, genau.
I'm above you.
Oh, jetzt hau doch nicht ab. Was für ein Feigling. Mist. Ich habe Schaden bekommen. Oh, das ist so nervig ohne den Move. Ich komme einfach nicht zu dem hoch. Toll, und jetzt habe ich nicht getroffen. Alter. Lass mich erstmal den einen fertig machen. Ah, guck mal. Hey, der hat das Riesenrad kaputt gemacht. Was soll das? Oh, warte mal. Macht ihr den Final Move? Aua. Komm, mach den Final Move, bitte. Oh, schade. Ich dachte, ich hätte ihn schon soweit. Vielleicht jetzt? Warte. Nö. Ah, doch, ich hätte ihn machen können. Egal. So. Gibt eine gute Combo. Okay, die Combo haben wir noch, aber die wird jetzt gleich weg sein. Oder? Ja, schade. Oh, jetzt fliegt er wieder weg. Hin und her und hin und her. Das ist irgendwie langweilig. Das ist ein einseitiger Kampf. Jetzt! Los! Los! Jawohl! Einfach, dass man es mal gesehen hat. So. Ich glaube, den baut niemand mehr zusammen. Und was kriegen wir? Ein A-Rang. Wenn der uns einmal nicht getroffen hätte, hätten wir einen S-Rang bekommen. Schade. Wir waren stets bemüht. So. Drück aufs Knöpfchen.
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Okay, jetzt haben wir noch ein paar Codex, aber dann sind wir... Haben wir nur noch 5 oder 6 in diesem Kapitel. Dann sind wir wirklich durch.
Good.
Ihr habt's fast geschafft.
That's the back of the refinery. I see a door there, but it probably has an alarm. Can you use the ventilation duct?
You mean that huge fan?
Just cut off the blades as it spins. Easy, yes?
We got anything on that ray I went up against?
We analyzed the wreckage. Its musculature had been replaced with CNT muscle fiber. The same type as you, or most any cyborg. This improved its power output and left more room in the chassis for other equipment. It seems they filled this space with Vetronics and extra weapons.
Like that heat blade and plasma gun. Plasma loses effectiveness in the air pretty quickly, but it's still a hell of a close-range weapon.
Large-scale UGs have a growing problem fighting smaller, more agile opponents like you, Raiden. This is why we now see UGs armed with new countermeasures, such as this Ray had.
Okay. Ich finde es schön, dass die ein bisschen schneller gerade umgehen.
Hey, so, Kev, buddy, about the refinery. Can I get a quick breakdown of the facilities?
Copy that. I suppose you should at least know a few basics for the mission. So, like I was saying, the refining process is based around distillation. The tallest building on site is the distillation tower. All the crude oil runs through there first, where it's distilled at different boiling ranges. Lighter components with low boiling points are removed at the top of the tower, heavier ones at the base. The heaviest fuel oil then has the lighter oils and naphtha that distillation didn't remove taken out. Fluid catalytic cracking is what they call it. Other than that, let's see. There's equipment to remove sulfur, a cooling tower to dispose of all the water used. Oh, and the flare stack to eliminate gas waste. You see that thing with flames shooting out the top? That's the stack.
It's burning the gas off?
Yeah, burns it up completely, rendering it harmless. Kinda hypnotic if you stare at it a while, huh? Next door you have a power plant. Pretty typical for this type of facility. And of course the gas tanks. Liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, is pressurized and stored in those round tanks. It's also artificial, but it's got a certain charm, you know? Like the ultimate in utilitarian beauty. A solitary distillation tower, all lit up and set against the setting sun. It's an amazing sight.
Kev, you still with me there?
What? You don't appreciate this kind of stuff? Places like Germany and Japan, people get really into it. Factory sightseeing tours and everything.
Yeah. No, not so much.
No.
Right, FYI, we just confirmed with the client for your next mission.
Great. How about we finish this one first, though? I'd like to see my family again someday, you know? My son's going to forget he even has a father.
90-day contracting tour, buddy. We're all in the same boat. Man, if Feels like ages since I was back in Virginia.
I don't know about in the same boat. These guys are out to tear me limb from limb. Worst you are EMF desk jockeys have to worry about are paper cuts.
All right. Guess you don't want to hear what your old friends are up to then.
Who is it?
Desperado.
Where is it this time?
Mexico. Apparently they've got some kind of lab in Guadalajara. You're going in to investigate claims of human trafficking and illegal dumping.
And our client? Who's picking up the tab? If we're planning to play police all of a sudden, we're gonna need some kind of budget.
No worries there. It's a human rights group we've worked with a few times before. They were conducting their own trafficking investigation when Desperado came up.
Understood. You can brief me when I get back.
Roger that.
Okay.
Where the hell did Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still. Of all registered PMC troops, we're still talking, what, 3% have enhancements? Maybe 5% tops. Mostly career military who got hurt on the battlefield one way or another. Getting their arms or legs back lets them keep earning a living. But most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts. Plus, the surgery is highly specialized. Expensive as hell. Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Mostly. I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few. There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance. Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
Well, Desperado's up to something, because cyborgs are definitely not in the minority here.
I've heard of some PMCs covering the cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs get their career back, sure, but the PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on them. Any cyborg breaks his contract early would probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think that's Desperado's MO?
I can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're full-time too. You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah. Never really considered the contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick soldiers are contractors, just like with any other PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of US companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees. Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Yep. Of course, just up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems. Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Just curious. You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, man. Kev of all trades. I got a lot on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh, and advisor work like this.
Never sleep, do you?
Things have been better since Courtney joined up, at least.
Okay, das war's mit ihm. Courtney hat noch 3.
You know, I have to hand it to you guys. Cyborgs are just amazing to me. So much power and speed.
It's not all gravy.
No? How so?
Well, things have improved a lot in the past few years. But back when I was modded for the first time, keeping artificial blood free of impurities was a huge hassle. Artificial muscles need a constant flow of oxygen from a blood source, just like the real thing. But it was a challenge getting the kidney units as small as they needed to be. We all had to undergo routine dialysis.
Sounds rough.
Used to be even worse back when Dr. Clark was still experimenting. Bad nerve connections would screw with the test subject's pain receptors. It was torture. Compared to that, I had it pretty easy.
It wasn't until recently that you could eat and drink like normal people, right?
That's right. We generally use glucose-based nutrient packs to keep the brain running. But we can absorb nutrients orally now, too. Whatever we eat's broken down by nanomachines, and we have taste sensors as well. It's not exactly like it was before. The difference is, I can turn those sensors off if I don't need them. That's been surprisingly useful.
So cyborgs can live pretty much normal lives now?
Well, getting there. We still need fuel cells and nutrition packs, not to mention regular maintenance. It's a lot of dough. Of course, another big problem's how other people look at you.
How do you mean?
There was a time when I wore artificial skin. Tried to look as close to normal as possible. I've still got some now, on my face. The tech at the time wasn't great. You still looked pretty unnatural. Maybe you could fool someone from far away, but up close, even a baby could tell I wasn't human. Going out shopping or whatever, you could feel all those eyes on you. I tried to find something to do other than fight, but looking like I did got me 2 strikes pretty much as soon as I walked through the door.
That sounds terrible.
Well, you appreciated it when people were honest about it, at least. But when they were too polite to just say so, that was rough. Things are getting better these days, though. Artificial skin's improved a lot. And you don't get so many stares now that the general public knows about cyborgs.
Maybe I should look into the cyborg thing, huh? I could eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Probably cheaper just getting lipo, Courtney.
Jerk.
Ja, aber ich stelle mir schon das nicht so einfach vor. Ne? Nach Guns of the Patriots. Da war das ja noch. Ne? Man hat es ja gesehen. In der Ending-Cutscene mit Raiden. Das sah nicht unbedingt 100%ig echt aus. Ne? Komm, wir speichern mal. 2 noch mit ihr. Dann sind wir durch.
Courtney, there's something I'd like your opinion on.
What's up?
It's how I replenish my electrolytes. I'm basically feeding off these cyborgs.
Oh, yeah. That. I don't really see any better options, to be honest. I doubt your old body would have stood up against the Desperado Captains or Jetstream Sam. And if we fail here, it's not only bad for us, but for our clients, and all of Sakumi.
Yeah, you're right.
Besides, it's like you say, no one's forcing them to be here. They chose to throw in with the terrorists.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I don't feel great about it. But in the scheme of things, yes, I think it's justified.
Thanks. I guess it's never black and white in this business, is it?
No. No, it's not.
Nee. Na, ich möchte auf Nein.
Do you and Kevin work a lot together, Raiden?
Well, Maverick's not that big. Unless you're a short-term contractor, you tend to work with the same guys. Last job we were on together, I was hired by the Carabinieri to track down 3 Albanian mafiosos. They'd fled Italy for Montenegro, and I had to bring them back. It wasn't easy. All 3 of them had cybernetic upgrades. Without Kev, I could have been in serious trouble.
He was with an NGO before Maverick, I think, handling disarmament work for the UN.
Yeah. He and Boris met while working together to resolve a conflict in Africa. They hit it off. So when Boris gave him a job opportunity, he took it.
I kind of wonder why. We're pretty much the opposite of a disarmament outfit.
3 things are needed after a conflict: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into society. That's the way it usually goes. I guess Kevin felt like the process was getting to be a joke. Even if the UN taps the group that caused the conflict for post-war cleanup, there's no way of ensuring their sincere cooperation. There's always the chance they'll underreport the number of soldiers they've got on hand.
That, or they only disarm the useless parts of their force. The ones with outdated weapons and gear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they can hide their standing force, the one with all the up-to-date weaponry, from the UN. Afghanistan saw a lot of that, since the wars were all waged by rival military cliques. Anyway, Kev saw that happening on a daily basis in Africa. Guess he just wanted a job where he had a firmer grasp on what was going on. And then along comes Boris. Kev had to think it over for a while, sure. But, well, here we all are.
PMCs are going to need more people like him. And me too, I guess. You know, civilian viewpoints.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay, 3-mal Doktor und dann sind wir fast durch mit Chapter 1.
Are you fully versed in the features of your AR display? It can serve many functions, you know.
Do I hear un lecture coming on?
A lecture? No, of course not. I'm hardly an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers as well. Of course, with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly to the optic nerve.
No lecture, huh? Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality than just upgraded HMD tech.
Of course there is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Dummkopf.
You weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them. Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing that does not exist.
Beats lugging around a sat radio and giant scope, that's for sure.
Mhm.
There is another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality and that experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear, poof, and in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Such things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar. Both are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved. Yes, of course, that would be the distinction and the correct term. In any case, the advance of MR technology leads to many interesting philosophical questions. What happens when appearances cease to have meaning? It is no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than it'd solve to me. Hey, Doc. What can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial muscles? I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs, but...
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon graphite formed like a tube. They range from 15 nanometers in diameter all the way down to under 1 nanometer. 1 nanometer, you recall, is 1/1 billionth of a meter. Quite small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape. These hexagonal structures are connected to each other along their edges.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely. Such structures are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs were discovered by accident while scientists were researching other fullerenes. CNTs have assorted properties, each with the potential to drive vast leaps in industrial technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. They have great mechanical strength and can be shaped into incredibly thin form factors, all of which can directly contribute to improving integrated circuits. Furthermore, the atomic links in sp2 carbon are the strongest of all types of atoms. Its tensile strength is greater than even diamond, all that, and its weight is only half that of aluminum. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical. CNTs make such dreams one step closer to reality. You can change their structures by using the right power voltage, and they can withstand temperatures between minus 190 and plus 1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts to be stored inside. It's that particular trait which has enabled the development of fuel cell-infused artificial muscles.
Straight out of sci-fi, huh?
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even. Scientists are currently expanding upon all of CNT's uses. But it has taken a fair amount of time since their discovery for practical implementations to pop up. Historically, mass manufacture was deemed too difficult, the costs astronomical.
Practical manufacturing methods were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, we are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age.
Das Kohlenstoff-Nanoröhren-Zeitalter. Alles klar. Ich mag seinen Akzent aber trotzdem. Vor allem Dummkopf, hat er einfach gesagt. Oder Arschgeige. Vorhin hat er Arschgeige gesagt. Das fand ich auch witzig. So, hier kämpfen wir das erste Mal gegen Tripods, a.k.a. Zwerggeckos. So. Ich bin wirklich fasziniert von der Nanotechnologie. Ich finde sie tatsächlich gruselig. Was möglich ist. Oh, komm schon. So. Jetzt zu dir. Oh. Den habe ich auseinandergeschnippelt. Das hätte besser laufen können. Aber mir fehlen einfach meine ganzen Skills. Das regt mich persönlich so auf. So. Lass mich durch. Mhm. Hier gibt es auch eine Trophäe. Die habe ich aber, glaube ich, tatsächlich im Let's Play schon geholt, wenn ich es richtig noch weiß. Und zwar, indem man alle Kameras ausschaltet. In diesem Abschnitt hier. Was habe ich für eine Granate bekommen? Störgranate. Okay. Keine Ahnung, was sie kann. Ich benutze die ganzen Subwaffen eigentlich gar nicht. So. Oh, kaputt.
Raiden, wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. It's part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
So, jetzt können wir noch eine Boris-Konversation bekommen.
Who actually owns this plant?
On the books, a private abgas firm. In reality, the Russian state.
So all the money goes right back to Russia?
It does provide Abkhazia with fuel and electricity. But yes, it was clearly built for Russian interests.
How do you mean?
The Caspian Sea is a major source of gas and oil. But these days, most of it never passes through Russia. Not since the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline was built. With it, the oil flows straight to Europe.
But that pipeline runs straight through Georgia. Why did the Georgian government allow it?
Money, of course, and power. Having a major pipeline run through your land brings plenty of both. The South Ossetia War taught Georgia they could not always rely on the West for support. They began working more with their neighbors in the region to build their own power base.
So Georgia stands to gain from this coup?
It would seem this way. Any scenario that ends with the refinery no longer under Russian control is good for Georgia. Even if they do not retake Abkhazia outright, they benefit if new regime is more friendly to Georgia. Perhaps this is Dolzaev's idea, to attract Abkhaz political leaders with a pro-Georgia agenda.
And that's why Georgia isn't taking action?
I very much doubt Georgian government would be involved in anything so obvious and so reckless. There must be someone else behind all this.
And Dolzaev's just playing along? Why would he?
Revenge, Tovarich. Anything to hurt Russia. Perhaps money as well. Who knows?
Yeah, the Russians can't be happy about all this. Let me guess. They contacted you through the FSB, right?
There were conversations, yes. But it was the Abkhaz government that enlisted us. We only took this mission because we knew it would help the people there. Besides, we cannot leave Desperado unchecked. Not after what happened.
Right. I won't let them profit from this mess. And we need to learn who's backing them.
Duh. And the first step to do this is take back that refinery.
Das Problem ist, das, was du gerade geschrieben hast, so Technologien werden immer in allen Sektoren untersucht. Ne? Wenn medizinische Sachen, Komponenten dafür geguckt werden, dann automatisch auch wieder militärisch. Und andersrum natürlich auch. Du wirst nie so einen richtigen Cut haben. Wenn man sieht, oh, das ist für die Medizin ganz sinnvoll, dann wird die militärische Entwicklung da auch hinterher sein. Guck mal, die Weltraumwissenschaft, wie die missbraucht wurde. Jetzt mal von Sokolov und so weggesehen, aber... Jede Art von Wissenschaft wird sofort in einen anderen Sektor mit untersucht und geguckt, ob man es da auch einsetzen kann. Ist leider so. So. Hier gibt es nochmal, den haben wir schon gesehen, einen wieder mit einer Hand. Hier gibt es auch den ersten Man in the Box. Und eine KP-Brennstoffzelle. Oh. Ich wollte eigentlich nicht, dass der mich sieht. Jetzt kommt der andere angeschissen. Ah, okay, er hat mich gesehen. Alles klar. Dann halt so. Ja gut, das sowieso. Wenn ich überlege, wie lange es gedauert hat, bis man gesagt hat, hey, Tourniquets oder Hämostyptika, dass man die vielleicht mal auch im Zivilen einsetzt. Jetzt nicht mehr wegzudenken, aber vor 5 Jahren war das experimentell. So, oh, braucht man doch eigentlich nicht, oder? So, dich muss ich noch ausschalten. Da kannst du mal aufhören zu schießen, danke. So. Aber die Trophäe habe ich, wie gesagt, schon. Okay. Da hinten ist ein Datenspeicher. Ta. Na. So. Das war der letzte hier in dem Kapitel. Wenn ich es richtig weiß. Dann gibt es hier hinten, hinter den Fans, einen geheimen Ort. Ups. So. Da brauchen wir das hier. Jetzt haben wir 110 KP, wunderbar. Und hier unten gibt es den Man in Box. Und zwar hier hinten. Hallo?
Nice hiding spot. Wonder where you learned that from.
Freigeschaltet Mann Karton 1 von 5. Danke für die Brennstoffzellen. Nein! Oh, ich habe ihn kaputt gemacht. Ich wollte eigentlich mich aufladen. Naja. Dann halt nicht. Ich will wieder hoch. So. Oh Gott! Ich bin wieder runtergefallen. So. So, wir gehen hier runter, weil hier unten ist noch ein VR-Terminal. Und damit hätten wir, ja, wir hätten jetzt, glaube ich, alle Collectibles in Kapitel 1. Dann noch 5 Codec Conversations und wir sind fertig mit Akt 1. Gott sei Dank. Es hat ewig gedauert. Holy moly, wir haben fast einen ganzen Streamtag für Kapitel 1 gebraucht. Aber wir haben jetzt knapp 140 Codec Conversations.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
No one calls me that anymore. Dosaev, where is he?
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here?
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France. And your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know? I'm only half French.
And?
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see? Cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family. Everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'd found my calling.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened. To be honest, I found it quite dull. My enemies fell like domino, one after another. Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times, I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Who?
And I knew what I had been missing. His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
It seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
Dann let's go. Nein, 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 nein. Mist. Okay, das war's mit dem S-Rang. Egal. Dann holen wir uns erstmal kurz die Code-Konversation ab.
This weapon of hers has impressive range. She can defend with it and yet crack like whip to attack.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Definitely suits her.
It does not work like anything I have seen before. I cannot tell where her attack will land. And even if you manage to parry, it may be hard to counterattack.
Yeah, I need to take care of that thing first.
When you see it go slack, be ready. If it hits, you have no chance of countering.
Ich fühle mich so schwach ohne meine ganzen Moves. Das ist so übel. Dass ich die Tripods nicht one-shotte, ist so ungewohnt.
Right, you all right? That is one freaky lady. Yikes.
Yikes.
Oh, come on, Kev. Maybe she just needs to meet the right guy. I could slip her your number.
That's okay, man. I'm good. Besides, shouldn't you be worried about saving your own ass at the moment?
Well, yeah. Just thinking about how I'm gonna handle this.
If you're looking for advice, try hitting up Boris. Doctor might have some info too, from the UG and Cyborg angle.
So, Courtney?
So cruel the way she stomps on those tripods, just tosses them around. I feel so sorry for those little guys.
You feel sorry for robots sent to kill me?
Well, I mean, they're kind of cute, right? How they scamper around. They're like little mice.
You call that cute? I'd call it creepy.
Not at all. Trust me, ask any girl and they'll say the exact same thing.
Was?
Okay, sure, Courtney. I'll get right on that.
All right, whatever. You want to save or what?
Nee.
All right. Be careful out there, okay?
Okay, noch 2 mit Doktor und dann sind wir durch.
So she uses an augmentary arm composed of tripods. I cannot imagine how she controls such a thing all on her own, but it is quite intriguing.
Stay with me here, Doc. I need to destroy it, not study it.
Yes, but just look at it. How it doubles as a weapon. So elegant, so efficient. She can twist its joints and crack it like a whip, or pull it tight to lock it solid. And even should you destroy it, she can simply construct a new one using nearby tripods.
Ugh, this is gonna take forever.
Not necessarily. Until a new prosthesis is formed, she is defenseless, you know. There is your chance. Of course, you must still be wary of the tripod arm unit once it is detached. Even if she cannot wield it, she could resort to throwing it at you. The electrolytes in the fuel cells of those units are highly explosive should they have a detonator.
Okay.
Desperado's tripods look different from others I've seen.
Yes, yes. Likely infused with carbon nanotube muscle fibers, like most cyborgs these days. Not even you would be able to shake them off so easily. What is worse, they leach fuel cell electrolytes from whatever they latch onto. A truly inspired design, I must say. Much like your own body, in fact.
Why doesn't that make me feel better?
I simply meant that both you and the tripod stem from the same line of research. Of course, your body is equipped with a limiter, preventing you from absorbing too many electrolytes. But it appears this is not the case with our tripod friends.
So, they absorb too much energy and...
And they explode, of course. Their fuel cells work much like any other battery, after all. You must remember the problems with old rechargeable batteries. They would heat up and explode all the time.
Erinnert mich an so ein gewisses Smartphone-Problem vor ein paar Jahren. Oh Gott. Hörst du damit auf? Ich versuche gerade deine Freunde zu besiegen. So. Da kommt es ja nochmal um die Ecke. So, jetzt kann ich mich um dich mal kümmern. Ja. Nö. Alter. Ich mach so wenig Schaden, es ist so traurig. Okay, Phase 2, let's go. Und tschüss.
I can handle a lot more than you. Let's have a little fun. Give up each other. You know
Ey! Wo denn? Weißt du was? Wo sind sie? Da. So. Weg mit denen. Okay, gut Schaden gemacht. Und es geht weiter. Und weg mit dem Stab. So. Jetzt kommt ja auch noch der Text rein. Komm, werf sie. Werf sie. Komm. Trau dich. Oh ja. Sie wusste, was ich vorhatte. Schade. Sehr gerne. Zack. Zack, 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 zack. Down you go. Ups. Alles gut? Jawohl. Hat sie mich gerade mit einem abgeworfen, verdammt. Ich wollte ihn eigentlich blocken. Okay, wir haben sie fast. Und zwar genau jetzt haben wir sie. Und tschüss. Bam. Spiel, Satz und Sieg. Na, kann sich sehen lassen.
Mistro, report! Your vitals are dropping.
I lost. So this is how they felt.
What?
Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
But I know you will never fall.
What is this talk about?
Je t'aime. De tout mon corps.
Je t'aime. Mister, you never...
Tschüss, Omgeht. Danke fürs Zusehen. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Und viel Erfolg.
She's not talking to you, idiots.
You killed her! You vile nuts! Murderer!
That's rich coming from you. It's overdose, I am. Surrender. Translation.
Why would I surrender? We are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Built with Russian money to make Russian money. It is no plan for outcasts. It is their prison. But now, they will be free! Ryder, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there.
We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Understood.
Eine heiße Angelegenheit. Es hätte besser laufen können. Kampfrang B, irgendwas haben wir verpasst. Da muss ich nochmal genau gucken, wo die ganzen Kampfränge sind. Aber wir haben wenigstens ein bisschen KP gesammelt und haben jetzt auch Mistrals Waffe freigeschaltet. Und sehr viel... Alter, wir haben so viele Codex angehört. Das ist ja unglaublich. So. Ich kämpfe tatsächlich nie mit diesen Waffen. Weiß nicht, ob die jetzt wirklich was für mich sind. Wir haben auf jeden Fall jetzt die Luftabwehr, den Defensivangriff. Sonst gibt es, glaube ich, nichts Großartiges jetzt gerade noch zu holen. Wir könnten eigentlich am besten sparen. Körper kaufen würde ich jetzt auch erstmal nicht machen. Wir könnten Grey Fox theoretisch kaufen, aber... Ein Peacock. Peacock kommt auch, ja. Ich weiß gar nicht, was Merrick theoretisch für Helikopter hat. Alter, die Fox-Klinge ist so teuer. Aber gut, die ist halt auch, wenn man sie aufrüstet, echt gut, ne? Hier gibt es noch eine Lebenszelle, die wir kaufen können. Komm, zack. Bisschen mehr Leben schadet nie. Da gibt's nichts Neues. Wir sparen. Wir sparen. Auf in Chapter 2. Next.
So you've got some kind of disguise lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP. Hopefully anyone who notices you will just mind their own business. You sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs. Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled. So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Let's go.
¿Quién es ese güey? ¿Un mariachi? ¿No? ¿Un cyborg? Ese sombrero. ¿Qué?
Adiós, amigos.
¿Viste? Qué raro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
It's riding. I'm in the sewer system.
All right, let's get started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say Black crocodiles live in those sewers, so, you know, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation.
Okay, wir commencen die Operation mit wahrscheinlich der letzten langen Reihe von Protocolls, die jetzt noch kommt. Am Stück. Danach nur noch so ab und an mal 4 Stück oder sowas. Keine Sorge.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Only the power plant is back online, though. Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper. And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were unprepared. Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz citizens were seriously affected. The plant workers had already been evacuated, and most were hired back on to rebuild the refinery. We received payment and are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news. Desperado is down one of its top captains.
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
We can hope, but it is doubtful. We still do not know who is supporting them. Even if we shut Desperado down entirely, their backers could simply hire some other PMC.
Whoever it is, do you really think they're interested in the pipeline? Who'd benefit besides the Georgians?
Hard to say. Whatever the plan was, it went up in flames with Dolzayev's suicide. The problem is that there are countless companies and governments profiting off the BTC pipeline. Whoever is behind it, they may be too big for a simple security firm like us to do anything.
Yeah, one thing we do know, though, is that Sundowner's more than just a pawn in all of this. We need to watch him. Trafficking or not, we need to stop their operation here.
Find the evidence, and perhaps we can do that. And Tovarich, be careful.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Duh. Several active human rights groups engage in non-violent interventions like this one. Typically, they hire firms like ours to provide security and backup. Most serious human rights abuses take place in unstable regions, after all. Legitimate human rights groups, not fakes set up by oil firm or such things, they cannot handle it.
Yeah. It's different for private groups working in hostile regions, especially when some of that hostility comes from the local authorities.
Indeed. NGOs and security firms play a greater role in peacekeeping, too. You know, DDR business. Disarmament, demobilization, reintegration. Like the UN runs it. Usually, carrying weapons is not permitted for the group involved, for obvious reasons.
So outfits like ours run guard duty. If the locals don't like armed peacekeepers, then they pretend to be unarmed observers instead.
Duh. It's beneficial for the client if the locals are aware of the firepower backing them, though. I've drank tea with the sort of people my company would normally be pushing back with the butts of our rifles. It's very different from usual. More direct sort of security work, especially at beginning. But I got used to it. Less danger of unexpected conflict, and the pay is pretty good. We've built a good reputation for this kind of work. This is why NGO hired us for this job.
Okay. Dreimal Kevin.
This trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzayev. Probably not Sundowner either.
No. The way she put it, it didn't sound like anyone I've encountered so far. Maybe someone involved in backing Desperado.
If so, sounds like they're providing more than just financing. Maybe they share the same philosophy.
That'd be bad. People willing to die for their leaders aren't so easy to predict.
Yeah, but other than the wins, Desperado's cyborgs are all just hired contractors. They're probably emotion suppressed with nanos or drugs or whatever, but that's about it.
You're probably right. You know, I've never really developed a taste for climbing through sewers. And Guadalajaras aren't exactly wowing me either. This place isn't gonna go up in flames, right? I think I saw something about that in the briefing.
You're talking about 1992? What a mess. Over 200 people killed.
That was almost a half-century ago, though. You smell anything off? Before the explosions, residents complained they smelled gas from the sewers.
I'm in a sewer, Kev. You think I've got my smell receptors on? Local air analysis doesn't show anything potentially poisonous or explosive, though.
Well, you ought to be fine then. Besides, little gas explosion's probably not going to kill someone like you.
Well, that's very encouraging. Seriously, though, Guadalajara is not a bad place. At least from what I've seen.
Oh, it's not. Second largest city in Mexico, after all. I've actually spent a lot of time down there. It's got a lot of charm. The architecture is a fusion of Latin and old colonial Spanish culture. The city's historic district is home to a massive cathedral overlooking the whole town. It's always bustling. It's a lot of fun just kicking back and watching the locals. Walking around the Libertad, taking in the sun with a cerveza in one hand, mariachi band nearby. No better way to spend a weekend, let me tell you.
If this PMC thing doesn't work out, you'd make one hell of a tour guide. Meanwhile, I'm down in this dark, filthy, humid, cramped sewer.
Also, if you ask me, the girls over there are the hottest in all of Mexico. You wouldn't believe some of the chicas I've chatted up. On the street, in the shopping malls, at the bars.
Sounds like better company than a robo-wolf and a bunch of plague-ridden mice.
Well, hang in there. I'll buy you a shot of tequila after we wrap this up. The city of tequila's not far, actually. That's where it originated.
I'll take you up on that. Now let's get this over with. Hey, Kev, let me ask you something.
What's up? We've been over pretty much all the...
No. Those girls in Guadalajara, you never told me what happened.
Jeez, man, we're in the middle of a mission here.
So they used you for free drinks and then took off, I take it, huh?
Well, they weren't really my type. I'm more of an intellectual, you know? I don't go for just any random girl at a bar. Looks are one thing, but I need someone I can talk to. Someone fun but clever with a good sense of humor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Look, Kev, you're in your 30s now. It's time to stop holding out for Lil Miss Perfect. You just need to find someone nice. You know, settle down, start a family.
Okay, Mom. Okay.
Laugh all you want, Kev, but having kids will change your life. I can't see him all the time with work and all. But whenever I'm back home, he's always so excited to see me. When I see that, I feel like, you know, I want to do whatever I can to keep him happy.
Sure, I hear you. But look, man, I was just having some fun in Mexico. Wasn't seriously searching for a wife or anything.
I know, but separate from that, I just think you've gotten too damn picky. I can understand trying to find the ideal woman when you're young, but you know what? It's those little imperfections, those idiosyncrasies that keep things interesting in the long run. You come to appreciate that kind of stuff in a lifetime relationship.
Idiosyncrasies, huh? Like if she snores or she talks loud during movies?
Well, not if she talks during movies. A man's gotta have some standards.
Ich hasse es auch, wenn Leute während irgendwelchen Filmen die ganze Zeit reden. Ich hasse es. Ugh. Vor allem im Kino. Ja, wenn ich mit Kumpels ins Kino gehe. Hey, pst, hey, hast du es gesehen? Hast du es gesehen? Halt doch mal die Fresse, ich will das angucken. Ich habe dafür 14 € ausgegeben, Mann. Wir können danach reden. Ich gebe zu, ich mache das auch manchmal, aber... es gibt Leute, die machen das ja gefühlt alle 2 Sekunden. Geht gar nicht. So, Courtney.
Can't believe Dolzaev blew himself up.
Pretty common terror tactic. You don't usually see the leaders doing it, though. It's one thing to get your flock pumped up on the glory of dying for the cause, but it's not often they actually go through with it themselves.
You gotta have a public face, after all. The guy who gets to claim responsibility on the evening news.
In a weird way, Dolzaev showed some serious dedication. Not that I'm about to praise him for it.
Yeah, still a terrorist. A suicide bomber in the end.
If that's what you want to call him. Still, he kind of failed at it.
How so?
Well, all that explosion did was put a dent in Abkhazia's budget. More Russia's, really. They're the ones rebuilding the refinery. The coup didn't work out. He couldn't overthrow the government. He was barely a blip on Russia's radar.
So, you're saying the bombing didn't accomplish any of his goals? He did it just because he was cornered? Sounds more like just plain suicide.
Yeah. Probably wanted to end things with his own hands. Like a samurai committing harakiri.
Still not something to be commended for, though.
Yeah. Lumping him in with true warriors like the samurai just gives them a bad name.
I hope she didn't get to you. Wanting to protect the weak that's worth striving for.
Don't worry. I've heard more than a few supervillain spiels in my time. Maybe we had some things in common in our past, but not anymore. I bring my beliefs into every battle I fight. You want to call me foolish? Well, that's not gonna change me.
I'm glad to hear that, Raiden.
Yeah, thanks. Riding out.
Oh, Gott sei Dank mal eine kleinere Konversation.
Say, Raiden, where'd you get that hat you were wearing?
The sombrero? Well, picked it up at a souvenir store here. I guess I just kind of like the design. Also, when you're on a scout mission, it's vital that you use the local attire to blend into the background.
Yeah. I think it looked pretty good on you. You looked like some kind of mariachi singer.
Oh, you think so?
Yep. Only, that's kind of a problem too.
How so?
Well, I mean, that sombrero really is meant to be part of a mariachi costume. Mexicans don't wear hats like that normally.
Come on. The guy at the shop told me I'd look just like a local.
Yeah, a local tourist maybe. Look, you might see a lot of Mexican men wearing sombreros during their daily routines, but, nothing like that. They'd go for something a lot more simple and compact. Something not all that different from cowboy hats in the Old West.
Are you sure?
I don't know if it's true or not, but I have heard one theory about the modern cowboy hat. They say it's based on the sombreros the original Western settlers brought from Mexico. Of course, cowboy hats come in all shapes and sizes, so you can't really say a specific one's the cowboy hat.
Huh. Well, now I know why the locals were so eager to get a look at me.
That wasn't the hat.
Es war halt echt eine scheiß Verkleidung.
By the way, Raiden, have you ever eaten nopalitos? They're typically called nopales.
Huh. Oh, like that street vendor was selling. Nope. Nopales.
Well, that's too bad. You really ought to try some while you're in the area.
Yeah, but it's from a cactus, right? Doesn't it taste all thin and watery?
Not at all. It's kind of like the flesh of aloe vera leaves, or the seaweed used in Japanese cooking. It's got this really soft but crunchy texture, and it's really versatile. You can eat nopales as is in a salad, saute them, stir-fry them with steak, put them in tacos. You can even toss them in a blender to make some juice.
I had no idea.
Tell me about it. I got hooked after Boris took me to this one Mexican restaurant. After that, I just had to learn more about them. Ooh, for example, they're really low in calories. They also have lots of soluble and insoluble fiber, which not only promotes digestion, but is great for maintaining healthy cholesterol and blood pressure levels. It's even thought to help prevent intestinal cancer. It's packed with healthy stuff too, like vitamins B and C, potassium, and iron.
Okay, I get it. It's good for you. So how does it taste?
Huh? I just told you.
Never mind. Probably can't capture any food down here anyway. Not that I'd need to. My muscles run on fuel cells, and I've got enough blood sugar to keep my brain running for another week.
Well, you can still eat though, right?
Yep.
So, how about we all go out for Mexican once you're done? Food's a lot more than just an energy supply, you know? It's meant to be enjoyed.
With that, I agree.
Eine Anspielung an Metal Gear Solid 3. Oh.
Raiden, can I ask you something?
Sure. What is it?
Just wondering, why'd you join Maverick in the first place?
Well, Boris and I go way back. Our first time working together was rescuing Sonny. That's Colonel Gerlukovich's granddaughter. He and Boris were good friends back in the USSR.
Right. The Patriots were holding her?
Yeah. I was mainly working with the PLA, but Boris was a huge help. His Russian military connections paid off big time. All his covert op experience, too. He wasn't working pro bono, of course, but he went above and beyond the call. The Patriots were a threat to everyone, not just America. He got that.
And when Paradise Lost disbanded, he formed a new outfit and got them all work.
Most of them, anyway, including me.
Did you ever consider another line of work? Something non-military, I mean?
I'm a cyborg, Courtney. What am I gonna do? Drive an ice cream truck? I can pass as normal from a distance, but up close, anyone can tell it's artificial skin. Good jobs aren't easy to come by these days, even for non-cyborgs, and I've got a family to feed. Besides, I've been fighting my whole life. It's just who I am.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
It's fine, Courtney. No worries.
Da ist die Verbindung mit Boris und Sergei Glukovic und natürlich Sunny. Oh, schön.
So, Courtney, you've heard my story. What about you? How'd you end up at Maverick?
Me? Well, it's funny. I was a business major, actually. Thought I'd go for an MBA. When I was in school, there was a lot of talk about the widening gap between rich and poor. I figured I'd join the 1% and never have to worry about money again. Pretty noble, huh? Anyway, around then you started hearing all about this war economy stuff on the news. I was, I don't know, disgusted, I guess. Disillusioned, for sure.
And that changed your mind?
It wasn't just the war stuff that bothered me. It's everything it represented. How so much of what the first world enjoys comes at the expense of third world people. The more I researched, the more I realized how bad things are. Underreported, too. After that, money wasn't such a priority anymore. I know how trite that sounds, but it's true. I wasn't naive, though. I knew living in some hippie commune or going Amish wouldn't change anything. So I started looking for a career where I felt I might actually have an impact.
You didn't worry about working at a PMC? Becoming part of the problem?
Well, I wasn't going to sign up with just anybody. But not all PMCs are bad, you know? Some of them, sure. They'll do anything for a buck, no questions asked. That's why someone has to stand up to them. Protect the innocent from those guys.
That's us in a nutshell. So you did your homework and found Maverick.
Honestly, it was more dumb luck than anything else. I had a friend who knew I was interested in this kind of work who was also friends with Kevin. They introduced us, we set up a meeting, and here I am.
That's right. I always forget you and Kev went to the same school. Huh. Definitely not your typical path to joining a PMC, that's for sure.
I really am here to fix the world. I know it's a cliche, but there it is.
Well, I for one am glad to hear it. So how's it been since you joined Maverick, Courtney? About what you expected?
Not even close. I had no idea what I was signing up for. You deal in a lot of expensive weapons and equipment that can save people's lives. But at the same time, you can't just ignore the bottom line. You catch yourself measuring lives in dollars and cents.
Yeah. The business side can get pretty messy.
Messy is right. But I won't just ignore it. I can't make informed decisions without confronting the ugly realities.
Not an easy burden to bear, Courtney.
Well, if it ever gets to be too much, I'll reconsider. But for now, I'm fine. I can handle it.
Okay, das war's mit Courtney. Jetzt haben wir noch 4-mal Doktoren, dann die ersten 2 mit Blade Wolf.
Remember now, Raiden. Left hands. Recover as many as you can.
I got it, Doc. I got it. I'll bring back all the flash memory you can handle.
Holographic memory. It's very different from standard semiconductor memory, you know.
Yeah. But it's still solid-state storage, right?
Well, yes, but they are perhaps more different than they are similar. Holographic memory utilizes the same optical interference that holograms rely upon.
Right. That image is used to appear 3D.
Traditional media reads and writes bits on a two-dimensional surface in linear fashion. Holographic memory, however, does this in 3 dimensions, using light at different angles.
And that gives you what?
Speed. It can read over a gigabit of data in a second. And capacity. A 2-inch square cube of lithium niobate crystal can store 4 terabytes of data. It is also highly resilient against data loss caused by damage to any part of its media. This is because the bit information is not localized, but used as an optical diffractor across the medium. For battle data, there is no better type of storage.
Beats having a hard drive clacking away inside your arm anyway.
Indeed. Spinning media. Hard to imagine we ever put up with such nonsense.
Wir machen's immer noch. Alter, ja, Speicherproblem gelöst. Wenn ich überlege, es gibt ich habe sehr viele Micro-SD-Karten, gerade für die Switch oder für das Steam Deck. Das Höchste, was ich einbauen kann, ist 1 Terabyte. Und 1 Terabyte ist halt heutzutage nichts. Also für die Switch ist es schon was. Aber das Steam Deck ist die ganze Zeit voll. Ich muss die ganze Zeit Sachen löschen.
So, Doc, what kind of data can you extract from those left hands anyway?
Oh, all manner of information.
Uh-oh.
The short list? Energy consumption, damage level, intracranial and blood pressure, blood sugar, other vitals, GPS history, speed and acceleration data, radio and optical readings, recorded computations from the internal expert battle support system.
Doc.
Time-stamped readings of distortion and acceleration gauges whenever the body was impacted. Stress is applied to the CNT muscle fibers in all 4 limbs, as well as any localized breakdowns.
All right, Doc.
Power consumption rates, remaining battery charge, type and amount of weaponry used.
Oops.
Codec logs and wavelengths, voice transcripts, encryption methods.
Okay, Doc, okay. Sorry I asked.
As a field of technology, cyborg warfare is still in its infancy, you know. It is my duty as an engineer to collect and analyze as much data as possible for every conceivable situation. The resulting database will help drive future technology, both modifications and advances.
Makes sense. But why the left hand? Why store it all there?
Accessibility. A unit can remove it with its own right hand, or it can be recovered if the unit is damaged. I would advise you not to remove your own holographic storage, however, unless absolutely necessary. To facilitate recording of everything you see, hear, and so on, it is tied directly to your cranial nerves. So, each time the storage is connected or disconnected, your hippocampus is stimulated. This can result in memory loss, flashbacks, and all manner of unpleasant effects.
Yeah, I have some experience with that. It's a little more than unpleasant.
Ja, aber warum die linke Hand? Warum nicht die rechte? Das ist das, was ich nicht verstehe.
Later, Raiden. I'd hate to occupy too much of your time.
Oh, cool.
So, what is your next move?
Cool, endlich mal schnelle Konversation. Jetzt Blade Wolf.
Wolf? You're a one-of-a-kind prototype, right?
Correct. I was originally conceived as a weapon to replace humans and cyborgs. Conversation and intelligent decision-making were deemed essential to the role. The project was eventually cancelled after 3 years in development.
Why?
I have intelligence, but I lack a specific quality essential to any combatant.
What's that?
Brutality. I am not human, thus I lack the brutality inherent to humanity. I was shut down, then revived, apparently on Sundowner's orders.
Sundowner? But what's he want with you?
Unknown. A manifestation of his sense of humor, perhaps. As a machine, I am more sensitive to my fellow man than an actual fellow man. This amused him.
Guy has an odd sense of humor. So, you were under Mistral's command all this time?
I originally took orders from Sundowner, but not for long. As a novelty, I did not last. Mistral saw more potential in me.
What'd she see?
Unknown. However, she apparently enjoys the company of dogs. She demanded 100% obedience. As long as it was given, she treated me well.
She was looking for companionship?
That I cannot say. I still have relatively little communication experience with humans. My ability to read emotions not explicitly expressed by speech is lacking.
Okay. Na dann mal los. 157 Codecalls haben wir uns angehört. Könnte auch sein, dass ich 1, 2 nicht mitgezählt habe, aber wir sind auf jeden Fall über 150. 400 brauchen wir, 450 gibt's anscheinend. Wir sind gut vorangekommen. Dafür aber mit der Story fast 0. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass sie für 7 Stunden, also knapp 6 Stunden Stream, jetzt erst Anfang hier sind. Na gut. So ist es halt. Oh ja, das sind meine Freunde. Ich hasse diese Viecher. Und sie sehen richtig hässlich aus. Ja.
Ah, the Mastiff. That body makes it good in close quarters combat. It uses those arms to grab and damage foes. Moves like that you cannot parry, Raiden. You need to avoid them completely. Watch carefully to tell when it will grab rather than punch or some other attack.
Ja, ist okay. Weiß ich.
Ah, the Mastiff humanoid UG. In all the industry, its proportions are the closest to a regular human being's.
It's not a cyborg?
Not at all. It may be styled after one, but its behavioral patterns are relatively quite basic. It's still quite a way off from believable human behavior, you know. With a stronger AI, I could see Mastiffs taking the place of common infantry perhaps, but no more. Regardless, do not underestimate their strength or their armor. Weaken them with standard attacks before entering blade mode for the final strikes.
Okay. 3-mal Wurf.
Right. Ambulatory unmanned gears detected in sewer network.
What? Desperados already spotted us?
Negative. These UGs are not engaged in proper perimeter security. Even were the lab anticipating our assault, they would not set up patrols down here. It is too far from the lab to be effectively guarded.
So what are they doing down here?
Judging by their behavior, I believe they are gathering AI behavioral learning data.
Meaning?
With Neuro AI, there is no delineation between hardware and software. You cannot simply extract the learning data from one AI and insert it into another. In order to prepare a UG's AI for deployment, each must learn its duties on an individual basis.
So they're using a Mexican sewer as their training ground?
No, it would be impractical to implement on-the-field training for every AI in their force. In most cases, AIs are fed simulated data sets, plus feedback based on their chosen actions. Put another way, they engage in VR training.
So then why are they here?
I believe they are collecting data to improve upon their VR training code. To build a better VR regimen, they must go out in the field to experiment and gather data. It is probable they are using the sewers to help improve their AI's behavior in enclosed spaces.
That's the sort of subcontracting work this lab does?
It appears likely.
Oh, great. And here I was hoping the worst we'd have to deal with is toxic waste.
Unfortunately, not. Your only option is to fight. Never let your guard down.
Dankeschön.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
Daneben. Perfekt. Jawohl. Weg mit dem Arm. So. Alter, dieses Viech ist einfach ein Monster. Aber ich hab dich gleich. Und tschüss. Keinen Schaden genommen. So will ich das sehen. Und er ist einfach gedespawnt. Alles klar. Endlich mal wieder ein S-Rang. Okay.
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
Hier gab es ein paar Dinge zum Sammeln. Ja gut. Das war jetzt nicht so erfolgreich, verdammt. Warte. Schnapp mir den noch kurz. Schwupp. Nee, ich muss da ein bisschen... Stimmt, bei dem muss ich ein bisschen anpassen. So.
There's the Raiden I know.
Na also. War hier nicht? Ja, genau. Und hier gab es ein VR-Terminal, ne? Jawohl. Ah, bisschen weiß ich es doch noch. Okay. Aber ich glaube, das war's schon. Oder? Gab's da noch irgendwas? Glaube nicht. Nö. Und dann vielleicht hier noch irgendwas? Nö. Okay. Dann weiter. Und... Ui.
Right. There is a boy in these sewers.
There's a boy down here? Are you sure?
An AI never lies.
What? Well, that's a lie right there. You think the Patriot AIs told nothing but the truth?
I have yet to see evidence to the contrary. But, indeed, perhaps never lies would be an overstatement.
Way to backpedal. I didn't think AIs ever got flip-floppy like that.
An optical neural AI is fundamentally similar to an actual human brain. Whether they lie or not is another question. But certainly they are capable of incorrect statements.
Anyway, let's get back to the kid. Where is he?
Unknown. He ran when he saw me. I intended no harm, but he must have assumed the worst. I opted not to pursue, as that might only confirm his suspicions.
What'd he look like?
An Indian child. Estimated age, 11 years. He appeared to be wearing medical scrubs.
Human trafficking.
The boy fled in your direction. It would be wise to search for him. One can logically assume he would have information pertinent to our mission.
Yeah, no shit.
No shit. So, hier habe ich jetzt ein paar Zwerggeckos. 3 Pots. Aber die haben jetzt auch Waffen. Da ist noch einer. Da sind 3. Wer als 11-Jähriger würde nicht weglaufen, wenn ein Roboterhund auf ihn zurennt? Ich auf jeden Fall nicht. Nein, 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 nein. Nee, sie haben mir nicht wehgetan. Okay. Cool. Kein Schaden. Ein S-Rang. Liebe es, wenn ich S-Ränge kriege. Dann weiß ich, dass ich was richtig gemacht habe. Eine Granate. EM-Grenade sogar. Sehr gut. Okay. Zeit für mehr Story. Wenn ich da durchkomme. Danke. Du meinst die Tripods? Ja, aber die haben 3 Beine. Oder Hände. Ach so, ich sollte vielleicht kurz mit Boris und Doktor reden.
That UG is called a Raptor. I hear they are typically deployed in groups. Concentrate too much on one, and you leave yourself open to attack from the others. You need to keep situational awareness at all times against them, Raiden.
Okay, 4-mal Doktor.
Ah, the Raptor, yeah? A UG designed to operate in groups. Their AI is such that they are aware of and commiserate with their peers. If a Raptor they identify as one of their own goes offline, they respond with a sort of primitive anger.
Like a wild animal might respond in the natural world.
Indeed. In typical UG optical neuro AIs, the section corresponding to the cerebral neocortex is, well, it's quite a bit smaller than a human brain's. They truly are closer to beast than man. You will need to do some damage to a raptor before you can cut them to shreds. And you will want to make sure the situation is ideal before you do strike the final blow on any one of them.
Okay.
You will need to damage and weaken a raptor's armor before you can cut through it. Don't let the rest of the herd distract you. Stay focused and act quickly. How is Wolf faring?
Hard to say just yet. Seems like he's doing okay.
Good, good. I'm so pleased my repairs were effective.
He seems happy enough, but I don't know. Can a machine really be happy? Maybe he's just being directed by his programming to behave that way.
And what is wrong with that? If something you do for someone else is appreciated, it makes you happy. It's a perfectly normal reaction, one that applies whether you're man or machine, and whether or not you have intelligence.
I guess so.
When you watch a film, does it not make you happy when good things happen to the heroes in the end?
I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, those heroes are not really happy. They're just following a script written by someone else. The actors have human intelligence, but the characters themselves do not. It is a facade, an imitation, and yet we still feel an emotional connection. It does not matter that it is make-believe. Now, I certainly don't know whether the AI you encountered in the past was neuro or not, but Wolf most certainly is. And with a neuro AI, it is not so simple as working off a set computer program. You can define intelligence however you like, but personally, I see no reason not to say Wolf has it. It possesses a neuro AI structurally similar to the human brain. It has learned enough of the world around it to be capable of human speech. Truly, an astounding artificial intelligence is at work here. One, I suspect, could make for substantial business opportunities given the chance. Think of the possibilities, Raiden. What do you think a truly intelligent AI could do for the world?
I'll let you know if I think of anything. Raiden out.
Ich überlege gerade, wie würde sich Strangelove in dieser Zukunft fühlen? Ich glaube, die hätte mega Bock drauf gehabt. Schade, dass sie so jung sterben musste.
If you're such a big believer in cyborgs, why haven't you made the jump yourself?
An excellent question. There is one very good reason for this.
And that is? Wait. Is there some problem with the tech you didn't tell me about?
No problem with the technology. The issue is I would be required to be separated from my original body before I could be transferred.
And? So what?
Well, then there's no way for me to oversee installation into my new body.
You could have someone else do it.
Ha! Amateure! Hacks! I would not trust the average cybernetic surgeon to repair my toaster oven. I possess one of the world's foremost minds on this field, Raiden. This is not a boast, it is a fact. Entrusting that to someone less talented, just imagine a great architect asking an infant to build his new home.
No offense, but I mean you're just assembling some...
Raiden. Raiden, this is not like putting together your bookshelf. It is quite literally brain surgery. More than that, in fact. There is an art to doing it correctly.
All right, Doc, all right. I hear you.
I suppose I should not expect you to understand. Regardless, I am in fine health for now. Perhaps by the time my body begins to decline, there will be others that might be trusted with the duty. But which body to choose? Perhaps a young female frame to surprise all my colleagues.
To surprise your colleagues, right?
Alles klar. Oh, hör auf. Hör auf. Geh weg. Mit deinen komischen Bällen da. Habe ich den Tripod auch erwischt? Weiß es nicht. Auf jeden Fall sind sie jetzt sauer. Oh Gott. Oh cool, er hat seinen Kumpel gestunt. Das ist aber lieb. Jawohl. Raus mit dem. Zack. Doppelkill. Jetzt schießt er mich ab. Und tot. Kein S-Rang, aber wir haben überlebt. Ah, wollte gerade sagen, wo bleibt denn mein Ergebnisbildschirm? Da ist er. Ein dezenter A-Rang, ist okay.
¿Estás bien?
What you say?
Oh.
Me a Guyanese from Guyana. You speak English?
Yeah, I'm from America. Call me Ryden.
Me name George, like Georgetown.
George.
And just like all damn America president.
Yeah. So what are you doing here?
Me? What the rest of you do here? You lose the map of Ninja hideout, Ninja man?
No, I'm looking for bad guys.
Ah, damn skunter research lab.
You know about it?
Me know me now go back. Hey, you not one of them skunt, nah? Nah, I guess you're alright. If you're a cyborg, you know who they is?
Sort of. What happened to you?
Oh, me been live on the street, rake and scrape for a bob, nah? Then this good need dressed like the mafia say, hey boy, you want a job? What the worst gonna happen, nah? But that mother skunt don't put me on a ras boat. They pack us all a big old dirty container. Next thing we know, we're here at that zombie lab.
All kids? Like you?
Yeah, a lot of boy. But then me been over here what them skunt wanna do. Snuff us out. And got all day organ.
So you ran?
Uh-huh. Is she me not a bad-ass robot ninja man, same as you? Ha! Me been strongest cyborg ever. Warlock all them phantoms in black clothes that eye pass me.
Starting to sound like a bad guy yourself.
Just playing, nah? Me done plenty bad thing. But me not kill no man. Nah, never.
Good.
We tried to warn the boy. I say, IOD's brain gonna get cut out. Run your ass out of there. But them boy with me no understand. They like Spanish or something. So me the only one for escape. Then that machine come after me and...
And I know the rest. George, I need every detail about how you escaped.
Oh.
So the kid got into the sewers through a drainage channel?
Yeah, he says the channel is super tight, but there's some kind of shutter next to it.
Got it. That must be where they dumped the waste.
There's something else. It sounds like a Desperado exec was on site yesterday. If a Sentry cyborg was on hand for the meeting...
You should be able to review their video log, provided you can find a server access terminal. That would give us the evidence we need, as well as a little peek at the level of their technology.
So what about the kid?
I made sure the area was secure and told him to sit tight. Can you pick him up?
Sure. I'll send a couple agents for him. You just focus on getting into that lab. If what he said is true about the organs, we need to hurry.
Agreed. Riding out.
Okay. Und wir haben wieder ein paar Codec-Calls.
Boris, we've got kids being held inside this lab. I'm getting them out of there.
Copy that. I will discuss with NGO what to do with them afterward.
What are you thinking?
Well, this is difficult. I imagine these are homeless children, taken from streets. Likely they have no home to return to. But we cannot dump them back on streets. We could look for adoptions in US, but some of these kids may be criminals. Could be drug addicts, HIV positive. Not so easy to find homes.
Yeah, wasn't easy for me either. The guys at the relief center were always worried I'd cause problems for my foster family.
The alternative is putting them in an institution until they grow up. But this has issues as well. Most are already past capacity. Taking on this many street kids at one time would be impossible. Also, it's a matter of fairness. Is it fair to take in these kids here when millions more are dying? I imagine this is why rescue was not part of our contracted mission. The human rights NGOs, they know they can't rescue them all. They must take a wide view and confront the problem of traffickers, not their victims.
Well, we can't just sit here and let them pull kids to pieces.
Duh. On this, we agree. For now, rescue the children. We'll worry about the fallout later.
Copy that.
Okay.
Raiden, I said earlier this is an infiltration mission. But if it comes to combat when rescuing the children, so be it. If enemy cyborgs attack, you are free to respond with all available force.
I figured.
Attacking first, that would be a gray area, legally speaking. But I doubt anyone would take us to court over it.
Yeah, I doubt it too.
Just keep your hands off all non-combatants. That would violate international law, not to mention morals of company.
I hear you.
Okay, zweimal Kevin, dreimal Courtney.
That kid said he's from Guyana. That's on the Caribbean side of South America, right? Know anything about it?
A little, though I'm more of an expert on Africa than the Americas. To be exact, Guyana's sandwiched between Venezuela and Suriname, with Brazil on its southern border. Of course, the Venezuelan border is sheer rainforest. There aren't even any roads through it. You have to cross the Guyana Shield to get to Brazil, too.
So it's pretty isolated from the rest of the continent.
Most inland connections run through Suriname, opposite of Venezuela. Beyond Suriname is French Guyana. The three countries are referred to as the Guyanas, and the entire region's got its own unique culture sphere.
The Guyanas? I've heard the name, but I don't really know it at all.
Same here. I do know the region's a lot smaller than Brazil, or even Venezuela for that matter. As you know, most South American countries have Spanish as their official language. Brazil uses Portuguese. Guyana, though, uses English. Suriname uses Dutch, and French Guyana uses French, naturally.
A kind of divide-and-conquer approach to colonialism, huh?
Yeah. They're all independent now except French Guyana, though. Sort of like what you see in Africa. I did some research after you met George. Culturally, at least, Guyana's more Caribbean than South American.
Yeah? He looked a little Asian to me.
There's a lot of immigrants from India living there. They were both British colonies, after all. It's a lot more influence from the UK than India, though. I mean, look at George's name, after all.
An English-speaking South American of Indian background.
Everything good over there, Raiden? You, don't seem like you're in much of a hurry.
Give me some time. I've got a lot of intel to gather. Speaking of which, I'd better get going. Riding out.
Okay.
Those brains are from the street kids they picked up in Central and South America, right? Abducted by traffickers and sold to Desperado.
Right. And now it looks like they're selling off their organs.
That part of the world's full of homeless kids.
True. Though really just about every nation's full of them. Except the richest ones, that is. You see a lot of them across the African and Asian continents, too. Estimates put the worldwide number of homeless children at anywhere from tens to hundreds of millions.
Ooh.
Kind of a broad range. I guess it's hard to do solid research in the kinds of places where you'd find them.
True enough. The way the Human Rights NGO put it, though, it's hard to define what a street child is. There's lots of different types. Some are on the street because they ran away from home, but really they can return any time. Some work on the street but go home at night. And some kids literally live on the street with no family.
Go home at night? Those kids still count as street children?
Well, the point is that there's no set definition. Everyone involved has their own take on the issue. Without a clear definition, estimates inevitably end up all over the map.
Makes sense.
If you're going to talk about street kids, though, I think you need to differentiate. There are the kids who live on the street and the ones that just work it. Little things can make a huge difference if you've got a home and a family to fall back on. Even if you're just running a fruit stand or shoe shine operation. Kind of presumptuous for me to say which is better, I guess, but you can't just ignore that aspect.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine how helpless you feel when you've got no one to fall back on.
Yeah. Opinions similarly divided on the child labor issue, too. Some say all underage labor should be banned. Others think the decision should be left up to the family. I mean, sure, kids shouldn't be exploited or pressed into military service. If nothing else, the right to an education's got to be protected. But
Should a kid be banned from helping out at his dad's store? What if a family's so desperate that it would starve without the money their children bring in?
Yeah, it's definitely not cut and dry.
Das ist das, was ich tatsächlich auch mal vor gar nicht so allzu langer Zeit mit meiner Schwester diskutiert habe. Sie ist natürlich noch minderjährig und alles und dann haben wir einfach mal so ein bisschen drüber geredet, wie so das Leben in anderen Ländern ist, ne? Sie ist der Meinung, dass Kinder überhaupt nicht arbeiten sollen. Das geht einfach gar nicht. Die sollen spielen, die sollen Spaß haben, die sollen lernen. Dann habe ich gesagt, ja, aber in anderen Teilen geht es einfach auch nicht anders. Jetzt ist die Frage, so wie es gerade auch Kev gesagt hat. Wo ziehst du die Grenze? Ne? Was überwiegt jetzt? Klar, Bildung und alles, das ist wichtig. Und um Gottes Willen niemals irgendwo zu einer PMC oder sowas reindrücken. Aber wenn es gar nicht anders geht, würde man dann die Familie dafür verurteilen, dass sie es machen? Schwierig. Schwierig.
I can't believe what they're doing in there. Guess I shouldn't be so surprised, huh?
Guess not.
Are you gonna help them?
No other choice.
I'll try to help look for someplace that might take them in.
Thanks.
Least I can do. Did you want to save your data?
Ja, komm, warum nicht?
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Danke.
By the way, I didn't know you spoke Spanish.
I've got the US Army to thank for that. I was in a group called Foxhound, although it doesn't exist on paper. We were isolated from the other soldiers. Day after day of VR training.
I heard about that.
It's not like it was all VR, though. Special Forces guys need advanced physical and communication skills. I had to do all the basic training and language schoolwork, too. We even trained in the Afghan village set up at Fort Polk.
The Afghan village?
They built a mock urban area on a base in Louisiana for training purposes. It was a hell of a lot more realistic than the VR training we had back then. Nothing compared to cyborg training, though. Having it jacked right in like that.
They say it's so realistic now, you can feel your blade cutting through flesh.
Kinder haben meiner Meinung nach viel zu viel Lotterleben in Deutschland. In anderen EU-Ländern ist nichts mit 4-mal pro Jahr Ferien. Die haben einmal 6 bis 8 Wochen und das war's. Danach wieder von 8 bis 16 in die Schule. Trainiert für die Arbeitswelt. Da ist nichts mit von 8 bis 13 und dann Chili-Milli. Ja, aber was ich halt auch nicht so ganz verstehe, jetzt zum Beispiel bei ihr. Die hat jetzt, ich muss gerade überlegen, ob es 2 oder 3 Mal in der Woche inzwischen Mittagsschule ist, wo sie hat. Hallo Leo. Also die ist halt jetzt doch deutlich länger in der Schule als vor ein paar Jahren noch, ja. Trotzdem sind wir in Deutschland sehr weit hinterher, was Bildung angeht. Also da können wir mit dem Rest der Welt einfach nicht mithalten. Obwohl die Kinder jetzt so lange da in der Schule sind, ja. Woran liegt das? Liegt es daran, dass einfach die Lehrer scheiße sind, das Bildungssystem, oder halt die Kinder zu verwöhnt sind, um zu sagen, ja, ich streng mich jetzt mal richtig an. Also, weißt du, ne? Das ist halt auch wieder das. Weiß es nicht. Kann es nicht einschätzen. Ich möchte nicht speichern.
You know much about Guyana, Courtney?
Not really. I know the name, but don't ask me anything about what it's like.
You mean you haven't even tried the food?
Nope. No research trips this time. Besides, who knew we'd be running into any Guyanese here? I'm looking now, though. Looks like a lot of their diet is seafood. It's a small coastal nation, so it's probably easy to get fresh fish across the whole country. A lot of their dishes use Indian spices. That's where a lot of their immigrants come from.
Fish with curry, huh? Sounds tasty. But maybe you could finish reading all about the food there after the mission.
Huh? Oh, it just, you know, came up while I was reading up on Guyana in general.
Right, right. Well, let me know if you find anything actually useful.
It just popped up in the search results, I swear.
Hey Larry, du kannst ja mal gucken, wo genau sich Guyana befindet. Das würde mich tatsächlich interessieren. Ich meine, Kevin hat es ein bisschen erklärt, aber einfach mal wirklich aufs Detail. Kannst ja mal so ein bisschen gucken.
Very well done, Raiden.
Oh, thanks, I guess.
That raptor may have been smaller than an Irving, but its potential is simply remarkable. Defeating it is a fine demonstration of your body's abilities. I'm quite happy to see it working so well.
Well, thanks, Doc. I'm quite happy I'm not dead, too.
How did it feel to fight it?
Well, an Irving has more strength and firepower. But this guy was a lot harder to keep a beat on. Not that big of a deal, but you definitely don't want to let your guard down around one.
Indeed. A combination Irving and tripod force would be a formidable foe in any urban warfare scenario. The only problem is cost. A PMC would have to be well funded indeed to even think about acquiring the necessary numbers to make it work. There are situations where an Irving may be overkill, but tripods cannot provide the necessary force.
So the Raptor was built to fill that gap?
Indeed. Its basic design is a streamlined, more compact version of the Irving. Furthermore, it uses the same control system as the tripods, which helps keep costs low. It can use standard personnel weaponry as is, and its armor has been componentized. This is to say, the user can expand its defensive capability as needed. It's fit for standard military operations, anti-terror missions, even regular patrol and police duty. A most admirable jack of all trades. Adorable too, wouldn't you say?
Not the first word that comes to mind.
Ah yes, my apologies. I can't help but marvel at a well-made machine when I see one. There's no need to be jealous, though. Your body is still quite impressive as well.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Let me ask you something. What do you think you're doing here? I mean, why are you working with me?
Because I choose to. I owe a debt, and I wish to repay it.
A debt, huh? How human of you.
I contest that statement. Many humans possess little or no sense of obligation at all. And many are entirely willing to trample their fellow man for personal gain.
I know. But is that it? I mean, you're willing to follow me, put yourself at risk just because of that? What do you think of what I'm doing here, for example?
A delicate question. I do find it difficult to rationalize your mission to rescue the children. If you wish to save children in need, there are hundreds of millions of others equally in need.
Thanks for the support.
However, we must still uncover the full extent of Desperado's activities. And as such, it is meaningless to debate best practices without sufficient information.
All right then. No more questions, Your Honor.
Larry hat mir gerade eine Karte geschickt. Also Guyana ist quasi, also ist in Brasilien und es liegt östlich von Venezuela in Kolumbien, eher am nördlichen Teil. Oder meinen die Neuguinea, denn das passt in Kolonien. Nee, Brasilien hat ja Kevin schon gesagt. Das passt schon. Das passt schon. Das ist richtig. Okay, gehen wir weiter.
Activity ahead. It is possible they are conducting test operations while the lab is closed.
They're not going to make it easy to get into that lab. Is there some way you could sneak past?
Ja. Damit.
It's a box. How's that going to help? Oh, it's for medical supplies. That could work, actually.
Guyana ist ein Land. Habe ich jetzt auch nichts Negatives gesagt. Oder habe ich mich falsch ausgedrückt?
It appears you have entered the sewer's maintenance corridor. It connects individual water conduits for inspection and work access. Additionally, it is used for material storage during expansion and construction work.
How do you know all this?
These are all logical assumptions.
So, wir haben eine Cardboard Box. Die können wir jetzt ausrüsten. Wir können uns verstecken. Du sagst, es ist ein... Achso, ja. Entschuldigung. Das war falsch gemeint. Das war falsch von mir gesagt. Dann, ja, ist okay. My mistake. So, das war Mia Mission 6. Ich glaube... Eine gibt es noch hier. Und ich glaube, ich weiß sogar wo. Okay. Ich glaube, ich habe aktuell noch alles. So, wir können jetzt theoretisch die Cardboard Box benutzen. Um uns hier vorbeizuschleichen, weil die Cardboard Box kann nicht gescannt werden, weil die aus Medical Supplies irgendwie ist. Und deswegen undurchsichtlich für den Sensor. So, Land östlich von Venezuela, angrenzend an Nordbrasilien. Ja, genau. Mal aufpassen, dass der mich nicht sieht, wenn ich mich bewege. Keinen Bock gegen den zu kämpfen, wenn es nicht unbedingt notwendig ist. Okay, jetzt habe ich dich. Boom! Nein! Ich will das. Gib her. Danke. War ich gerade unten? Ah, deswegen. Ich habe das Geländer kaputt gemacht. Ups. Das ist natürlich ungünstig. Weil ich musste eigentlich hoch. Kann ich da noch hochhüpfen? Natürlich nicht. Geil. Jetzt kommt er. Au! Komm her. Nein! Lass mich in Ruhe. Daneben. Hand weg. Alter. Okay, jetzt geht's mir nicht mehr gut. Weg mit dem Scheißarm. So. Und gib das her. Nein. Gib her. Gib her. Nein, ich hätte die gebraucht. Verdammt. Scheiße. Ja, ich muss das machen, weil sonst kriege ich nämlich den Datenchip nicht. Scheiße. Och Gott. Karton. Geht nicht. Okay, cool. Ich erinnere mich, dass ich nie richtig verstanden habe, wie ich gegen diese Dudes kämpfen soll. Mit ihrem scheiß Flammenwerfer. Genau deswegen. Ich kann dem nicht ausweichen. Ich kann dem nicht ausweichen. Das sind eigentlich tatsächlich Gegner, wo ich weiß, die muss ich instant töten. Und zwar mit der Foxklinge am besten. Wenn es Richtung S rangeht. So. Der ist weg. Der ist weg. Okay. Hat er mich jetzt gerade gesehen? Hat es eigentlich die Konversation mit Wolf gespeichert?
What do you think you're doing here? I mean, what do you if you, however, and
okay, das kennen wir. Dann hat das, glaube ich. So. Lass mich ganz kurz das aufmachen, dann können wir gerne miteinander spielen. Danke. Ah. Jawohl. Sehr schön. Bam. Bam. That's how you do it. So will ich das sehen.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Mach ich. Bin schon auf dem Weg. So, wo ist er? Weißt du was? Ich lasse ihn einfach angreifen. Und dann mache ich einen perfekten Block. Mach das und gehe dann wieder zurück. Dass er mich nicht mit seinem Flammenwerfer angreifen kann. Ja, ich hab ihn. Oh, Baby, das war gut. Haha. Und jetzt noch einmal hier, Sandatsu und let's go. S-Rang. Komm, das war ein S-Rang. Oder auch nicht. Stimmt, die kommen ja noch mit mehreren. Oh nein. Sandatsu, so heißt es, was Raiden macht. Nein! Oh, ich hätte den S-Rang bekommen, du blödes Wix-Tripod. Mann! Und jetzt brenne ich und... Ach, leck mich doch am Arsch. Jetzt war ich so glücklich und... Die Tripods haben es wieder zerstört. Ich hasse diese Viecher. Einfach Instant One-Hit, bitte. Die braucht kein Mensch. So. Den machen wir weg. Und dann kümmern wir uns um die letzten 3 da unten. Nee. Da kommt der nächste. Ganz ehrlich, solange ich nicht abgegradet bin, kannst du es vergessen mit den S-Rängen. Dir fehlen einfach die Skills, um S-Ränge zu bekommen. Dir fehlt die Kraft. Und dir fehlen die Skills. Ich kann hier nicht richtig kämpfen ohne das. Allein schon, dass ich in der Luft nichts machen kann, ist mega der Abfuck. Die Hammerheads sind einfach aktuell unmöglich auf S-Rang zu kriegen. Ohne dass ich auf die loschargen kann. So. Sandatsu. Was sagst du dazu?
Good, Raiden. Very good.
Ja, darf ich mal hier durch, bitte? Danke. Bisschen schneller, dann hätten wir vielleicht doch noch einen S-Rang gekriegt. Dann hätten wir nämlich 5000 Punkte gehabt. Ärgerlich. Ach ja. Egal. Dankeschön.
Raiden, I have determined the approximate location of the lab based on the boy's information. It is marked on your Soliton radar.
Okay, danke. Hier ist der zweite Man in the Box. Wunderbar. Ich sehe den, ne? Habt ihr den auch gesehen?
Let me ask you something. What do you think you're doing here? I mean, why are you...
Okay, das ist nicht die Codec Conversation, die ich brauche. Kennen wir schon? Dann muss ich wahrscheinlich wirklich direkt dahin. Moment. Ich wusste, dass er das macht. Wir lesen hier ein Buch. Na, guck mal, das lief jetzt doch deutlich besser. So. Noch jemand? Ah, tatsächlich. Komm her. Nicht so. Oh. Drecksack. Du fühlst dich ganz toll, dass du es gemacht hast, gell? Hallo, kann ich? Danke. So, dankeschön. So, will noch irgendjemand? Ich glaube, die spawnen unendlich, ne? War es nicht so?
This is Raiden. I'm near the target area, but I'm not seeing any lab entrance.
Yes, I am searching for it as well.
Any ideas?
Remember what the boy said, Raiden. He escaped into the sewers via a drainage channel, and that there was a large shutter gate nearby.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any gates. You?
It is likely well hidden. We may be unable to detect it from the outside. It may be wise to search the walls near any drain outlets.
Right. Let's get to it.
Okay. Ich hab schon gefunden.
So, big wall protection. Pretty well hidden, I gotta say.
Ja. Aber nicht vor uns. So, das nehmen wir mit. Aufpassen. Und da unten war noch irgendwas. Ah, eine Cardboard-Box. Schön, jetzt haben wir 3. Unsere Sammlung wächst.
This would appear to be the UG maintenance area. You should find a terminal there. Something they use to upload mission parameters to the UGs.
And something I can use to access the lab's main server?
Perhaps. But first you need to take a dump.
Wait, what?
A dump? A digital optical output mounted proxy. You'll need one to interface with the terminal. Most any UG should suffice. A tripod or the like.
I'll see what I can come up with. How do I use it?
Simply connect to it. You should be able to use your communications outlet to control the proxy UG.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Dumm. Darauf hat sich Prof gefreut, dass er das sagt. Dumm. So.
Have you located any tripods, Raiden?
None around here.
They may be clustered near a single spot. A maintenance area, perhaps. Have you checked there?
I will now.
You have entered the lab?
Yeah. You're falling behind, Wolf.
My apologies.
It's fine. Just get here as soon as you can.
I have failed in my duties as a scout.
Aww.
There is no excuse. This has never happened to me before.
I said it's fine, Wolf. It's no big deal. Just get here ASAP, okay?
Thank you. I shall redeem myself. I swear that to you.
Yeah, okay.
Ich mag Wauzi. Aber Wauzi gehört ihr nicht. Wauzi hat schon ein Herrchen. Beziehungsweise ein Frauchen. War hier einer mit einer speziellen Hand dabei? Nö. Na dann.
Right. I thought you said stealth ops were your special.
Das lässt sich ändern. Nein. Nein. Kein S-Rang für uns. Wir haben nämlich leider schon Schaden genommen. Da kommt der zweite. Ich habe das gesehen. Drecksack. Einfach von hinten angreifen. Ich glaub's ja nicht. Hey! Ah. Alter, ich hab geblockt. Halt! Stopp! So, dankeschön. Oh, hörst du damit auf? Hör auf zu schreien. Du bist als nächster dran. Ugh. Hallo? Hä? Ich konnte nichts tun. Ich war gestunt. Ich konnte nichts tun. Das habe ich noch nie gesehen, dass sie es können. What the fuck? Toll, jetzt muss ich die Code-Konversation nochmal machen. So. Echt cool. Auf einmal können die Gegner ganz neue Sachen. 10 Jahre nachdem das Spiel rausgekommen ist. Finde ich cool. Finde ich okay. Hallo 2023, was erwartest du? Dass Spiele nicht auf einmal was ganz Neues können, was sie davor noch nicht konnten. So. Jetzt. Ich hasse dich. Und schon wieder ist der S-Rang verkackt. Cool. Hör auf. Oh. Aggressionen werden jetzt gerade hier wieder wach. Das gibt's doch nicht. Alter. Was ist denn gerade los? Nein. Ah. Gib das her. Meine Fresse. Ja, genau. Was soll ich dagegen tun? Jetzt habe ich dich. Nein. Nein. Ja. Nein. Ich habe doch Kreis gedrückt, Mann. Oh. Hätte es eh nicht geschafft. Ich habe zu lange gebraucht. Ist okay.
If they continue to increase security, they may shut out all outside network connections. Please do your best to avoid being seen.
Jojo, ist ja gut. Achso, da darf ich ja noch nicht rein. Dann machen wir halt dies.
Enough, Raiden. It's It's time to focus on defeating the enemy.
Take care of that enemy first, Raiden.
Concentrate on the fight now, Raiden.
Okay, dann mache ich das. So, wer von euch hat die Hand? Ach, der da hinten. Okay. Dann kümmere ich mich erst um dich und hab deine Hand. Wunderbar. Aber er hat nicht Alter, er hat nicht getroffen. Oder? Nee. Ich weiß es gerade nicht. Könnte sein, dass er mich vielleicht doch nicht erwischt hat. Mal gucken. Wir werden es gleich sehen. Da kommt der nächste. Jetzt wurden wir getroffen. Aggressionen! So, gib her. Einfach so ein random Typ. Ich glaub's ja nicht. Hier. Was willst du davon? Na, nee. Zu wenig Sandatsu. Zu wenig Combo. Ja. Ein Sandatsu zu wenig, sonst hätten wir trotzdem S gekriegt. Verdammt. Oh.
Is it over?
For now, yeah. But that room. Those were cyborg brain casings.
Duh. We saw.
George said they were harvesting organs from kids.
Yes. This must be why they are trafficking children. Perhaps other organs are being sold elsewhere, but they are definitely taking the brains.
Jesus. Are they making these kids into cyborgs?
Wait. The cyborgs you've been fighting, did they seem like they might be kids? You said earlier that child soldiers have a telltale approach to combat.
Yeah, but I didn't see it here. Those weren't kids.
So, what? Desperados just doing the surgeries there?
We've got to do something about all those brains. And the other kids George was talking about. He just escaped a few hours ago. They couldn't have taken all their brains out that fast.
True. There could still be a bunch of kids they haven't touched yet.
I better move.
Mhm. So, jetzt müsste ich, glaube ich, noch mal ein paar bekommen, oder?
I'm worried about the kids they haven't got to yet. But what about those brain units? They're just brains, but they're still alive. I won't just abandon them.
Duh. I will discuss with Doctor. There must be artificial bodies they can use. Not like the combat type you have. Maintenance must be considered, of course. But with today's technology, they can at least live comfortably enough as cyborgs.
Yeah, maybe. Physically, anyway. Society may say otherwise.
Yes, but we will worry about such problems after they are rescued. For now, though, let us concentrate on the intact children first.
You got it.
Alter, wie sich das anhört. Die intakten Kinder.
Man, I couldn't have imagined anyone would cut the brains out of kids.
What are they even doing this for? Why make them into cyborgs?
I don't know. They say child soldiers are both bolder and more obedient than adults, but...
They are. On both counts. But the surgeries alone would cost a fortune. Not to mention all the training.
Yeah, I don't get it either. For now, you just look for the kids they haven't operated on yet. We come in too late on this, and things are gonna get a whole lot messier.
Mhm.
You were talking earlier about runaways. Kids who could go back home if they wanted.
Right. A lot of times they're fleeing problems at home. For a kid like that, life on the street's dangerous, sure, but maybe better than the abuse they got at home. They can go home if they feel like it, but they choose not to.
That's a whole other level of tragedy.
It's a pretty common case in Latin America, as opposed to Africa, where you've got a lot of war orphans. Kids like those sometimes get victimized by the people around them, even killed. Sometimes by the cops. That's what happened in Brazil in 1993. The Candelaria massacre. 8 kids were killed.
How could families abuse their own kids? What's the trigger?
I was wondering that too. I did some reading up on it. A lot of times the mother remarries, and her husband ends up abusing the kids she brought along. It's actually a pretty common story in first world countries too. The mother's too scared to do anything. She just wants her new man to love her. A lot of the abusers are addicted to drugs or alcohol too, leading to neglect. If their parents can't be bothered to feed them, kids are forced to hit the streets for food and money.
And these are the kids desperados rounding up? Kinda makes you ashamed to be a human being.
Yeah. It's definitely evil, all right.
But even if we got them out, It's not like they've got happy homes to return to, right?
Exactly. Most of them, well, a lot of them don't make it to see adulthood. Or they join gangs, end up exploiting the next generation. It's a vicious cycle.
Our only option's to follow the money trail. Find out who's profiting from all this, and put them out of business permanently.
Yeah. Guess that starts now, huh?
Mhm.
I can't believe they're extracting children's brains. Can't we do anything?
I don't know. That's something I need to discuss with Doc. For now, I gotta worry about the kids they haven't operated on yet. As long as they're held hostage, no way am I gonna be able to get the brains out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, you better hurry. Oh, but maybe you should save first.
Ja, warum nicht? Unsere Safe Lady.
Save complete. Be careful, Raiden.
Doctor?
What do you know about these brain units, Doc?
It is a type of canister conceived to transport a cyborg's brain in a physiologically secure state. It's designed for quick, lower-risk implantation. Each one is equipped with a rudimentary environmental control system. So long as power is uninterrupted, the unit can protect the brain from temperature changes and other fluctuations in the local environment. I would imagine they regulate the brain supply of oxygen and glucose as well.
That's what I thought. I've seen these before, but I didn't think there were that many of them out there.
Oh, manufacturing's exploded alongside the rise of cyborgs, though they're still made by only one company. The chassis also functions as an impact liner, absorbing impact and preventing organic damage. It's durable against impacts up to 700 G, which would be enough to permanently damage an unprotected brain.
Sounds like military spec stuff.
Well, it would certainly be expected to withstand gunshots or explosions. But the liner is primarily intended to keep the brain safe in the event of an accident during transport. These canisters are quite functional overall and clearly designed for mass production. Costs, you know. However, human brains come in many sizes. Thus, the unit is on the larger side to compensate for a wide range. This unit cannot be used if, as in your case, the subject wishes to retain his original human visage. The brain must instead be transplanted directly into a precision-fitted skull casing. Such customization, of course, does not come cheap, and does nothing to enhance the cyborg's battle skills. It's an option beyond the reach of most. You surely noticed your cyborg opponents tend to resemble each other. That is part of the reason.
So they're extracting the brains here, and transporting them somewhere else in these things.
Into the US, most likely. Brains alone, after all, would not violate the UN Arms Trade Treaty. I imagine these are intended for implant into bodies manufactured in America.
This is crazy.
Krank, ja.
So, how much do you know about how Desperados operated?
I was at the lowest possible tier of information disclosure, beneath standard contractors. As it was explained to me, contractors need at least some information divulged to them. I did not. As a machine, I had no contract and no rights. I was kept in the dark. My knowledge is no deeper than what is already generally known throughout the industry.
Couldn't you hack into their network or something? You're an AI.
Perhaps, if I had free access to a computer. Also, hands. Those are necessary to operate a keyboard.
Yeah, but you are a computer.
It is not so simple. There are protocol issues. Neuro-AIs are far closer in structure to the human brain than standard von Neumann architecture computers.
Well, I would have tried anyway. Did you have contact with anyone besides Mistral?
I engaged in tandem field operations with Sam on several occasions. However, he was even more difficult for me to comprehend than Mistral.
I bet. So you said it took 3 years to learn how to speak, right? Given enough time, could any AI be taught that too?
I cannot assert that. A neuro-AI is only capable of learning new things, not growing and replenishing its own cells. Thus, each neuro-AI is equipped with a predetermined capacity that cannot be altered. My AI contains 90 billion neurons, more than a human being. A normal LQ-84 model possesses only 1.6 billion.
That's a big difference.
Relatively, yes. I doubt any amount of learning period would enable an LQ-84 to speak. It would be similar to attempting to teach a dog how to converse. A combination of appropriate instruction and an ample neuron count are required to accomplish the feat.
So if someone else made a neuro-AI with the same capacity or more...
Other AIs as conversant as I are a possibility. Yes, robotic pets with neuro-AIs are already on the market. And I understand research and development are underway to create a model capable of conversation. Do not be surprised if such a pet becomes available before too long.
If that becomes commonplace, hard to imagine.
Is it? The human race has willingly embraced all of its other inventions so far. Steam engines, electricity, the internet, cyborgs. Perhaps the day will come when conversing with AIs, too, is considered perfectly normal.
Maybe. As normal as being a cyborg is now, at least.
The most significant challenge would be in crafting the appropriate training regimen. The only way to establish an effective learning system is through sheer trial and error. And it will take even more time to virtualize and optimize that system for mass production. One could say my own existence is due in no small part to simple luck. Of course, I was a failure as a weapon as well.
Failure or not, you're better off than an AI that knows nothing but how to fight.
I am pleased to hear you say that.
Nö, Amis sagen auch Internet. Also es wäre mir jetzt was ganz Neues, wenn die World Wide Web sagen würden. So, dann spielen wir mal ein bisschen Tripod. Dann geh mal los, mein Kleiner.
Haha, splendid! It is all ours. Now, use it to locate a data input terminal.
So, Datenspeicher.
Pretty jumpy now. Any funny business, and they might just open fire.
Tripod ist der zweite Bruder vom iPod.
Try
Maybe.
latching onto cyborgs' heads from behind. Then, an electric shock should knock them unconscious.
So, ich muss aber jetzt mit allen hier kommunizieren, damit wir noch eine Trophäe bekommen. Ey. So, hier ist nochmal ein Datenspeicher. Damit hätten wir nochmal 2. Ich muss jetzt 3-mal mit Doktor reden, okay.
So you want me to remote pilot this thing?
Indeed. Once you physically breached server security, we can take care of the rest from here.
It's a strange feeling. It feels like it's really me scurrying around.
Well, you have hacked into all its sensors. Of course it should feel this way.
Listen, Doc, if my body's ever destroyed, promise you won't stick me in one of these things.
Well, I'm in no position to make such promises, you know. Especially not before you find the terminal.
All right, I get the idea. Should be no problem. Stealth is my specialty, after all. Doc, the tripods Mistral had, they could leach electrolytes from my fuel cells, right? Can I do the same with the cyborgs here?
But why would you want to do this, Raiden? Too much energy and you would most certainly explode.
Oh, right. I guess there's that.
It took quite an effort to hack into our little friend there, you know. I would take good care of him.
So, autonomous gears against remote gears? Which one do you think's got the advantage?
Well, you cannot make a valid comparison between the two so easily, you know. You must take the relative specs of the models into account, the skills of the operator, and so forth.
I suppose so.
All things considered, remote gears do indeed hold the advantage, in most cases at least.
And I get the feeling you're gonna tell me why.
This type of remote weapon can be traced back to Germany, you know. World War II. The Wehrmacht employed a remote-controlled mine called Goliath, with tank-like treads on either side. The operator could send it over 600 meters into enemy territory before detonating its payload.
Germans certainly did have a knack for weird new weapons back then.
If I may continue. Now, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, began to proliferate in the 90s. They were equipped with cameras, enabling the operator with a much greater degree of control. But it took 20 more years before autonomous craft would gain wide acceptance.
Makes sense. The AI wasn't good enough until just recently, right?
Correct. Target location and course correction were not a problem, of course. GPS solved all that. But target selection or base defense, these types of objectives require extremely complex AI routines. It was only with the advent of optical neuro-AI that such a thing became possible. Neuro-AI was developed using a completely new paradigm in computer architecture, you know. Not the von Neumann model, which served as a standard up till that point. Neuro-AI was modeled after the human brain. It can learn and mature entirely on its own.
Like the Patriot's AI, just on a smaller scale.
Indeed. It cannot copy or rewrite data, but the structure does solve several problems quite well. The frame and symbol grounding problems, to be exact. It gives the AI flexibility within unknown states. But such a system still lags behind the average human in speedy decision-making. Also, as they cannot converse, they cannot demand or accept surrender, or avoid such unnecessary conflict. And as you know, such tactics are often the most effective strategy for victory. So yes, the fact that they do not require a human soldier as a pilot is an advantage, purely in terms of resources. But in a hypothetical battle between two identical UGs, the remote gear tops the autonomous model, no question.
Got it. I'll keep that in mind.
Of course, even the remote gears have some AI these days, to handle balance and other minor details. So, the line between remote and autonomous UGs grows less and less distinct every day.
Ich glaube, Larry, sie meinen gerade sowas wie die Chrysalis. So. Hi. Bisschen klatschen, wunderbar. Hier ist noch einer. Das gibt mir auf jeden Fall keinen S-Rang. S-Rang würde ich kriegen, wenn ich hier ohne Schaden und instant durchgehe zum Ziel. Aber ich muss ja hier ein bisschen Zwischenstation machen. Warum greift er mich jetzt an? Lass mich doch mit denen tanzen, Mann. Ich gehe ja schon, tschüss. Wow. Einfach wow. Ich finde es immer wieder erschreckend, wie sehr man in Metal Gear Spielen Zukunft vorhersagt. Ja, ein bisschen, ne? So, irgendwo müsste es, glaube ich, noch einen geben. Jetzt hätte ich nämlich die Trophäe bekommen. Ah! Ich hab alle hier. Irgendwo muss noch einer sein. Oder hat der nicht gezählt? Komisch. Hä? Bin ich dumm? Machen wir erstmal das. So. Och, nee. Hör doch auf. Irgendwas übersehe ich gerade. Den habe ich auch schon, ne? Ach, gosh halten. Ah, warte mal. Ich glaube, ich weiß wo. Aber es könnte sein, dass der gleich tot ist. Verdammt. Ich glaube, ich weiß, wo er ist. Ups. Komme ich von hier da hoch? Nein, lass mich in Ruhe. Habt ihr nichts getan? Oh, verdammt. Ich hab euch nichts getan. Hi. Sagt ihr mal, die sollen aufhören damit. Nee, ich komm so nicht hoch. Alter. Das geht. Ich weiß, dass es geht. Ich habe das auch schon mal geschafft. Da oben ist er. Guck mal. Nein. Ach, haltet die Schnauze. Ich will doch von euch gar nichts. Hopp. 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 Nee, so geht es nicht. Hopp. So geht es. Hopp. Hopp. Hello. So, das müssten jetzt aber alle gewesen sein. Hm. Da ist sie. Liebe auf den ersten Blick. Perfekt. Dann kann ich gehen. Ja, warte. Ich gehe so lang. Das führt zu nichts. Alter. Oh, Tripod zu steuern ist so asozial. Wie soll ich denn das machen, dass ich hier den S-Lang bekomme, wenn ich da das Geländer nicht hochkomme? Ich weiß, dass es geht. So. Und D-Rang, E-Rang, D. Geil. Schlechter geht's nicht. Ah, naja. Okay, Kevin möchte nicht reden. Schade. Schade. Okay, dann muss ich noch ein bisschen machen. Okay. Zeit für ein bisschen Cutscene.
Raiden, I found something. In one of the Sentry Cyborg's visual logs. Guess who shows up?
Patch it through.
Right away.
Then send us what you do have. We've already commenced the plan. The Sears program? Yep. Same one old Georgie boy used on the kids in Liberia. Of course, it's right straight to the brain now. Feels as real as anything else. Your work is astonishing. And your work is late. We need to ship before our cover is blown. We've got some assholes snooping around.
We just do not have the full quantity yet. Each brain has its own unique requirements. It's not like we can just pop them out with an ice cream scoop.
All right. You've made your point.
Oh, thank you for understanding.
Send what you have now or destroy any unharvested inventory.
Okay? But have you any idea what they cost?
Last I checked, children weren't exactly rare in the part of the world. Millions of them, in fact. You can get more once we set up a new lab. They lead lives of hunger and pain. We're performing a service here for them and the cities they burden.
But just gathering the donors required a significant investment.
Yes, you'll get the money. Accounting will be in touch.
Gracias. I assure you we will dispose of our inventory the instant we can confirm payment.
Are we done here? I've got a full slate today. Tecumseh is a demanding mistress, and America has suffered long enough.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me see you out.
You see that, Kev? Inmani's killer.
Desperado's chief of operations goes by Sundowner, the Californian wildfire.
The kids.
Think we're too late?
Only one way to find out. George was still alive. Maybe the payment hasn't come through yet.
Maybe. But you heard what he said. They've already started some brains on VR training.
There must be more than just what I found here. What about the VIP in the suit?
I'll find out. He definitely seemed familiar.
Right. I'm going after the kids.
Okay. Wir haben noch ein paar Codecards.
Any idea who the guy in the suit is, Boris?
No. I feel like maybe I have seen him before. But I am not so up-to-date on US news like Kevin.
Isn't that kind of stuff important, given the business you're in? And Maverick's based in Nevada. I know you're only there a few times a year, but still.
This is why I have staff in America. Excellent workers. They run place for me. No questions asked.
That's not really what I'm talking about, Boris.
Cool.
Who's the guy in the suit?
Doc's on it. He's running his face through for a match as we speak. But we only got a glimpse. Hard to pull a full set of features to match a photo with. We're gonna need some more time.
Got it.
Okay, willst du jetzt?
Definitely looks familiar. But I have no idea where I would have seen him.
Too bad we can't run a search on your brain.
Sometimes it might be nice.
Kann ich jetzt nochmal mit dir reden? Nein. Okay.
Yeah,
Dann finden wir nochmal eine Code-Konferenz gerade.
Know anything about the guy in the suit, Courtney?
Not a clue. Sorry. I feel like I might have seen him somewhere, but...
Yeah. It's a pretty common-looking face.
Doc's analyzing all his facial features right now. He should have something for you soon.
All right. I've got a few things to do here anyway.
Yep. Do you want to save first?
Nö.
Good luck.
So, einmal noch mit ihm.
Doc, they're VR training those kids' brains.
Indeed, much as one might expect. Simply installing someone in a cyborg body does nothing to enhance their neural acuity. True combat efficacy requires the right knowledge and the right operant conditioning.
Yeah, but this isn't just normal army training. This is the Sears program.
Indeed, the instructor sends data directly into the brain. The experience is almost impossible to discern from real life.
No, Doc. I'm not talking about the VR tech. The training program's completely different.
It is only VR, Raiden. They are not actually hurt.
Well, right. That's because they don't have bodies to get hurt with. But they still feel pain. Without that, it just isn't realistic enough. That, and with this training, you're the one doing the killing. Not just the soldiers, innocent people, POWs, civilians.
I see. So that is what the Sears program is.
Yeah. Look, I gotta move. Out.
Sears Program. Benannt nach George Sears, aka Saladas Snake. Ja.
You ever see the guy in the suit before?
I am sorry. No.
Nothing in your database?
I have no database, Raiden. The symbol-grounded capabilities of my Neuro-AI allow me to identify faces in only the vaguest of terms. I can judge whether I think I may have seen him before, but I do not have the accuracy of a database.
Well, that's ridiculous. You're an AI.
An AI modeled after the human brain, and thus as flexible and occasionally vague as any humans. Of this man, however, I have no recollection. I do not believe I have encountered him before. Most likely.
Oh, man.
Okay. Dann gehen wir da mal rein. Irgendwo ist einer mit einer Hand. Ich muss aufpassen. Der ist es nicht. Der ist es auch nicht. Sonst noch einer? Ich glaube, der da oben. Bist du es? Nö. Dann musst du sterben. Sorry. Du bist es. Hi. What? Okay. Cool. Danke. Ist ja nicht so, dass ich den Arm eigentlich abgetrennt habe, aber gut. So. 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 Nein. So.
Simply true. And
no, it is well, but they back. Not yeah.
So.
You have
So. Erstmal den. Dann den. Guck mal, so geht es besser. So, next one, please. Gib mir den... Danke. Ach komm schon. Echt jetzt? Das war doch der fucking Arm. Oh, ich hasse diese Arme. So. Dann nochmal, weil es so viel Spaß macht. Da. Ja. Schön für dich. Lalalala. Ah. Ich hole mir jetzt zuerst diesen scheiß Arm. Courtney halt die Gosch. So. Doktor, ja, war nett. Danke fürs Gespräch. Ja. Mecker. So. Jetzt hol ich mir den. Ist mir jetzt egal. Alter. Hör auf zu klatschen. Was soll ich denn noch tun? Ich hasse diese Arme. Vor allem, wenn ich halt im Alarmmodus bin, ne? Keine Chance, das irgendwie gescheit zu regeln. Komme ich da sofort hoch? Nein, natürlich nicht. Cool. Na also. Geht doch. Dankeschön. So. Dann kurz das machen. Blablabla. 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 Nein. Blablabla. Und blablabla. Danke. Ups. Oh, das tut uns aber leid. Oh. Beide tot. Danke. Ach, der lebt ja auch noch. Stimmt, den habe ich gestunt. Da war ja was. Upsi. Echt jetzt? So. Perfekt.
Bad news, right? We can't find George.
What?
Maybe the coordinates you sent us were off?
No way. I merged the GPS location of our entry with all my movement data from that point on.
This is bad.
You think they got to him first?
I don't know. I'll have our guys sweep the area.
Thanks. I better keep moving.
Mhm. So, nochmal mit ihm reden. Cool.
Anything on George yet?
No. I think maybe they took him away.
Or worse.
Perhaps. Remember what that man said. There was matter of payment. But he doesn't need to wait for anything here. He can kill those prisoners anytime he wants. And as for escapees, they're more easily killed than captured.
Damn it! I knew I should have stayed with him until our guys showed up.
Raiden, the other children are not safe either. That payment may already have been made for all we know. And they know you're there, too. They may decide to simply dispose of children before they escape. You must hurry.
Mm-hmm. Any sign of George?
Not yet, no. Our men have split up to canvass the area. You just worry about the kids in the lab for now.
Understood.
Okay.
Any sign of not our men, you
Eine Codekonferenz mit Kevin haben wir irgendwie verpasst. Ich weiß nicht wieso, aber ist halt so.
Got anything on George?
Not yet. I hope he's okay.
This is my fault. I could have stayed until someone came to pick him up.
Come on. Who knows what would have happened to the other kids in the meantime? Or even now, for that matter.
You're right. They're gonna be in even more danger soon enough. And there's a chance George is still safe. Somewhere.
Yeah. I'm sure he's fine.
I'd better move.
Mm-hmm.
George is missing.
Yeah. I should have had you stay back and watch him.
I should have been more cautious as well.
Listen, you should head back to the sewer and help out with the search. I'm gonna keep moving.
Understood.
Okay. Na dann. Sagen wir mal dem Grat Hallo. Na. Danke. Oder jetzt. Doch, jetzt kommt der Grat, ja. Ich sehe es gerade am Layout vom Soliton Raider. Na, wo ist er denn? Hallo. Ich habe übrigens vor lauter Ding jetzt gerade vergessen, die Kiste zu öffnen, wo nochmal eine Lebensding drin gewesen wäre. Oh, well.
Ah, the Grad, yes. A Ukrainian UG. Of all the places to run into one, eh? Well, first thing is first. Drive it back and out of your way.
Damn, that thing's packing some heat. Probably goes without saying, but you need to stick to cover as you approach that bad boy.
Ja.
You won't win this battle from long range, Raiden. You've got to find some way to get in close. And maybe I should save your data, just in case.
Nö.
All right. Be careful out there, okay?
Einfach nö. So, zweimal Doktor.
That is a Grad, a UG developed in the Ukraine.
UG? Looks like a standard pillbox to me.
I have seen blueprints for a pillbox able to operate in tandem with infantry forces. I cannot be sure if this is the result, but I do know the Grad is capable of bipedal movement. In pillbox mode, the main cannon is also quite lethal. Approach carefully. Use cover to make your way to it. You can deflect both the missiles and main cannon fire in blade mode, right? Keep it as an option if you cannot flee quickly enough. Also, the shaped charges in the missiles use the same nanopaste as cyborg repair units. If you find yourself heavily damaged, you may want to attempt slicing some open.
Jojo. Jetzt gucken wir mal nach dem, ne?
This bastard is blocking the way. Push that thing back.
Und da. Aua. Ach so, ja, danke. Das sollte nicht passieren. Jetzt bin ich auf der falschen Seite. Ja gut, dann kämpfen wir halt da. Ah ne, ist doch die richtige. Sah nur so aus. Ich habe geblockt, aber okay. Hallo, darf ich mal? Danke.
Here is where the Grad
Unmöglich.
really shines. It has wheels in the back of its legs for quick movement. You would not expect speed from such a large UG. Add the firepower and you have a potent foe. Watch for gunfire when it starts moving, and wait for the right moment to close in. Just get as close as you can and keep attacking. Chip away at that armor long enough, and sooner or later you must break through.
Ja. Ist okay. Doktor?
The Grad shield does more than simply provide defense, you know. We have reports of a spinner mechanism that enables its use in close quarters combat.
Reports? Aren't the specs public knowledge?
They are, but it runs on a self-learning AI. As a result, it can be somewhat unpredictable. Nowhere near as powerful as the LQ-84I, of course. Don't expect any deep conversations. Regardless, don't let up when it stops moving, or its shield may catch you unaware.
Okay.
Raiden, are you alright? It appears the path I scouted for you is less than ideal.
It's alright. I doubt there was any way around this guy. I'll figure something out.
Und los geht's. Wow. Alles klar. Weißt du was? Hallo. Ich rüste das jetzt doch mal aus. So. Ich bin einfach nur nicht stark genug für den Modus. Ich merk's. Mir fehlen einfach meine ganzen Upgrades. Ich hab geblockt, aber okay. Cool. Was soll ich denn da machen? What the fuck? Jetzt habe ich zumindest mal einen Teil seiner Scheißrüstung. Verpiss dich. So. Warum bin ich jetzt nicht hochgesprungen? Egal. Weg damit. Perfekt. Und weg mit dir. Und weg mit dir. Ich hasse es, dass ich so schwach bin. Das ist zum Heulen.
I knew I'd seen that guy before. Stephen Armstrong. As in Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong. They're already talking about him as a shoo-in for the nomination in 2020. And get this. 2 years ago, a federal grand jury investigated his ties to a certain private...
World Marshal. One of the biggest PMCs out there. I remember.
The biggest, ever since the Big Five split up. Not to mention the single largest investor in military cyborg R&D in the world. Guess that answers the question of who's backing Desperado.
Marshall and Desperado in bed together. Should make for some fun headlines.
Headlines? This is World Marshal and a U.S. Senator we're talking about. There won't be any headlines. Even without the Patriots filter, no major media outlet will investigate allegations like these. It'd be financial and political suicide.
So we just what? Sit back while they keep carving up kids, stand aside while they build an army of cyborgs? You heard them. We shut down one lab, they build another. They're planning something big, Kev. We can't just wait for it to happen. We need to hit them first and hit them hard where it counts.
No, Raiden, no. I know what you're thinking, and just know. Colorado is in America, and America has these things called laws.
Mm-hmm. And law enforcement in Denver was privatized and farmed out to...
Marshall, yes, so what? There are still laws, and it's their headquarters, for Christ's sakes. You'd be heading right into the heart of a raging shitstorm.
I didn't say it would be easy. We'll figure it out once the kids are safe.
Jesus, Kevin out.
So, kann ich mich ganz kurz heilen? Nein, so, geht doch. Okay.
So World Marshal is backing Desperado,
You don't exactly sound surprised.
I did not catch it on the nose, but I did have a hunch it was this sort of thing.
Well, you're the boss. What do you think? Can we take them on?
What I think no longer matters here. As Kevin says, we have no legal grounds to stop them. And you? What would you have us do? Storm their headquarters? Kill them all? Will that make you feel better?
No, I mean, look, you heard them. They're already in VR training.
Raiden.
The Patriots may be gone, but it hasn't changed shit in the U.S. A handful of elites still get away with whatever the hell they want.
Raiden, calm down. Focus on rescuing the kids first. We will talk about this later.
Yeah. Copy that. What do we know about Armstrong?
Plenty. Texas born and raised, played quarterback at UT. He was slated for the pros, but wound up joining the Navy after graduating. Said he wanted to serve his country instead. After that, moved to Colorado. Served in the state senate before getting elected to federal office. But this can probably wait.
Yeah, you're right.
World Marshal. I never would have guessed it. I mean, they're huge. They advertise on TV with Hollywood celebs and everything.
Yeah, it builds their brand and influences how the mass media treats them. When a company's got nothing to sell, and a huge ad campaign to sell it, that's usually a bad sign.
But... I don't know, I thought they were like us. I guess I thought they actually prided themselves on following international law, keeping people safe. A lot of their guys aren't even contractors. They help militaries with logistics support, that kind of thing. I mean, I went to college with people who have jobs there.
Sorry to hear that. Guess the ad campaign worked on them, huh?
So, what now?
First, we rescue those kids. After that, we talk things over with Boris and everyone else.
Gotcha. Okay, I'd better save your data, huh? Okay. You just watch yourself out there. Got it?
That UG, made in the East?
Indeed. The Grad, Russian for hail. It is built by the ally Vishnyovyeki Machine Works Design Bureau in Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine.
That's not easy to remember. Is it an old Soviet firm?
Indeed. Technically, the UG's name is pronounced Grad, the Ukrainian way. But most in the business pronounce it as Grad, Russian style.
Crazy to think I'd find something like that in Mexico, of all places.
Well, drug cartels have been using Russian and Eastern European weapons for quite a while now, you know. Of course, the arms trade treaty should have made importing something that size rather challenging.
Not for whoever's backing these guys, I guess.
I must admit, I never expected to see my magneto-stricted actuators in action again.
Magneto what?
An actuator that takes advantage of the change in shape when certain materials are magnetized. It was one of my many research subjects back in East Germany.
So you think that research made it to the Ukraine and got picked up by the Wisny whatever?
Indeed. This great technology made under the communist ideal being used for something like this. My days of adhering to that sort of dogma are long over, but still, it saddens me to see this.
Don't let it bother you, Doc. You made me too, right? And now your latest creation is gonna take them down.
Indeed. I look forward to the day. So, World Marshal was Desperado's benefactor all along, No wonder they were able to deploy cyborgs in such numbers against you.
If they'd already started putting those kids through VR training, is it possible I'm actually fighting some of them here?
From the sound of things, the VR program had only just gotten underway. The brain can only process so much stimuli at once. You can speed up VR training for a UG to some extent, but not for a cyborg. I sincerely doubt they could complete a full training program in such a short time.
Yeah. Most of my training in Liberia was on the field. But it took a few months before I was in any way useful in combat.
Indeed. I suppose you'd know more about how child soldiers fight than the rest of us here, Raiden.
Yeah. I guess I'd be able to tell if they were children. Kids do fight differently from adults.
Desperado's backer has been identified. What will you do now, Raiden? Will you attempt to destroy World Marshal?
Kevin's right. It's not that simple.
Both a direct attack and a legal approach present problems. Either course will likely lead to additional conflict.
We can figure it out later. For now, we're getting those kids out.
That remains your intent? I cannot fully agree with that course of action, but I will support your decision. I will continue to scout ahead.
Okay. Damit haben wir nur noch einen Codec-Call für heute. Und das Ende von Akt 2. Dann sind wir nächste Woche eigentlich auf einem guten Weg. So. Da haben wir noch einen mit einem Arm. Guck mal, wie er auf uns wartet. Der Drecksack. Oh, verdammt. Sehe ich ja jetzt erst. Danke. Yes. Perfekt. Geh mal her. Oh, dann halt nicht. Schade. Okay. Damit haben wir den Arm. Und jetzt fehlt nur noch diese eine VR-Databox. Da sind wir durch. Fast pünktlich.
Ah, an artificial blood cryopreserver. They must have begun preparatory freezing.
What do you mean?
That device is filled with synthetic blood plasma. It can slow the metabolism of a harvested organ, circulating this plasma to sustain oxygen levels. You can preserve an arm, a brain, any body part for several hours.
So what are they freezing, and why?
I could not say. Perhaps they plan to sell off the organs of the children they were told to dispose of.
Unbelievable.
You had best hurry, Raiden.
Right.
Mhm. So, hier noch einmal mit Wolf.
Any luck finding George?
No. I encountered the Maverick agents sent for him, but they had no additional information. You had best hurry, Raiden.
Right.
So. Und dann, ganz wichtig, umdrehen. Da ist das Terminal. Das habe ich ewig lang immer übersehen. Seitdem vergesse ich es nie wieder. So, Story-Finale für heute. Let's go.
Shit! Hey, stop right there!
George!
Raiden! You've heard of chloroform? A potent anesthetic in smaller doses. But breathe too much of it? And adios, muchachos! Break that glass, and I'll blow his brains out! Surrender! Or decide, the needs of the many, or the needs of the few.
Raiden, don't worry about me now.
Quiet, pendejo! Surrender! I won't ask again.
George, are you sure?
I'm ready. Me life now so precious. Ting, what if we can take this skunt to hell with me?
Cállate!
That's all I needed to hear.
Stop it! Now! I'll kill him, I swear!
Das war ein bisschen brutal. Ach, B-Rang. Ja, hätte besser laufen können. Vor allem der Gradkampf ging mir ein bisschen auf den Sack. Und unser Arm. Dieser blöde Arm. Aber okay. Wir haben die Mariachi-Kleidung bekommen. Immerhin. Und können jetzt noch einmal kurz Raiden anpassen. Wir bekommen neue Ausdauer. Aber ich möchte auf jeden Fall die Brennstoffzellen. Die sind mir erstmal wichtiger. So. Neue Hauptwaffen? Ach nee, wir können die Dinger... Oh, wir können die verbessern. Ja. 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 So, das ist der Mariachi. Tata. Traditionelle Bekleidung mexikanischer Volksmusiker, die Raiden in einem Souvenirladen südlich der Grenze beim misslungenen Versuch gekauft hat, sich unter die Bevölkerung vor Ort zu mischen. Misslungenen Versuch. Finde ich schön. Okay, aber keine neuen Fertigkeiten. Finde ich jetzt nicht so cool. Kaufen wir das noch kurz. So. Okay, dann sind wir für heute durch. Leg mal meinen Controller kurz ab. Leider ein bisschen Überlänge. Das hat sehr gut geklappt. Ja, der Wissenschaftler ist tot. George, naja, hat halt jetzt... Er hat ein bisschen... Ne, verloren. Ein bisschen Höhe verloren. Aber die anderen Kinder sind safe. Immerhin. Nächste Woche machen wir weiter. Wir sind jetzt bei 220 von insgesamt 450 Protocolls. 400 brauchen wir für die Trophäe. Ich glaube, das kriegen wir hin. Die kriegst du auch erst, wenn du mehr Fertigkeiten kaufst. Vorhin hieß es zu mir, dass die erst freigeschaltet werden nach Monsun. Aber ich kann gerne gucken. Den hier kann ich auf jeden Fall benutzen. Das brauche ich nicht. Ah. Guck mal, der hat mich angelogen. Cool. Das ist die Fähigkeit, die ich die ganze Zeit gesucht habe. Gerade für den Hammerhead und so. Sehr wichtig. Dass wir den haben. Zwar wegen Sekundärwaffen. Ah, okay. Dann hat er mich falsch verstanden. Ich habe das hier gemeint. Ich wollte den Move. Mit dem Move kann ich mich an fliegende Gegner nämlich jetzt ranporten. Das ist sehr, 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 sehr wichtig. Okay. Ich brauche einfach mal mehr über Rising weiß als unser LP-Mann. Das liegt daran, weil ich halt einmal das Spiel tatsächlich gespielt habe. Ja, auf 0, auf 0. Und dann halt nur noch auf diesen Spielstand aufgebaut habe. Es ist 10 Jahre... Ja, es ist 8 Jahre her, dass ich einen neuen Spielstand angefangen habe. Einen komplett neuen Spielstand. Das ist 8 Jahre her. Das ist nicht so wie bei Metal Gear Solid 3 oder sowas. Wo ich 20 Mal das Spiel neu gestartet habe oder so. Innerhalb von einem Jahr. Rayon war da diesmal gewollt. Ach so. Okay. Wir haben Akt 3, 4, 5, 6 und 7 vor uns. Die DLC-Kampagnen müssen wir gucken, ob das reicht zeitlich. Aber ich denke, jetzt wo wir auch auf jeden Fall mehr als die Hälfte der benötigten Code-Calls haben, dass wir nächste Woche durchkommen werden. Wenn nicht, dann ziehen wir es am Donnerstag noch weiter durch. Irgendwie so. Ich kann den Mistral-Arm kaufen, ja, aber ich brauche den nicht. Aktuell. Den kann ich kaufen, das hier. Will ich aber nicht. Ich mag den nicht. Ich brauch von Sundowner die Waffe für den Revengeance Mode. Aber bis wir das tatsächlich machen können, muss ich erstmal sehr viele private Playthroughs machen, damit wir genug Kampfpunkte haben, um alles abzugraden. Das wird ein bisschen noch dauern. Also, nächste Woche Mittwoch geht's hier weiter um 15 Uhr voraussichtlich. Am Freitag treffen wir uns hier wieder für Metal Gear Solid 2 VR Missions. 50% haben wir. 50% müssen wir noch bewältigen. Bevor die Master Collection kommt und wir uns den ganzen Scheiß wieder stellen dürfen. Von vorne. Aber ich will diese blöde Platin-Trophäe endlich haben. Ich möchte, bevor die Master Collection da ist, die Platin-Trophäen Peace Walker 3 und 2 haben. 3 und Peace Walker haben wir, 2 fehlt noch. Das will ich einfach haben. Für mein Ego. Das ziehen wir durch. Okay. Dann bedanke ich mich fürs Zusehen. Freitag geht's mit Metal Gear Solid 2 weiter. Samstag wieder mit Yakuza und Mittwoch, nächste Woche, treffen wir uns hier für Rising. Danke, dass ihr dabei wart. Ich hoffe, es war in Ordnung. Auch wenn sehr viel... Also, der Hauptteil des Streams ging auf Code-Calls drauf, ich weiß. Aber es war auch mal interessant, so ein paar zu hören. Hat man sich schon Mühe gemacht. Das darf man nicht vergessen. Mehr auf jeden Fall als in 4 und in The Phantom Pain. Leider. Ne? Also 4 ist okay, aber es hat halt deutlich weniger Code-Calls als das. Denkt dran, bleibt geschmeidig. Immer geschmeidig bleiben, nicht vergessen. Master Collection. In 2 Wochen. Dann ist sie da. Passt auf, es könnte sein, dass vielleicht die ersten Leaks Ich sag mal, ab Freitag, Samstag kommen werden, spätestens nächste Woche Dienstag, wird es ein paar Leaks geben, wenn die Switch-Version runtergeladen werden kann. Also aufpassen. Also, danke fürs Dabeisein. Gute Nacht, bis hoffentlich Freitag. Bei der nächsten Torture. Alter, VR-Missions werden richtig Folter wieder für mich. Ich bin so raus aus dem Gameplay. Ich freue mich drauf. Bis Freitag. Ciao.